All right. Hi, everyone. Welcome to Zelda 101, your first lesson in the long and storied history of the Legend of Zelda series. So, some of you might be wondering, why? Why talk about the story of the series, the interconnected legend of Zelda? So since Zelda became a franchise, there's always sort of been this question amongst the community of how the games sort of fit together. It's been a very popular line of inquiry ever since, probably ever since like Link to the Past, when we had 3 games as sort of a franchise at that point. There was a lot of debates as the series went on about where games were placed relative to each other, how they fit in. And eventually we got some answers in around 2011 with the release of Hyrule Historia. This is a large sort of guidebook that Nintendo put out that detailed a lot of this timeline. And since then, there's sort of been 2, I think, perspectives from sort of laymen, people who don't keep up with the stuff. It's either that, Nintendo gave us a timeline and just take that at face value, or Nintendo made all this shit up just to appease fans who are asking for a timeline. Neither of those perspectives, I think, really address sort of why of all of this, why these games are placed where they are, why they're laid out the way they are. And while it is true that I think gameplay has always been Nintendo's focus, this is not as important to them as the gameplay. I actually think most of this makes a lot of sense. You can figure out a lot of this on your own. And I think both of those sort of perspectives about this timeline kind of do a disservice to the work that actually has been put into making this story, and some of the sort of interesting potential implications you get by looking at this as a timeline. So my sort of goal here today in this introductory lesson is to go over the narrative of each game, explain why it does or doesn't make sense where it is. There's a couple spots I have issues with. I don't want to just take the timeline that Hyrule Historia and Nintendo later on has sort of reconfirmed it. I don't want to take that at face value. I want to try and actually show you why this all makes sense. In general, I'm going to be relying on actual in-game evidence, things that are talked about in the game. If there's not that, I will be citing sort of word of God, things developers have said over the years. And if that's not enough, there's a couple spots where we kind of have to skate by on vibes. But for the most part, like I said, I think all of this is self-evident. I will be referencing Hyrule Historia here and there, as well as there's a second book called the Zelda Encyclopedia that discusses some of this and sort of the lore of the series. There's some controversy in the fan base as to how seriously those 2 books should be taken, whether or not they're valid sources to be citing. I'm generally going to be taking the perspective that Hyrule Historia is sort of word of God. It is valid. You had official Zelda series producers who had, albeit minor roles in the production of that book. But for the most part, I'm not going to be doing the same with the encyclopedia. It's a little bit less credible. There's a few larger sort of leaps in logic in that book. I'll be mentioning it here and there, but I'm not taking it as sort of gospel. I also, in a couple spots, want to discuss a couple spin-off games and how they might fit in. In general, if a game is sort of an actual game, it's not a Game & Watch game, and Link is in it, it's on here. There is, I guess, one major omission I should note. As you can see, there is no Breath of the Wild, there's no Tears of the Kingdom, there's none of those games. Those could be a whole lecture in and of themselves, and I think people who know those games know that they get kind of complicated as far as the timeline is concerned. Hopefully we'll cover those at some point, but for now I just want to focus on the sort of most concrete part of the timeline. And as we're going, of course, I'll be sort of providing things that I think are sort of interesting facts, interesting conclusions you can make about these games. So before we begin, is there any questions? No? Okay. Well, in that case, before we begin, let me change into something a bit more comfortable. All right, so our story begins with the creation of the universe. Before creation, there was a time of chaos, a time which we will allude to later. At that time, the three golden goddesses descended. They are Din, the goddess of power, who created the land; Nehru, the goddess of wisdom, who creates order and magic, kind of a lesser thing if you ask me; and then Furor, who's the goddess of courage, who creates life. After this point's the... Yes, question.
So then who's the Zelda guy?
So the Zelda guy, he doesn't really matter that much. So after creating the world, the goddesses leave the world, just completely exit it. And at the point that they left, they leave the Triforce, this important artifact. It's been stated that it's unknown why they left or why they left the Triforce itself. We might get some clues to that later on. But what we do know is that they left it in the protection of another goddess, Hylia. So to get into the Triforce a little bit, it is a magical relic, like I said. It grants the wish of anyone who touches it if they meet a few criteria. They're strong enough, they have a balance of the three virtues, power, wisdom, and courage. And if they don't have that balance, the Triforce will instead split into those three pieces. The finder will be left with the piece that most accurately represents them, while the other two will appear on the hands of worthy individuals. And from there, it's up to the person to reclaim the three pieces if they want to make their wish. As we'll learn kind of later on as the series progresses, sometimes the Triforce also just does whatever the fuck it wants. There's a couple parts where there's some seemingly new rules added on. It can also talk. There's a couple points, like in Link to the Past, where it seemingly talks to you. One other thing worth noting is that a user can willingly split the Triforce, both into these three parts and even individual parts into smaller chunks. We'll see that come up a couple times. So, this takes us to our next point on the timeline, the Ancient Battle. So, this is an event that is told in the backstory of Skyward Sword. And according to that game, what happens is that the earth cracks open and a bunch of demons and monsters come out. They're led by Demise, the sort of leader of these demons, this sort of king demon. They wage war against everyone on the surface. As with most bad guys in the series, they're seeking the Triforce. So Hylia, not wanting that, gathers all the humans in one place and sends it skyward with the Triforce with it so that Demise can't get to it. And then from there, she and the remaining surface species fight and seal Demise. Hylia wants to use the Triforce to destroy Demise, but according to the game, a goddess cannot wield the power of the Triforce. It's something that only mortals can use. And so as sort of part of a long-term plan to deal with Demise, she decides to renounce her own divinity, become a human being, and hopefully one day, through that, use the Triforce to destroy Demise. This seemingly implies, at least to me, that after this point, there should not be a Hylia anymore. Like, the goddess is just gone. And that tracks with all of these games that we'll discuss, mostly just because Skyward Sword comes out way after most of these, so, like, Hylia is a concept it introduces, so it doesn't really get brought up. For those of you who have played, like, Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, you know that's not necessarily the case there, but for the most part, that does seem to be true, that Hylia is no longer a thing. While she's out and about being reborn, she entrusts the Sheikah tribe, a very important tribe in the series, to watch over Demise's seal. This brings me to another sort of piece of media I want to reference. It's generally not considered canon, but I always liked it, so I'm going to give it a quick mention here. And that is the Skyward Sword manga, which is also included in the Hyrule Historia, which sort of gives, I think, some justification to mentioning it. So in the story of the manga, we meet Link, the hero, who is wasting away in a jail cell. He's been framed for some sort of unnamed crime, and he also apparently predicted Demise's attack. It's not really clear what that means or how he did it, but somehow he did. Some people arrive at his jail cell. They ask him to help them fight Demise and give him a sword. And he's pretty reluctant about the whole thing, but does ultimately agree. And so he meets with the other soldiers on the battlement, where they see a giant bird fly in. The soldiers are trying to fire arrows at it. Link is trying to get them to stop. And when the bird finally lands, it's revealed that Hylia herself, the goddess, is the passenger of the bird. And she tells them of her plan to evacuate them all to the sky. As part of that plan, she plans to use the Master Sword to sever the land and act as a sort of support for that land as it floats up. She offers it to Link to wield, and he's a bit reluctant, kind of worried that because of his time in jail and sort of all the not great shit that's happened to him, he's sort of worried that he lacks like the purity to wield the blade. But eventually he's convinced, and they destroy the sword and reforge it. In this story, they say that because the sword is made by goddesses, for goddesses, it has to therefore be remade by humans for humans. Not really a concept that comes up anywhere else, but in any event, Demise does arrive soon after, and everyone on the surface, everyone who's living there, fights him for 7 days straight. Near the end, Link is struck down by a demon. It's not really clear who, I think based off of... I don't know the exact order of operations in terms of like when the game came out relative to the manga. My gut tells me that the demon that kills him is Demise, but it doesn't look the same way Demise looks in Skyward Sword. So I'm not entirely sure what's up there. Before it can actually like fully kill him, though, the Lothwing from before appears, the Hylia's large bird that she was riding. It was kind of initially skeptical of humans, but in this moment recognizes Link as a worthy rider, and they take off. There are 3 dragons that appear. They are Pharaon, Eldin, and Lanayru, who appear and bless the Master Sword. They tell Link to deliver it to Hylia, who uses it to rend the earth around the castle and pull it up into the air like she planned. It's kind of weird to me that she's the one who uses it there, given that this story has the whole thing about like, oh, we got to remake it so humans can use it, but now a goddess is also using it. That's a little weird to me. But in any event, Link then takes the sword back and plunges it into the ground to propel the castle up. People who are on the castle beg Link to join him, but he's too wounded. So instead, he just sends the Master Sword up to join them on the island. And while that's going on, Hylia seals Demise and finds Link, who is now dying, and kind of laments his suffering. In particular, it's kind of a fucked up moment, actually, in my opinion. She specifically laments his imprisonment because it was willed by the heavens to make him strong enough to wield the Master Sword. So she purposely made him go through that shit just so he can use the Master Sword. Which is extra fucked up to me because Link has a line in this story where he's talking about how he just feels like a weapon for people and gods to use as they see fit. So he's fucking right in this story. He's actually just a tool. But, Hylia feels bad for him, so it's okay. And she promises to be reborn whenever the land is in danger. She promises that he will be reborn whenever the land is in danger, which, if you ask me, is kind of a shitty reward for everything he's done. And she also mentions that because he was the one who sort of awoken the Master Sword, he'll be its master for all of time, which indeed turns out to be fairly true. In turn, she once again kind of announces her plan to shed her own divinity in part so that the next time they meet, she can meet him as a human being. And then after all that, we fast forward to Skyward Sword itself, where we see a young version of the Link from that game meeting the Lothwing that he will ride throughout that game. It is indeed the same Lothwing that Hylia and later his predecessor rode. His predecessor promised that Lothwing that they would ride together for all of eternity. And by all of eternity, he means about to here. It doesn't really appear after that. So, like I said, there's kind of some issues with this being canon. Link has the Master Sword instead of the Goddess Sword. We'll kind of get into the distinction here in a second. There's also some stuff with Hylia kind of implying that the sword is, or Skyward Sword implying that the Goddess Sword / Master Sword is made after sealing Demise, so it shouldn't even be here in the first place. Hylia here also implies that the other goddesses took part in the Master Sword's creation, whereas Skyward Sword kind of suggests it's just Hylia. It's unclear if humans fought Demise at all. The sort of original backstory makes it sound like that's not the case. And also, Hylia was supposed to be injured in that battle, which we don't see in the manga at all. But I still think it's an interesting story. I think it gives sort of a interesting potential origin for Link, if a kind of fucked up one. But that takes us to Skyward Sword proper. A few thousand years pass, and humanity continues to live in the sky. They found the community of Skyloft. As she planned, Hylia is reborn as Zelda, who is a childhood friend of Link, who is a knight in training. One day, Link is awoken by Zelda's Loftwing. That's the day of the wing ceremony. It's sort of an important ceremony amongst the knights. Link constantly sleeping in and being woken up by people will be a running trope in the series. But they go to meet up. Together they discover that Link's Loftwing is missing and eventually do find it. Groose, who is another person in the night school, kidnapped it so Link couldn't compete. But they managed to find it. Link goes to the ceremony, competes in the contest, and wins. And as a reward, he takes part in the ceremony on top of the goddess statue, which is this giant statue to Hylia on Skyloft. With Zelda, they sort of recreate the scene of the goddess and her chosen hero. And then the two of them go flying on their Skylofts in celebration. As they're doing that, a black tornado just appears out of nowhere and sucks up Zelda, knocks out Link. Link wakes up in bed in the middle of the night, and he's guided by some mysterious voice back to the goddess statue. Inside, he finds a chamber with the goddess sword and its spirit, Fi. Fi tells Link that he is, in fact, the chosen hero and directs him to journey below the clouds to go rescue Zelda. So Link leaves the next morning. He's given the green knight's uniform, which of course looks like the outfit Link has in basically all these games. He's given it by Kapora, I believe is his name. He is the headmaster of the school and also Zelda's dad. And from there, Link descends through the clouds to a place called the Sealed Grounds. He's the first person to descend since that ancient battle, really. They've been up here the whole time. And there he goes to the Sealed Grounds and he meets an old woman who tells him to go to the Faron Woods to go find Zelda. Link tracks Zelda down to Skyview Temple. Inside he finds a door leading to the Skyview Spring. But before he can go through, the Demon Lord Girahim appears. He's sort of this... I'll put up a picture in post if I remember to. He's a nasty looking dude. He takes credit for the tornado. He says he's been searching for Zelda, and she's currently behind the door leading to Skyview Spring. Also, he alludes to Zelda being rescued by a servant of the goddess at some point. Interestingly, Hyrule Historia says that Girahim was sent to the surface by his master to find Zelda. We'll get into it in a bit. That doesn't really make a lot of sense. His master is in no condition to be sending anyone anywhere. But in any event, Link and Girahim fight. For a while, Girahim is clearly the better of the two, the sort of more experienced. But Link manages to fight him long enough for Girahim to realize, oh shit, Zelda's gone. So he teleports out of there. He kind of warns Link to stop fucking with him, stop interfering. And then Link enters the spring himself. There, Fi is the spirit of the sword. She's also kind of like a weird, she's basically a robot. She's like a magic robot. And she relays a message that was left by the goddess, kind of in her code, basically. That basically tells Link that Zelda, her plan is to purify herself at two springs on the surface, the next one being the Earth Spring. So Link goes to Eldin Volcano and tracks Zelda to the Earth Temple. There again, he meets Girahim, who alludes to Zelda being used to revive his master. And again, a servant helping Zelda escape some monsters of Girahim's that caught her here. So he summons a boss for Link to fight. You kick its ass. You reach the Earth Spring, and you find Zelda there with a mysterious woman. She sort of prevents the two of you from reuniting, kind of ushering Zelda through a portal, and chastising Link for being too late. She basically doubts that he is really qualified to be the chosen hero. After the portal closes behind them, Fi relays another message from the goddess, saying Zelda has to go to the Lanayru Desert and pass through what's called a Gate of Time. So you go there. You go to Lanayru, you pass through a mining facility to reach said temple, And there you find Zelda and this attendant of hers in front of the Gate of Time. It's like this weird kind of like blue gear-shaped gate. At the same time, as he tends to do, Girahim bombs in. He blocks Link with a magic barrier, and he starts fighting Zelda's attendant, who, at this point, Zelda reveals her name is Impa, which is, again, another name that comes up a lot in this series. She holds off Girahim while Zelda gives Link her harp. It's this harp she's been carrying around for a while, and it is apparently very important. Just as Impa's defense against Girahim is about to fail, Link manages to sort of break through his barrier and get a surprise attack on Girahim, which in turn buys Zelda and Impa enough time to go through the Gate of Time. Impa tells Link to return to that old woman from before and destroys the Gate of Time behind them so that nobody can follow them. So Link returns to the sealed grounds. In this game, as you're like going from region to region, you can't go like from like the Earth Spring to like the Fire Spring, or whatever the second spring is named. I already forgot. You have to like go back up through the clouds and then like back down. So a Link has to go back up to the clouds to go to the sealed grounds. And there's a good moment here where as you're going down, Groose appears out of nowhere, like intercepts Link, like grabs on him, trying to join him on the surface, and the two, tumble to the surface. Groose, while he's there, he insists that, in fact, he is going to be the one to save Zelda. It's been pretty well implied throughout the game that he has some sort of a crush on Zelda. While the old lady, who Groose calls Granny, which is what I will be calling her from now on, tells him, no, you're not the one fated to save Zelda, which naturally kind of pisses him off. He storms out. While you're there, Granny teaches Link the Ballad of the Goddess. With it, playing that song, a second Gate of Time appears in the sealed temple. While you're in there doing that, there's this large pit outside of the temple with a like stake at the bottom of it, and that stake just breaks out of the pit. This giant, scaly, monstrous creature called the Imprisoned breaks out. Link goes out to fight it. He temporarily reseals it, and Granny tells him that in order to use that Gate of Time in the temple, it's not currently activated. He's going to need to temper his sword with 3 sacred flames. The clues to finding those flames lie in the Ballad of the Goddess's lyrics. Around this time, Groose also returns. Again, he's sort of sad now. He's lamenting the fact that he's not going to be able to help Zelda. But Granny tells him, hey, you still got a role to play in all this. So Link goes back to Skyloft, and with the help of Gapora, he solves some puzzles to open a hole in the Thunderhead, which is like this giant storm cloud up in the sky. Link flies in there. Inside, he finds the Isle of Songs, and there is a chamber where Fi recounts some more words from Hylia, teaching Link a song called Farore's Courage to open a trial in Faron Woods. So from there, Link kind of goes on this quest for the Sacred Flames. With each, Link plays a song intended for that flame to open a path to the Silent Realm, which is like this sort of spiritual space meant to test his growth, and completes some challenges there, and is awarded some treasures that are used to access like a new sub-region and dungeon. In Faron Woods, Link goes to Lake Floria, where he aids the injured water dragon Faron. This is one of the 3 dragons that Hylia kind of left behind to look after the land, protect it. She directs him to the ancient cistern. In Lanayru Desert, you go to the Lanayru Sand Sea, where you meet, it's kind of weird, you meet a robot who captained a ship that once contained one of the Sacred Flames. The ship has since been taken by robot pirates, so you collect some clues so that Fi can track the ship. It's currently invisible and board it. There's this whole weird thing with Lanayru Desert and what are called, I don't remember the exact name. It's like time slip stones, something to that effect. You like hit them and it will like take a region of the desert like back to the way it was in the past, however long ago that was. And so in this case, there's like one that's on a boat, a little small boat that you hit, and it turns like a section of the desert into ocean. So you're like traveling on that small section of ocean across the desert, like it's the section you're in is moving with you. So like you're always in this weird little pocket of ocean. But yeah, you find this ship and the Sacred Flame there. And then in Elden Volcano, Link goes to the Volcano Summit and finds the Fire Sanctuary. There's some shenanigans with the Mogma, which is our species that live there, and getting a water basin from Farron. It's a lot. I'm not going to go into all of it. But you complete each of these dungeons, and you're awarded with a Sacred Flame each time. They are, once again, based on the three goddesses. So it's Farore's Flame, Nehru's Flame, and Din's Flame, respectively. With each of these, the goddess sword is imbued with what is called force, strengthening it. Force is just like the Zelda universe's like sort of shorthand for life force and energy. Interestingly, over here in the West, it kind of ends up getting a lot of different names as the series goes on. We'll get to those as they come up, but just know that in Japan, they are all just called force. They're just force. I don't know why this is. My little headcanon is that when they were translating it to English, they didn't want to get in trouble with Star Wars, so they just called it anything but literally the Force. In any event, the Force strengthens the sword, and eventually a corresponding Triforce symbol appears on Link's hand. So before you get Din's Flame, Girahim reappears. He threatens Link to reveal the second Gate of Time's location. He knows there's one somewhere, and he needs to get to Zelda. You refuse, and of course you fight him. This time he transforms his arms. He's like this pale white guy, but his arms harden into metal and become black, and there's black cracks around his body. It's very cool. You fight him, he loses, as they do, and teleports away. After you receive all the flames, the goddess sword upgrades into the Master Sword. It's been the Master Sword this whole time. It just needed these flames to strengthen it and make it into the real deal. It's kind of what I was saying earlier with it being where the Master Sword was in the manga, because it shouldn't be the Master Sword yet. But in any event, with the Master Sword, you're now able to return to the Sealed Temple. While you're there, the imprisoned breaks free again, and this time Groose helps you fight the imprisoned. He makes what he calls the Gruesinator, which is just like a catapult with bombs, and you seal the imprisoned again. And then you go and activate the Gate of Time and travel to the past. According to the game, it's shortly after Demise was originally sealed. While you're there, Link finally, after all this time, meets Zelda again. With her trips to the springs, she now, in fact, remembers being Hylia. She tells Link about her plan to defeat Demise. And in fact, we learn here that the imprisoned, this weird monster you've been fighting the whole time, is Demise. He is the big bad guy. And she has a plan to defeat him, using, of course, the Triforce. She wants Link to go get it. He's now proven himself worthy of it. And she also blesses the Master Sword. She infused some more force into it, turning it into what is called the true Master Sword. Not a distinction that ever comes up again. Zelda/Hylia here also suggests he used Link. She knew that he was good friends with Zelda, and that would drive him forward to save her. Yeah, kind of gross. Not a huge fan of that. But at the end of their conversation, unfortunately, Zelda, she needs to maintain Demise's seal for the generations, the literal thousands of years to come. So she traps herself in amber, telling Link to wake her up when Demise has been vanquished. She makes a cute little reference to the fact that Link is a sleepyhead and she's always the one waking him up, and this time she's going to wake him up. Or he's going to wake her up, rather. So you return to the present, you search for the Triforce, you track down the Sky Spirit Levias, who's like this whale who flies through the air. He lives in the Thunderhead. You free him of this parasite that's attached to him, and he gives Link a clue that Hylia entrusted to him way back in the day. Link has to go find the three dragons I mentioned earlier, who will teach Link parts of the Song of the Hero, which offers clues to the Triforce. And then once they've all done that, Levias will teach him the last part. So Link goes to Farron Woods. Farron the dragon challenges Link to collect some tad tones, which are like music note-shaped tadpoles in the woods. She's flooded the woods to get rid of all the monsters there, so you have to swim through it. Then afterwards, she teaches you her part of the song and unfloods the wood. In Elden Volcano, there's an eruption of the volcano that knocks Link unconscious. He awakens in a Bokoblin cell. Bokoblin are sort of the generic kind of goblin monsters of Legend of Zelda. And he gets rescued by a Magma, and then you have to like go around sneaking about, regaining your gear. And after you get everything, you meet with the Dragon Elden, who teaches his part. And then in Lanayru Desert, you go and you actually find the skeleton of Lanayru, the dragon. He's dead. So you use a time shift stone, that's what they're called, to revive him. He's ill, and he wants Link to get him a life fruit. You do some shenanigans with like planting a seedling in the past so that it will grow up into a full tree in the present. You give it to him, and he teaches you the song. And then, like I said, you go back to Levias, and he teaches you the rest. So you use that song to open one final silent realm in Skyloft itself. You go through, and your reward this time is a trinket that helps you reveal there's just this giant structure under the goddess statue itself. And of course, Fee suspects Triforce is probably in there. So you go through, and sure enough, Link collects the Triforce. And he wishes to destroy Demise. And in response, the entire Isle of the Goddess, that goddess statue is sort of on like a tiny island that's part of Skyloft, it just breaks off. The whole thing breaks off, and it returns to where it was originally from, which is the sealed grounds, and just fucking crushes the imprisoned. Which, despite being like the granddad of all monsters, apparently crushing him with a really big rock is enough to kill him. So inside the sealed temple, Link finds the awakened Zelda. There's a tearful reunion. But of course, Girahim bombs in, he ambushes them, he kidnaps Zelda, and he plans to take her to the past. Demise may be dead in the present, he's not dead in the past. So you chase him to the past, you fight off a giant horde of monsters as you chase him to that bottom of the pit where the imprisoned used to be. And you fight Girahim again. This time he transforms again. He's now fully metallic black skin with white diamond patterns around him. Before he kind of fought with a sword, but I'm pretty sure in this fight, his hand kind of is the sword. He's using the metal of his body to fight you. It's a good fight. All the Girahim fights are a lot of fun. But you do defeat him in this fight, but it buys enough time to finish his ritual. The imprisoned appears, devours Zelda, devours her soul, and becomes Demise. And when he appears, he transforms Girahim into a sword. Girahim, as it turns out, you kind of get this, you sort of figure this out as he transforms more, he takes on this metallic appearance. But indeed, he's sort of like a demonic equivalent of Fee. He's the same sort of sword spirit that she is. And indeed, the sword that Demise wields is kind of a demonic, sort of dark master sword equivalent. Demise Zelda's body is up in the ground, up in the air, and he just launches it to the ground. Groose manages to catch her, and Link is not backing down at all, which really surprises Demise. He says that most of the humans he met in his lifetime just ran away the moment he showed up, which makes sense. And so because of that, he offers to fight Link just 1v1. Groose tells Link, Granny told him, that Link can still save Zelda by defeating Demise before he has time to fully devour her soul. So you follow Demise through a portal into this realm of just endless sky and sort of shallow water beneath you. And you fight. Demise mentions that he's going to soon have the Triforce, which to me kind of suggests that maybe he wasn't fighting Link just because he wanted to be honorable. Maybe he sort of knew that, hey, Link has the Triforce. If I fight that guy, I can get the Triforce. But in any event, you fight him. Again, it's a very cool fight. You're raising your sword up to get it struck by lightning and then hitting him with the lightning. That's a lot of fun. Unsurprisingly, you win. You seal his spirit in the Master Sword. And Demise, as he leaves, he gives a warning, a very famous warning. I'm going to read this one verbatim. He says, "My hate never perishes, is born anew in a cycle of no end. I will rise again. Those like you, those who share the blood of the goddess and the spirit of the hero, they will eternally be bound to this curse. An incarnation of my hatred shall ever follow your kind, dooming them to wander a blood-soaked sea of darkness for all time. So naturally, a lot of people take this as the origin of Ganondorf, who sort of, after Demise is gone, is sort of the main threat for the rest of time. It's certainly Demise's design is clearly meant to kind of, he's not literally one-for-one Ganon, but he clearly is meant to evoke him. He has like this fiery red hair. He has this like X kind of marked wound in his forehead, which Ganon often has like a gem there in his forehead. But he's also like more demonic. He has like this black gray skin and like metallic scales as his body hair. So yeah, it's often speculated that this is in fact the origin of why Ganondorf is around, why he seems to keep coming back. But it's actually a bit more complicated than that. In Japan, in the Japanese version of the script, it's a bit more vague as to whether or not his curse here is like a literal magic curse or more so just like a grudge he has against you. And in turn, whether like Ganondorf is the literal reincarnation of Demise's hatred, or just more so the idea that like Demise is saying like evil will always come back. I kind of gravitate towards the latter more so, just because there are like other villains who show up that are like evil demons, and it kind of like, I feel like by keeping it more open and vague, it sort of like leaves room for them to also be the result of Demise. Nevertheless, it's still generally seen as like the origin of like evil and monsters and demons throughout all of time. That's still very explicit in the Japanese version. But in any event, Zelda is revived. Link returns the Master Sword to its pedestal in the sealed temple. Fee asks him to do this so that she can begin her endless slumber. They've completed her mission. She doesn't need to be around anymore. But nevertheless, it's kind of a nice moment she has with Link here where she says that, like, you know, I want to tell you something that everyone has said to you along the journey, and now, you know, I've struggled to know what it means, but now I understand it too, and I want to say it to you. Thank you. Yeah, it's a sweet moment. And then the group prepares to return to the present. Zelda wants Impa to come along, but she refuses. She says that she has a duty to watch over the Master Sword. Because she's a Sheikah, she's obligated to make sure Demise doesn't break free from the Master Sword. His soul is still in there, sort of being slowly purified by the sword. So Zelda gives Impa one of her, she has like these kind of bracelets she's been wearing throughout the game. And you go back to the present. The gate of time disappears, and the group meets up with Granny. And in fact, that bracelet is now on her arm. It's been revealed that she has been Impa this entire time. Her design actually kind of gives it away. Impa has like this sort of one long like lock of hair that in the future on the Granny version of her becomes like a braided like pendulum that like swings back and forth. The whole time travel stuff. She greets Zelda. They have like a tearful reunion, and then immediately fades away. She dies. But some time later, time passes, and we see Link and Zelda on top of the goddess statue again, this time on the surface. And Zelda says, hey, I want to live on the surface now and protect the Triforce, which at this point in time is just floating in the statue's hands. Like, it's not protected at all. It's just out in the open. And then we have a final shot of Link and Zelda's loft wings flying away together. So in terms of like where this lies on the timeline, I mean, pretty clearly this kind of has to be the first game. All of the marketing, all the like planning for the game presented it as the sort of first game of the series. And there's a lot of clear references in the games to it being a prequel to all the other ones. You know, you have the origin of Master Sword. There's the fact that there's no Hyrule or any like surface humans. Yeah. So a couple other notes. I sort of mentioned it. Fee appears in this game. She gets a lot of hate from the fan base. There's a very common meme about like, it sort of started a trend for an era of Nintendo where like they had characters who were always with you, like always telling you exactly what to do and like, you know, not giving you any space to think for yourself. There's a very common meme where if your batteries are dying on your Wii remote, Fee will show up and say, oh, Master, your batteries are dying. Go get some new batteries. But I like her. I think she has a good design. She has a good arc in this game. And yeah, I think she gets more hate than she deserves. I mentioned Zelda's harp before. Hylia also has a harp. We see it in the backstory for this game. And many people, including Hyrule Historia, speculate that, in fact, that's the same harp. Zelda has the harp that belonged to Hylia. That sort of endless slumber Fee goes into at the end is kind of the reason why the Master Sword continues to appear, but we never really see Fee referenced again, except for, again, kind of in the future, Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom. There's some allusions that Fee might still be around. There's another weird thing here where there are the symbols of the 6 sages, who we'll get into here kind of shortly, already exist in the world, which is really weird because there are no sages in this game. I don't know why their symbols would already exist. They're not, like, as far as I can tell, not a concept that exists in the universe yet, but it's there. Zelda being Hylia is also sort of an explanation for, as the series goes on, we'll see that she's always, like, consistently very powerful in magic, like the most powerful person in the land, and the fact that she's, part goddess kind of gives an explanation for that. I also mentioned before there's fucking ancient robots in this game. I don't know what's up with that. Nobody knows what's up with that. It's very weird to have your first game in your chronology also have robots from an ancient past. I don't know what's up with that. Nobody really knows what's up with that. It's bothered me since I played that game in 2011. It's been a decade. It still bothers me. But this takes us to the Interloper War. So after all this is done, after Demise is sealed, after Link and Zelda reach the surface and decide they're going to live there, the surface begins to be settled. It's unclear how much of the people from Skyloft come down to settle the surface, but certainly at least some of them do. And eventually, as they're all hanging out, word of the Triforce's location, as it always does, kind of begins to spread. And where there's a giant magical relic that can grant your wishes, there's going to be people who want to fight over it. So chief amongst those fighting are a group known as the Interlopers. They excel in magic. They're some of the strongest magic users in the land. And they try to control Hyrule. They create a powerful magical weapon called the Fused Shadow to aid them in their goal of taking over Hyrule. There's also some weird mistranslation stuff here as well. In the English version of the cutscene where we learn all this, the Triforce is said to be in the Sacred Realm, and thus that's what people are fighting over. What the Interlopers are trying to control is the Sacred Realm itself. For reasons we get into, that doesn't really make a lot of sense for it to already be in the Sacred Realm, and interpretations of the Japanese version of the script tend to err more on them being after the Holy Land that is Hyrule itself, and thus implying the Triforce is in Hyrule. And like I said, I think that kind of fits better with events we're going to see here shortly. But in any event, the Golden Goddesses order 3 light spirits to intervene. They don't do a lot of intervening, but this is one case where they step in and say, okay, we got to shut this shit down. So they order 3 light spirits to intervene. They seal the Fused Shadow away. They seal away the Interloper's magic, and they split the Fused Shadow into 4 parts. 3 go with the light spirits, and 1 goes with the Interlopers, which is still weird to me. I don't know why they are just allowed to keep a piece. I don't know if they maybe stole it somehow, but in any event, they get 1, and then the Interlopers are banished to the Twilight Realm via the Mirror of Twilight, which we'll get to that in a while. So the other weird thing is that despite there being 3 light spirits that intervene, there's actually 4 light spirits. People tend to decide that there's one of the light spirits is named Ordona, and they tend to decide that it's probably Ordona who's not involved because the other 3 represent regions in Hyrule, but he, for whatever reason, represents a neighboring region. So that's generally who people think wasn't involved. So after that, we reach the sealing of the Sacred Realm. Some time passes, and a sage named Rauru decides that, hey, all this fighting stuff for the Triforce, it's kind of fucked up. I'm not a huge fan. So I think we should seal the Triforce away so people can't get to it. Hyrule Historia is a bit vague here. It says Rauru decides after some like unspecified fighting over the Triforce. But I think given the context clues, we know that the Interloper War has to take place sometime before Twilight Princess, and sometime when the Triforce is accessible. It makes a lot of sense to me for that fighting to be the Interloper War. And that's generally, I think, what's accepted amongst the fan base. So he constructs a second Temple of Time over the ruins of the sealed temple from Skyward Sword. This Temple of Time contains the only entrance to the Sacred Realm, and Rauru seals it with the Master Sword. His sort of logic being that since it's a weapon that only like the good and worthy can use, only someone who's worthy would be able to reach the Sacred Realm. And in turn, he seals that behind a door that requires 3 spiritual stones to open. Within the Sacred Realm, Rauru places the Triforce in the Temple of Light, and he decides that he's going to reside there for a while. This is sort of what I was getting at with like the Triforce. It makes more sense for it to be in Hyrule than the Sacred Realm during the Imprisoning War, or during the Interloper War, because we know it's there in Skyward Sword. It seems reasonable to assume it should stay there unless there's like a specific reason for it to leave. And having Rauru move it there during his sealing process feels more reasonable. It's complicated a bit by the fact that, like, as the series goes on, it's kind of accepted that the Sacred Realm is like the sort of default home for the Triforce. But I think it makes the most sense for it to only go there at this point. It's kind of worth noting too, I will mention, that this is all more or less original to the Hyrule Historia. It tracks pretty well with some events we know have to happen, but there isn't like a lot of direct in-game confirmation for, okay, this is how it happens. So after he does that, Hyrule Kingdom is established. The descendants of Zelda from Skyward Sword decide that they're going to establish this kingdom, and they build Hyrule Castle near the Temple of Time that Rauru made. So this takes us to the Hero of Men. Sometime later, Hyrule, as it tends to be, is just overwhelmed by monsters and darkness. And at this time, a tiny race known as the Picori descend from the sky. I'm not going to get into it a ton. There's a lot of people up in the sky. There's the Picori, there's the Skyloft, there's some more people coming up. We can speculate all day as to like whether or not any of those people are connected, whether the Picori are somehow like descendants of the people from Skyloft. There's really no evidence for anything, but it is weird that a lot of people just drop from the sky in this series. But yeah, they descend from the sky, and they give someone that they decide is the Hero of Men the Picori Blade and the Golden Light, also known as the Light Force, which again is just Force. Though it is weird to me that they're able to sort of like give it here, right? Because the Force is like, it's everywhere. It's in everything. You can't give like all of the Force to someone unless they're referring to like a particular sort of set or volume of it, possibly like a divine force. It's worth noting that the Light Force has a physical form. It's like this single golden triangle. According to Hyrule Historia, it's a source of infinite power from the heavens that holds the enormous power of the Force, which originally dwelled in all things. And that really bothers me. I quibble with the idea that it was like originally in everything and now is in the Light Force. I feel like if it's the Force that keeps everyone alive, it should probably still be in everyone. My personal theory for what's going on here, the one that I like the most, is that the Light Force is in fact Hylia's sort of divine life force. It contains specifically her life force. That conflicts a bit with like Girahim using Zelda's soul to revive Demise and Zelda blessing the Master Sword with force. That would kind of imply that she still has some divine force, but maybe a section of it kind of got split away. So with these relics, with wisdom and courage, the Hero of Men, he drives away the darkness. He seals it and all the monsters in what's called the Bound Chest, and he seals that with the Picori Blade. This is all part of the backstory, the sort of opening cutscene to Minish Cap, And unsurprisingly, in that cutscene, the hero of men, he looks suspiciously like a Link. It's never said, hey, this guy is Link, but it's a Link. And with that, the Picori Sword is enshrined and the Light Force is hidden away. So, this takes us to the Minish Cap. So, again, time passes. Every year, in gratitude of the Picori, the people of Hyrule hold the Picori Festival. There's a legend that says that every 100 years, a secret door opens, allowing the Picori to enter the world of the humans. And naturally, it happens to be that year. Hyrule Historia takes that as meaning that it's been 100 years since the Hero of Men. In my opinion, there being a legend would imply that there's been at least one cycle since. So I think it would be more like 200 years at least. It doesn't matter that much, but it kind of bugs me. Princess Zelda asks Link, who here is her childhood friend, to come with her to the festival. Link's grandpa, who is the town smith, says it's okay as long as Link delivers a sword meant for the winner of the festival sword fighting competition. So you visit the fair and then head to Hyrule Castle to deliver the sword. You give the sword to Minister Potho, and then Zelda leaves to prepare for the award ceremony. Potho offers Link to watch. At the ceremony, the bound chest, where all the demons and monsters are held, is carried out. It's still sealed with the Picori blade. And the winner, Vaati, is permitted to touch the sword. That's sort of like what you get for winning every year. Instead, he says, no, fuck that, guys. I'm going to open the chest. He's clearly looking for something inside. And he uses some magic to break the Picori blade off the chest. Monsters emerge from the chest. Almost everyone present is blown away. Link has a little shield that he manages to block the wind with. And Zelda is kind of like enveloped by this aura. And noticing that aura, Vaati attacks her. He turns her to stone and then searches the chest. Inside, he finds nothing, but based on what he says, it's pretty clear he's looking for the Light Force here. Next, Link wakes up in bed in Hyrule Castle, and he attends an audience by the king with his guards. We learn that the Picori blade here could possibly fix Zelda, but you would need a Picori to fix it. They live in the Minish Woods, and apparently kids are only able to see them. It's sort of like a fairy kind of thing. And so he tasks Link with going to repair the sword while his guards are on the lookout for Vaati. So you head for Deep Wood Shrine, which is like a former human Picori meeting place, and you meet this bird-like creature, Eslo, who says he was cursed by Vaati. He joins Link on his mission. He like attaches to Link's head as a hat, and with his magic, Link can shrink to Picori size. They're these sort of tiny guys. With that magic, Link enters the Minish village, and there the Picori Elder tells him he's going to need 4 elements, earth, fire, wind, and air, to revitalize the sword. Note that that's not the same thing as repairing the sword. It needs to be revitalized because it's lost its power. But he tells Link where to go to get those. So for the earth one, you just go to Deepwood Shrine. Just go through it. It's a dungeon. For the fire, you're told to seek out Malari in Mount Krenel. He goes to repair the Picori sword. And while you're waiting for him to do that, you go to the Cave of Fire, or Cave of Flames, excuse me, and get the fire element. Malari repairs the Picori sword. It becomes the white sword. And then per his instruction, you go to the Elemental Sanctuary to infuse it with those first 2 elements you've got. The Elementary Sanctuary is called a bridge between the Minish and human worlds. It's what opens every 100 years. And the door to it is just hidden in Hyrule Castle. The door is normal size, weirdly. It's not Picori sized, but whatever. You enter the sanctuary, you place the sword in the pedestal, and you infuse the sword with those first 2 elements. And with that, Link is able to split himself into 2. You use that to solve some puzzles, naturally. So you leave Hyrule Castle, and as you do, you're intercepted by Vaati. There you learn that Eslo is, in fact, Vaati's former master. He made the cap that Vaati is sort of currently wearing. It's called the Mage's Cap, which Vaati stole to become this powerful sorcerer that he now is. The hat was originally made to like grant wishes, but I guess Vaati's wish is to be a powerful sorcerer. And we also learned that both of them are in fact Picori, despite the fact that they are like regular size in this game. They're both Picori, and they're Minish. Minish and Picori are like the same thing. Bakori is the name that they call themselves. People in Hyrule call them the Minish for some reason. I don't know. After this, we see a little cutscene where Vaati kidnaps and imprisons the king. He starts to impersonate the king and basically tells all of the soldiers to go search for the Light Force. While that's going on, you go to the Castor Wilds looking for the wind element. Instead, you find some ruins and messages left from their former holders, the Wind Tribe, basically saying they've left the sky. Again, another group of people who are just hanging out in the sky. While you're sort of waiting to figure out how the hell you're going to deal with that, you go to the Temple of Droplets, or you make for the Temple of Droplets, rather. There's a puzzle here involving, I shit you not, overdue library books that you have to solve to get to that temple. You dive into Lake Hylia and find the water element. And then after exiting that temple, you're met by the ghost of a former king of Hyrule who gives Link some cryptic clues to reach the Wind Tribe. This eventually leads to Link on top of the Vale Falls, where he finds like this vortex that takes him up to the clouds. There he helps two members of the Wind Tribe get home. And at the sort of Wind Tribe home, he learns a legend that they have that basically says when his sword is fully infused with all the elements, the way to the Light Force is going to be revealed. So from there, they allow him to access a place called the Palace of Winds. And you get the wind element. So you go to the elemental sanctuary again and infuse the sword again. Now with all four elements, you infused it with the fire at some point before this. With all four elements, it actually becomes the Force Sword, this item that comes up a bit later. And with it, you're able to reveal this hidden room in the sanctuary. And inside there's a stained glass that reveals that the Light Force is, in fact, inside of Zelda. It's inside the Hyrule Princess. Vaati has been secretly following you this whole time, so he knocks you out and goes to steal Zelda. You wake up to the castle transformed. Everyone is now stone. You manage to fix Potho, the minister from before, with the Force Sword, and you learn from him that Vaati took Zelda to the roof. Interestingly, there's a bad ending here. If you take too long to get to the roof, Vaati just takes all the Light Force from Zelda and he wins. It's kind of important for something I'll talk about later. But yeah, you reach the roof, you find Vaati. He's drained most of the Light Force from Zelda, but not all of it, and you fight. Vaati transforms a couple times, and then he explodes. You use the Force Sword to save Zelda, recover her from her stone state, and the two of you try to escape this castle, which is now collapsing. As it does, Vaati returns. He's not actually dead. He teleports Link away, and you fight him in this sort of final phase. It's this form called Vaati's Wrath. It's sort of like this sort of globular kind of demon form. He's now completely lost in a sort of humanoid shape to him. You use the Force Sword to split into four and kill Vaati. This time, beams of light burst out from his shell, and he super explodes this time. So Link teleports back. He now has the Mage Cap that Vaati had, and with that, the curse on Eslo is broken. He puts the Mage Cap on Zelda, and combined with his magic and what's left of her Light Force, they're able to wish to repair Vaati's damage on Hyrule. And with that, the cap just falls apart. It's spent, apparently. And the door to the elementary sanctuary begins to flash. Eslo says that means that the pathway between their worlds is beginning to close, and so he has to depart. Before he does, he gives Link a hat resembling his cursed form, saying that, hey, that hat suits you, Link. So in terms of where this is on the timeline, this is sort of a case where we kind of had to go based off of Word of God, what the developers have said. Specifically, when Four Swords came out, it was stated in multiple interviews that was intended at that point as the earliest thing in the series. None of this had happened yet. And Minish Cap is very clearly, as we'll get into, a prequel to Four Swords. So it has to go before Four Swords. And there is some sort of elements in Minish Cap that makes sense as being very early in the series. We don't see Ganon, the Master Sword, and the Triforce. All which, not seeing those, are pretty common signs for, okay, we're early in the story. Originally, Link obtaining the hat at the end was clearly meant as the origin for why he has that sort of sleeping cap. Of course, Skyward Sword kind of retcons that, but I think that was the intent at the time. A couple other things worth noting. I don't know what the fuck the Minish Realm is. Is it in the sky? Because they come from the sky. But also, like, as you're traveling around Hyrule, you're just able to shrink, like, in random places and, like, you know, go into a tree, and inside there are Minish there. So is it just the ability to shrink to small places? Is it through the Minish door? My best guess is that the Minish door is, like, it's maybe more so metaphorical, especially since it doesn't lead to, like, a realm. It leads to the elementary sanctuary. And that, like, once closed, that sort of magic that lets you change sizes, the portals throughout the world that let you do that, it just don't work anymore. Either that or, like, there's a difference between Minish who live in Hyrule and those who live in the Minish realm. Either way, it's kind of weird. This game borrows a lot from, like, other Zelda games. It uses sound effects and music directly from Ocarina of Time. The Moblin design in this is just straight from Wind Waker. A lot of characters and, like, designs from Ocarina of Time show up. Malin, Talon, Ingo. Characters from Wind Waker 2, Tingle and his brothers. The art is also, like, very clearly Wind Waker inspired. You can see it in a lot of the promo art. Technically, that's more so because of Four Swords. It's the same art style as Four Swords, and Four Swords is clearly inspired by Wind Waker. But, yeah, there's a sort of a weird mishmash of art and elements here. Also, another thing that's sort of weird to note here is that, so I mentioned earlier that with the Sealing of the Sacred Realm, the Temple of Time was created and Hyrule Castle was put right next to it. We don't see the Temple of Time at all in this game. You go to Hyrule Castle, you never see the Temple of Time, which is kind of weird with this timeline. You know, either they just hadn't considered that yet at that point, or, you know, it's off screen somewhere. Who can say? So, after that, Vaati, that motherfucker, comes back. He returns, he revives. He's now known as the Wind Mage. He takes over the Palace of Winds, that dungeon you went to in Minish Cap. And he terrorizes Hyrule. He starts kidnapping beautiful girls. The implication is that Vaati is just insane now. Maybe because of when he transformed into that Vaati's Wrath form. It would certainly make sense that that's sort of like now kind of his default form. The way he looks in Four Swords and as Vaati's Wrath, it's not like one-to-one, but they're very clearly meant to sort of be the same idea. And so maybe he's just lost all of his memories, he's gone insane, and he vaguely remembers, you know, going after Zelda for the Light Force, which just now manifests as just him kidnapping random girls. So a bunch of people go to confront him, and it doesn't go well for them. They're all defeated. But then some random lone boy appears. The boy enters Vaati's palace, he traps the sorcerer in his sword, and returns the girl. And then he just disappears. He just fucks off into the woods. All the girls tell the story about how this boy split himself into 4 copies and defeated Vaati. Again, clearly this is a Link. Hyrule Historia speculates it could be a descendant of the Minish Cap Link, which would make sense because we never see that Link, like... Oftentimes, like, when Link gets the Master Sword, the game will end with him, like, putting it away somewhere. But we never see him do that in Minish Cap. He keeps the Four Sword, so maybe he gave it to this new Link. People are pretty skeptical of this story, but nevertheless, they build a shrine around what they start calling the Four Sword. Frustratingly, Hyrule Historia calls that shrine the Elemental Sanctuary, like the same thing from Minish Cap. It clearly can't be the same thing because that only opens every 100 years, and this is just... Not only does it have a different origin, it's in a different place, it's a different appearance. The manual just calls it the Four Sword Shrine, which is what I would be calling it. The other thing about this, so this is the backstory to Four Sword. It's like in the manual to Four Swords. It is deeply frustrating to me that this story is not the Minish Cap, because they made Four Swords and they had a backstory for, okay, who's this Vaati guy? You know, why is the Four Sword a thing? Why are people fighting him? And they said, hey, let's make a game where we explain who this Vaati guy is, what the Four Sword is, and, you know, why he's here. But let's not make it the backstory from that game's manual. So a second Vaati return is just stuck there in the middle. I don't know why they did that. I mean, it works. There's no reason he can't come back between these two games, but it's just obnoxious, especially since Minish Cap came out after Four Swords. But in any event, this does lead us to Four Swords. Time passes, as it always does. Princess Zelda is watching over the Four Sword in its sanctuary. Hyrule Historia implies it's like a line of Zeldas who are tasked with watching over the sanctuary. that seems logical to me, but we're never explicitly shown anyone but like the current one doing that. She comes to check on the sanctuary. She senses evil and goes to check. She asks Link, who's again is just a friend of hers, to join her in investigating. They arrive as Zelda approaches the Four Sword. It kind of like shifts in its pedestal, and Vaati appears. He breaks out. He kidnaps Zelda with the intent of making her his bride, and then he flies off to the Palace of Winds again. Link gets knocked out. He's woken by 3 fairies. They tell Link, "Hey, draw that Four Sword. Go rescue Zelda." He does so. You instantly split in 4. The fairies tell Link that there's some great fairies who know the way to Vaati, and if they acknowledge his abilities, they'll show the way. They advise you to do that by just collecting a bunch of rupees, just getting money. If you get enough money, they'll tell you how to get to Vaati. So you travel through the lands and some dungeons. It's the Sea of Treves, the Talus Cave, and Death Mountain. You prove your work to the great fairies. They each grant you a key to the Palace of Winds. And you go there. You fight Vaati. You reseal him in the Four Sword. You rescue Zelda. And with your destiny fulfilled, the Four Sword returns Link to one person. And it gets returned to the Sanctuary. Yeah, it's a pretty simple game. And in terms of timeline placement, this is another one where it's sort of just word of God. Like I said, they explicitly said when this game came out, this is the earliest game. It is also, I think, as the sort of like splitting into 4 links thing implies, it's a multiplayer game. You play this with other people. It was originally a pack-in for the Game Boy Advance version of Link to the Past. Later, it got a DSiWare a remake, sort of, for the 25th anniversary of the series. That's how I played it. It's a lot of fun. Hyrule Historia, again, suggests the Link here could be a descendant from Minish Cap. Yeah, it's a pretty simple story. This sort of takes us to some of the most important stuff in the series. As you can see, this is sort of where shit gets complicated. So, the Hyrule Civil War. This is a war of like an unknown origin and duration. All Hyrule Historia says it's been countless eras. But eventually, the King of Hyrule, he wins it. He's able to put an end to the war. He unifies all the lands. And then at some point, we don't know if it's before or during, but presumably it's probably after, Ganondorf, who is the leader of the Gerudo. The Gerudo are an all-female society. Their sort of shtick is that once every 100 years, a single male will be born, and it is tradition that he will become their leader. So Ganondorf is the leader of the Gerudo, and he swears fealty to the king. Here's why this all matters. So during the war, there's a Hylian who flees with her newborn to the Forbidden Forest. She dies, but not before she gives the kid to the Deku Tree, who raises him amongst the Kokiri, which are these like unaging forest kids. The encyclopedia claims the Kokiri are Hylians. They just don't age because of the Deku Tree's power, which is also why in Ocarina of Time it says that they die if they leave the woods. They get away from his power. I think that's total horseshit. That pisses me off. In Ocarina of Time, the Deku Tree explicitly says he gave life to all the Kokiri. It's just one of those things. Like I said, the encyclopedia has a lot of stuff where, and they even acknowledge it in the book, to be fair. They have a lot of stuff in there that's just like fan theory and sort of speculation from the writers themselves. And there's some things in there that I'm not a fan of the speculation. But that brings us to Ocarina of Time. Link is living amongst the Kokiri. All the Kokiri are granted guardian fairies by the Great Deku Tree. Link is the only exception. He hasn't been granted one yet. And currently he's just sleeping, as he always does. He's having nightmares about a mysterious woman and girl being chased on horseback by this ominous figure. Meanwhile, while that's going on, the Deku Tree is speaking with one of the fairies, a fairy named Navi. He is the protector of the forest. He senses there's some evil forces growing. Power is greater than even his own. And he sends Navi to retrieve Link. He says it's time for Link to fulfill his destiny. So Navi goes to wake up Link. They go to the Deku Tree, who tells Link he wants to test his courage. The Deku Tree has been cursed, and he wants Link to go inside him and break the curse. So you enter, you fight some monsters, you break the curse. Upon returning, the Deku Tree tells Link that it was a wicked man of the desert who placed the curse. Said man is searching for the sacred realm of the Triforce, and he thanks Link for breaking the curse, but it's too late. The Deku Tree is already going to die. So he entrusts Link with the Spiritual Stone of the Forest, also known as the Kokiri Emerald, and he tells him, you got to go stop that wicked man. Go to Hyrule Castle, find Princess Zelda, stop that guy. Link exits the woods, and there he meets this giant owl named Gabora. That's who Gabora in Skyward Sword is named after in the real world. And he gives you directions to Hyrule Castle. There you sneak past some guards, and you meet Zelda. The moment you see her, you realize she's the same girl from Link's Nightmare at the start of the game. She, in turn, has had a prophetic dream about Link. Tells him that the royal family's secret of the Sacred Realm, the ancient sages built the Temple of Time. She actually says sages, plural, not just Rauru, which is interesting to me. It doesn't really matter either way, but interesting bit of conflict there. They built it to protect the Triforce, and it acts as this entrance to the Sacred Realm. Like we mentioned earlier, to get in, you got to go through the Door of Time, and that requires 3 spiritual stones and the royal family's treasure, which is the Ocarina of Time. While you're there, you spy on Ganondorf through the window with Zelda. Again, the moment you see him, it's immediately apparent that's that ominous figure from Link's Nightmare. Zelda says that he swears fealty to the king, but she kind of doubts that he's sincere about it. She thinks that he's this dark force that she saw in her own dream. And she's told her dad about it, but, she's a little kid. He just dismisses it. So she asked Link to help her stop Ganondorf. She has the Ocarina of Time, so if he can go get the spiritual stones, they can get the Triforce first and stop him. On the way out, Link meets the Sheikah Impa, which was also in Link's dream. And she's responsible for protecting Zelda and seemingly believes her story. She teaches you Zelda's Lullaby, which is like this important song in the family, and directs Link to Death Mountain. There you help the Goron chief Darunia clear Dodongo Cavern. It's where they get rocks to eat. Gorons eat rocks. They're like these... I'll throw a picture up if I remember to. And yeah, he rewards you with the Goron's Ruby, also known as the Spiritual Stone of Fire, as proof that you're his sworn brother. The Gorons are really big on brotherhood for some reason. A lot of different Links become kind of a brother to the Goron. After that, you go to the Zora's domain. You help their king find the missing Princess Ruto. She's inside Jabu Jabu, which is the Zora's, they call him their guardian god. He's like this big fish guy. You fight some parasites in there, and you rescue Ruto. She gives you the Spiritual Stone of Water, otherwise known as the Zora's Sapphire. You learn of her whereabouts from like a message in a bottle that's like supposedly written by Ruto. It says that she's in Jabu Jabu. But when you talk to her, she denies writing it. I don't know what's going on there. I don't know if she's kind of like a, sort of tough, confident, stuck in her own way. So maybe she just doesn't want to admit that she asked for help. Or maybe it's some weird shit that Ganon is doing. I don't know. She's also only supposed to give the Zora Sapphire to the man that she's going to one day marry. So there's that. Apparently she's going to marry Link now. Also, worth noting that in both of these cases, both with the Goron and the Zora, they both suspect that Ganondorf is in part responsible for the shit going on in their community. So you head back to Castle Town, and as you approach, you watch as Zelda and Impa get chased out of town on horseback by Ganondorf. This exactly mirrors Link's Nightmare from the start of the game. She tosses Link the Ocarina of Time, which winds up in the castle's moat. And then as they ride by, like Ganon stops. I think he asked Link where they went, and does some shit talking. He's pissed that this little kid is trying to mess with him. But he rides off. You go to retrieve the Ocarina of Time, and via a telepathic message, a thing that Zelda's going to do a lot moving forward, she teaches you the Song of Time, which you need to open the Door of Time. Later, Impa will say that Ganondorf attacked Hyrule Castle and it surrendered after a short time. The weird thing about that is when you go back to town, nobody really acts like anything's happened. The only thing you see is there's like a back alleyway. Most players will miss this, in fact, but there's a back alleyway where you can find like a dying guard. But that's it. Nobody in town acknowledges the castle was attacked. I don't know what was up with that, if it's just a weird limitation of this being a Nintendo 64 game. It doesn't get referenced. But you go to the Temple of Time, you place those spiritual stones on the altar, you play the Song of Time, you open the Door of Time, and what do you find behind the Door of Time? The Master Sword. So, knowing that that's what he needs to do to get to the Sacred Realm, Link pulls it out of its pedestal, and after that, we see a cutscene where Ganondorf is like talking in a white void. I don't really know what this is supposed to represent. My best guess is he's like speaking to Link with magic, but he taunts Link. He says that he suspected Link had the stones, and so he just let him open the way to the Sacred Realm so that he could take the Triforce for himself. After that, Link finds himself in front of an old man. This is in fact Rauru from Sealing of the Sacred Realm, and he tells you that you're in the Chamber of Sages in the Temple of Light, and he tells Link to look at himself, and as he does, Link realizes he's now a grown adult. He's like 16 or 17-ish. Basically what happened is that though the Master Sword deemed him worthy, his young body was unfit to wield it, so as a result, the sword sealed his spirit for 7 years. The unfortunate part of that is that Ganondorf took that chance to enter the Sacred Realm and take the Triforce. It's kind of weird that the Master Sword does this because, in general, like Link in a lot of these games, not all of them, is pretty young. Like he's never older than like maybe 18. He's really young in a lot of these, and he wields the Master Sword in a lot of these. This is like the only time where his age becomes an issue. In fact, spoiler alerts a little bit, but in Wind Waker you also use the Master Sword, and in that game it is a very important plot point that the Link in this game is in fact the literal exact same age as the Link from Ocarina of Time. So I have no idea why he doesn't, get sealed for 7 years, but this Link does. I don't know. In either event, Ganondorf's evil influence has turned Hyrule into this realm full of monsters. Rauru says the only hope is to awaken 5 more sages so they can all work together to contain all of Ganondorf's evil power in the void of the realm, is what he says. I assume he means the Sacred Realm in this context. Later, a character named Sheik will also mention that the Sacred Realm mirrors the heart of those who enter. So Ganondorf entering it turns it into a living hell. I don't really know why this matters. It never really comes up in the game, but that is an important thing that's specified a couple times. But yeah, you awaken back in the Temple of Time, and here you meet Sheik. She tells him that the sages that he's looking for reside in 5 temples. They're waiting for an awakening call from the Sacred Realm, presumably from Rauru. But Ganondorf has been corrupting the temples, so they can't hear it. So with help from Sheik, you're sort of directed to these temples. You journey across Hyrule, you rid these temples of evil, and you awaken the sages. The Forest Temple is in the Lost Woods. The boss there is Phantom Ganon. It's sort of like this fake mirage of Ganon. It's a really cool fight. He's riding his horse through paintings, and you're having to shoot. You're trying to figure out which painting is the real Phantom Ganon and shooting him. And then after the fight, Ganondorf telepathically says he's going to banish Phantom Ganon to the gap between dimensions. Fans have speculated for a really long time about what the fuck he's talking about with that. It's not a translation issue. That's pretty accurate to what the Japanese says. Yeah, we don't know what the gap between dimensions is, but apparently there's a Phantom Ganon there now. Yeah, you awaken the sage. It turns out to be Saria, who is Link's former Kokiri friend from when he was a kid. After you do this, Link gets teleported from the dead Deku Tree, and you see the small stem which grows into a Deku Tree sprout. And he thanks Link. He says that by breaking the curse on Force Temple and awakening Saria, he's now able to grow into a new Deku Tree. For the Fire Temple, you go to Death Mountain. Ganondorf here has taken all the Gorons, and he's going to feed them to this revived dragon called Volvagia. It's this mythical Goron-eating dragon that one of Darunia's ancestors defeated. And Dorf is just going to take all the Gorons, have Volvagia eat them, basically to tell people, hey, don't fuck with me. So you go to the Fire Temple, you help Darunia free the Gorons and defeat Volvagia, and of course, you awaken Darunia as a sage. After that, you go to the Water Temple, which is in Zora's domain. There you find all of Zora's domain is frozen over. According to Sheik, all the Zoras except for Rudo are frozen, and she went to the temple to destroy the source of that curse. So you go there to help her. You awaken her as a sage. While you're there, Rudo calls Link her fiance, which is what it is. It starts a long history of Zoras who weirdly have the hots for Link and for the Hylians. I think the big example everyone always thinks of is Mipha in Breath of the Wild. We won't get to that, but just know I'm thinking about it. This is also famously a very shitty dungeon. Nobody likes the water temple. There's like all these shenanigans you have to do with like raising and lowering the water level in the temple, and like you have to equip iron boots to fall to the bottom of the water, but like the only way to equip them is to like pause the game and enter your menu, and like you have to constantly take them on and off, so you're like constantly going in and out of menus. The remake kind of solves that problem by making the iron boots like an item you can like have on sort of like a quick slot to like equip in and out very quickly, but people still don't like the dungeon. I think the only thing people do like about the dungeon is there's a very famous fight with Dark Link in here. It's sort of like this, shadow reflection of Link. You fight him in this foggy void with shallow water, a barren tree in the center. It's very cinematic. After that, you go to the Shadow Temple. Link goes to Kakariko Village, which is just on fire right now. Sheik says that there's an evil shadow spirit, that Impa, who is now the leader of Kakariko Village. Elsewhere in the game, it's implied that she's always been the leader of Kakariko Village, which is kind of weird because she's, like Zelda's attendant. She probably doesn't have time to lead a town somewhere else, but I don't know. She sealed this creature at the bottom of the well, and it's since broken out. She went to the Shadow Temple to reseal the spirit, but she's not super confident that she can do it, so she asks Link to help Impa. So to do that, you have to travel back in time. You put the Master Sword back in its place, which lets you travel back in time. And you acquire the Eye of Truth to sort of help you see illusions in the temple. It's technically optional. You don't actually have to get the Eye of Truth, but unless you absolutely know what you're doing, you're getting the Eye of Truth. Like almost everyone is going to do that. It's assumed to be kind of intentional. To get it, you have to perform, it's kind of interesting, it's what they call a bootstrap paradox. So in the future, you talk to this guy with like a wind-up phonogram inside a windmill in Kakariko Village. And he talks about how he sees Link's ocarina, and he says it reminds him of this shitty, obnoxious kid who played a song and messed up the windmill. And then he, for some reason, despite the fact that he hates the song, he teaches you it. And then you go to the past and play that song for him. And you speed up the windmill's rotation, which somehow drains the well, and you piss that guy off. Which is a paradox, because he taught you the song based on the song you played to him in the past. So it's not clear where the origin of that song is. These are the things that happen with time travel shenanigans. The bottom of the well is a dungeon. That's where you get the Eye of Truth. It and the Shadow Temple are like very horror themed. There's blood everywhere. There's skeletons. There's this creature called the Dead Hands, which is like this ghoulish, like white monster with like blood stains on it. In the Shadow Temple, there's like a plaque that says, "Here is gathered Hyrule's bloody history of greed and hatred." It's not a nice place. There's a common theory that the Shadow Temple is like a Sheikah torture center. I don't think there's really any hard proof of that, but that is a very common thing you'll hear people say. Anyway, you go there, you awaken Impa as the Shadow Temple's sage, and then you go to the Spirit Temple. There's some stuff there with like, you have to prove yourself to like some Gerudo so that they'll let you into the desert. And there you find the Desert Colossus, which is like this giant Gerudo statue with the Spirit Temple inside. You actually have to return there as a child. There's like an inscription inside that kind of hints at that. And while you're there, as a child, you meet a Nabooru, she calls herself a lone wolf thief. She's a Gerudo. She hates Ganondorf. She says he steals from women and children. He's a murderer. Not a huge fan. So you help her steal some treasure to help thwart Ganondorf. And then, unfortunately, at the end, you watch her get captured by some witches. With that treasure, you're able to return in the future and enter the temple. And there you meet the witches from before. Their names are Kotake and Kume. They are Ganondorf's surrogate mothers, I believe is the term that is used for them. They're big fans of him. They're big followers. They sick a Dark Nut on Link, which is like this armored kind of boss enemy. And after the fight, it's revealed that Dark Nut is in fact Nabooru. They took her and like brainwashed her. They steal her again. You run off, you fight the two witches. mid-fight, they sort of like fuse together into one entity known as Twin Rova. And then after that fight, they defuse. They want to keep fighting, but they gain halos and they start to float towards the light, towards heaven. And as they do, they're bickering. They're like pissed at each other that they lost, and they say that they'll be back to haunt Link. And you beat them. Nabooru, unsurprisingly, is revealed as the Sage of Spirit. After the final temple, Rauru tells Link, "Hey, there's someone waiting for you at the Temple of Time." So you go there. Sheik is there. She tells Link about the Triforce, how it splits for the unworthy. She says Ganondorf has the Triforce of Power currently, but he wants the rest. He's never satisfied. She says that Link, you have the Triforce of Courage, and I have the Triforce of Wisdom. I'm the seventh sage. I'm their leader. I am, in fact, Zelda. She transforms into Zelda. She's been hiding this whole time, trying to make sure that Ganondorf won't find her and take her Triforce. Ironically, the moment she untransforms, Ganondorf shows up and captures her. Before he can, though, she gives you some light arrows, which you're going to use in your fight with Ganondorf. And, Ganondorf basically says, if you want me, hey, come to my tower. We'll fight. So you do. You go to his castle. It's where the former Hyrule Castle was. And at the top, you find him. It's very, ominous. He's playing an organ, and Zelda's, floating above him in a crystal. A lot of people get trapped in crystals. The Triforce parts within the three of you, resonate, and you fight. You beat his ass. He coughs up blood at the end of the fight, and he teleports the group of you to the roof for some reason. Zelda is freed from a crystal, and Ganondorf has used the last of his strength to destroy the tower. That's what she says, at least. So you need to escape. And you do. The castle collapses, and from its ruins, Ganondorf actually emerges. He uses the Triforce of Power to transform into Ganon. So Ganon and Ganondorf are two slightly different things. Ganondorf is his Gerudo sort of humanoid form. And anytime there's a Ganon, it's sort of a monster form. Well, oftentimes it's based off of a pig or a boar. So he turns into Ganon here, and you fight him with Zelda's help. You deliver the final blow with the Master Sword. You stab him right in the head with the Master Sword, which becomes, weirdly enough, a recurring trope in the series. You stab a lot of people in the head with a Master Sword. But, Zelda calls on the sages, and together they open the sealed door and send Ganon to the void of the evil realm, is what they say. He's sucked in. He still has possession of the Triforce of Power, though. But he vows revenge. I'll get you next time. The Void of the Evil Realm. That's another one of those weird things that gets into some long-running translation issues. The sort of short version of it is that in Japan they have two terms. They have Yami no Sakai, which is the world of darkness, and Mukai, which is demon realm. As near as I can tell, those terms kind of best line up with what the English call the Dark World, which is any time the sacred realm is corrupted by Ganon, or just corrupted in general. And the I actually don't have it on here, but the Dark Realm. Dark World and Dark Realm are two different things. Or at least some people will say they're the same thing. The way I see it, the Dark Realm is sort of meant to be hell, the underworld where demons come from, that kind of thing. In either event, in this case, this Void of the Evil Realm, in the Japanese translation, it sounds like they're sending him to the Dark World. It's weird. Sometimes the terms do seem like they might be being used interchangeably, but sometimes there are dark realms that are very clearly different from the Sacred Realm. After that, Zelda and Link speak above the clouds. She thanks Link, kind of apologizes for everything that's happened. It is sort of her fault, in a sense. She started this whole thing, and she says, I'm going to use the Ocarina of Time. I'm going to return you to your original time, back to when you were a child, so that none of this shit ever has to happen. Unfortunately, that creates some nonsense, as we'll see here in a moment. But after the credits, we see Link returned to the Temple of Time as a child again. The Master Sword is still sealed. He's never pulled it out yet. And Navi, the fairy who's been with you this whole time, just flies away via a window, which will be important later. And Link goes to meet Zelda again for the first time, presumably to tell her, all this shit's going to happen. We got to do something else this time. Yeah, in terms of timeline placement, as you can see, a lot of things split off here. And so kind of naturally because of that, it kind of needs to happen at the end of this sort of singular line. Everything sort of afterwards is a result of events in Ocarina of Time. So it just sort of naturally has to end the linear path. The question more so should be like, with these future branches, do they make sense coming out of Ocarina of Time? We'll get to that shortly. Yeah, some other notes. This is the first canonical appearance of Ganondorf, i.e. not Ganon. Just the first appearance of him in general. In the real world, it's the first appearance of Ganondorf, but not Ganon, the monster form. It's not actually the origin of the concept of Ganondorf. It's just the first time we see him physically in a game. Sheik has a harp in this game. She teaches you songs with it. And again, Hyrule Historia speculates that's probably the same harp that Hylia had. It's probably the same harp that Zelda had, Skyward Sword. I don't know if I believe that or not, but it certainly is a nice connection. Kaepora Gaebora, that owl you talk to, he shows up a couple more times in the game. It's generally accepted that he is Rauru, the sage from the temple in the Sacred Realm. There's some debate about it, though. There's some weird stuff with, like, you see him at the Spirit Temple in the future, which doesn't make a lot of sense. Like, if you've already met Rauru, there's no need for him to be, like, pretending to be an owl anymore. And when you go back to the Spirit Temple in the past, you also meet Kaepora Gaebora there, and he's, like, surprised that Link can time travel, which, if he's Rauru, I feel like he should get that idea. But they with time travel shenanigans, that version of Rauru doesn't already know that Link can time travel. I don't know. The Ocarina of Time, as the name alludes to, has some time travel properties. And because of that, Hyrule Historia suggests that it could be made out of the same time shift stones from Skyward Sword. They're both sort of like this bluish cyan color, so it kind of tracks. There's no like real in-game reason to believe it, but it makes sense. This game famously has a couple instances of censorship from the original N64 version to like the later remake and like the GameCube version and Virtual Console. Ganondorf coughs up blood in your fight with him. In later versions, it's like green instead of red, so it's like monster blood. The Fire Temple in like the very first version of the N64 game has chants from the Quran, like the Muslim holy book, in like the background music for it, and they got rid of it because I think they were worried about backlash from the Muslim community, which rightfully they should be. You're not really supposed to use the Quran in that way. Some people will say it was due to backlash, but it seems more like they were worried, like, oh shit, we might get in trouble for that. Let's just do it before people yell at us. There's also a couple places where there's like a crescent and star symbol, which again is like a very important Muslim symbol that they get rid of after the first version of the game. The adult dungeons, those temples, there's some room for variability in there. I've sort of presented what is like generally accepted as like the standard order most people go through, but you can technically swap the forest and fire temples and the shadow and spirit temples. There's some variability there. I'm going to also mention there's a very common theory with this game, which is that all the sages that you meet in the future, they're all dead. Basically, all of them like go to their temple to investigate, to fight the monster there. And the next time we see them, they're in the Chamber of the Sages in the Sacred Realm, which makes it feel like, oh, maybe they died and now they're sort of like in this afterlife space. The problem with that is there's a lot of games where like sages getting killed or like needing to prevent sages from getting killed is very important to the plot. And so it seems weird that this game would have it be like, no, actually they need to be dead to be sages. It seems more like they should have to be alive. So I don't really believe that theory, but it is a very popular one. Okay, so we're back. So, as I mentioned, Ocarina of Time is sort of a splitting point for the series. At this point, the series becomes 3 separate lines of events, 3 timelines. We're going to lead with the Downfall timeline. So, according to Hyrule Historia, what happens here is that at the end of Ocarina of Time, that the fight you have with Ganondorf, in this version of events, Link loses. He does not defeat Ganondorf. Ganondorf is able to collect the entire Triforce. He transforms into the Demon King, which is like one of his Ganon forms. It's sort of like this blue pig guy. Or it could be the sort of Ganon form he takes in this game. It doesn't really matter. But as a sort of last resort, Zelda and the sages seal him in the Sacred Realm with the entire Triforce. This leads to the Imprisoning War. So, I'll just say, we'll get into it here very shortly. The Downfall timeline is a bit... I mentioned there's a couple places in this timeline that I sort of take issue with or find challenging. I think the Downfall timeline, its very existence, is probably the most controversial thing on here. I don't quibble with it as much as some people in the fan base do, but there are issues here. The Imprisoning War, we sort of get two different retellings of the events here. So the version I'll lead with is how Hyrule Historia describes it. Basically, they say that, after what Ganon does here, after getting sealed in the Sacred Realm, the existence of the Triforce and the idea that there's an entrance to the Sacred Realm where it is, sort of become like a commonly known thing throughout the lands. And as people do, they start, lusting over the Triforce. They want the Triforce. They want it. They're trying to find a way into the Sacred Realm. With the Sacred Realm now mirroring Ganondorf's evil heart, no one returns. And eventually, darkness starts actually flowing out of the Sacred Realm, which is now called the Dark World, as we mentioned earlier. Given there's sort of like an implied, albeit brief, time delay here, I think the idea is supposed to be that Ganon is starting to break whatever seal is keeping him in the Sacred Realm, which is why that sort of darkness and conflict is coming about. The wording of Hyrule Historia kind of seems to point this way. So, in response to that conflict, the king orders 7 sages to seal the Sacred Realm. While they do this, the Knights of Hyrule are going to guard them. And as they're doing this, demons from the Sacred Realm attack. The sages manage to seal the Sacred Realm up, and they seal it very tight this time. But almost all of the knights are killed in the process. The 7 sages are implied to be kind of old men. So I would assume it's meant to be a different group than the 7 sages from Ocarina of Time. That could be a thing that's sort of changed as the series has gone on. They changed their mind about that, but that seems to be the implication. The other thing that's worth noting is that Knights of Hyrule, they are literal knights, but they're also a clan. They're a clan of people. They're descended from what they say it's the hero who governed the Crest of Courage. There's some debate on what that Crest of Courage is. Some say it's the Pendant of Courage from Link to the Past, which we'll get into a bit. But generally, the consensus is the Crest of Courage is just having the symbol for the Triforce of Courage on your hand. And so with that in mind, the hero that they're referring to when they said that they're all descended from a hero who governed that, if it's someone we've seen, it's almost certainly the Link from Skyward Sword. He was canonically a knight, and of the characters we've seen so far, he's the only one that's actually interacted with the Triforce. It's the only one who's had any reason for that symbol to appear in his hand. Ocarina of Time Link has also had the Triforce of Courage, but he died, so he probably can't have given birth to a whole clan of people. So that's how Hyrule Historia tells the Imprisoning War. Link to the Past also deals with the Imprisoning War, but its manual sort of tells the story a bit differently. The first thing I got to say is sort of an elephant in the room here is that the English manual changes so much here over the Japanese. I don't have time to mention every detail, but if I don't mention something in the backstory that you could have sworn they mentioned there, it's probably because it's only in the English version. So according to Link to the Past, again, people know about the Triforce, and that's in the Sacred Realm, but they don't know the entrance to the Sacred Realm. And as a result, again, a lot of blood is spilled over people searching for it. Then by chance or by accident, the entrance is found by a band of thieves, is what they say. They begin fighting each other to reach the Triforce, and eventually only the leader is left. His name, of course, is Ganondorf. They say he's more commonly known as Ganon. It's important to note, I kind of mentioned this earlier, Ganondorf never appears in Link to the Past, but this is the first mention of his name. It comes in this backstory. In the English version, he also gets the additional surname of Dragmire. He's Ganondorf Dragmire and has the alias Mandre Ganon. That's completely made up. That's not in the Japanese at all. I like the name, but it's made up. So while he's there with the Triforce, Ganondorf makes an unknown wish. We don't know for sure what it is, but it causes his malice to begin to spread over Hyrule. It's odd that the Triforce doesn't split when he grabs it. He's just able to make a wish. And the easiest explanation for that is that the concept of like the Triforce splitting due to like someone not being worthy of possessing it in our world came about with Ocarina of Time. When Link to the Past was a game, that was not a concept they had come up with yet, so it just doesn't split here. So again, with this sort of evil spreading out, the King of Hyrule sends for 7 sages and the Knights of Hyrule to seal the evil. The sages search for the Master Sword and a hero to wield it, but they aren't able to do so before that sort of malice begins to encroach upon the royal palace. In English, it's implied that the people made the Master Sword in response to Ganon's rising, but that is, again, it's strictly untrue in the Japanese. They do say that the people made the Master Sword, the people of Hyrule made the Master Sword, but they just did it a long time ago. And then as before, the sages make their seal while the knights defend them and are wiped out in the process. So the two stories are pretty similar, but there's a couple of distinctions. There's this idea of like Ganon just kind of randomly finding the Triforce and making a wish on it, as opposed to all the stuff that happens in Ocarina of Time. So how do we kind of rectify those two stories? There's a couple ways of looking at it. You can just accept what Hyrule Historia says and what's implied by this official timeline as just more or less a bit of a retcon of the Imprisoning War. To me, that's what seems the most reasonable. At the time of Ocarina of Time's release in 1998, there were interviews with designers who like make it sound like the Ocarina of Time was meant to cover the Imprisoning War. I kind of get the impression that like that was the original intent, and then slowly like the story became its own thing. But I think that to me implies that this was always sort of their intent with Ocarina of Time there. Alternatively, the story in Link to the Past manual is presented like an in-world history, like it's historians from the world of Hyrule telling us the story. So you could just argue that like as centuries pass, these details get misremembered, people tell the story wrong. The other option is, if you like really, really squint, the way the Link to the Past describes the story does kind of resemble what we see in Ocarina of Time. Like fighting over the Sacred Realm could be related to that Hyrule Civil War. Link is the one who opens the Sacred Realm, so you can kind of think of that as like Ganon stumbling onto it. Like he's not the one who opens it, he just kind of walks in after the guy who does. It seems reasonable to assume that he would have brought soldiers with him, especially after he's already attacked Hyrule Castle. So like that fight for the Triforce is still possible. And then after that, there's kind of like a gap where you'd have to slot in Ocarina of Time's adult timeline before things do line back up with like 7 sages and Hyrule's Night. Links to the Past makes it sound like that's an immediate response to Ganon getting the Triforce, like sealing that path to the Sacred Realm. But you could argue it doesn't like explicitly say things can't have happened in between. Your final option is just to reject modernity, embrace tradition. Link to the Past is right. Everyone who says that Ocarina of Time connects here is wrong. The timeline is wrong. Certainly people have made that decision. I don't blame them. It's a weird sort of distinction, but I do feel like the evidence is there that like Nintendo, even if they maybe didn't fully intend it at the time, like they were thinking about how to link to the Past up to Ocarina of Time. I don't think it's fully unintentional, but there are issues there. In either event, this brings us to the Coming of Agahnim. Centuries pass in relative peace. They always do before a new game. The Imprisoning War becomes a distant legend, and then one day, just a bunch of unexplained catastrophes start happening. There's disease, there's droughts that magic can't fix, and worried, the king starts to investigate the seal to the Sacred Realm to see if it's involved. Nothing's wrong with it, but then suddenly, this guy Agahnim appears. He has some strange magic, and he just ends the catastrophes. Everyone is very happy about this. They praise him. The king says, "Oh, he's a second coming of the sages," and he offers him a role as a priest at the castle. In English, he's called a chief advisor or a wizard. He's never called a priest. This is kind of from the era when Nintendo didn't want religious references in their games, so he's just a wizard. He's not a priest. Over time, Agahnim just starts gaining political power, and he begins governing Hyrule in place of the king. Starts abusing his power, and then rumors slowly spread that he's removed the king, he's taken the crown, he's performing strange rituals in the castle. The sort of opening cutscene to Link to the Past does show a fucking skeleton on the throne in Hyrule Castle, so it seems pretty reasonable to believe that Agahnim did just murder the guy. Yeah. So that brings us pretty directly to Link to the Past. Link is sleeping, as he does, when he hears a telepathic message from Zelda, as she does. She's been taken prisoner by Agahnim, and he's trying to open the seal left by the sages. So Link wakes up, and around the same time his uncle, who he lives with, tells him he's going to go out for a while and asks Link to stay inside. He doesn't. He leaves for Hyrule Castle. As he approaches, Zelda tells him there's a hidden passage in the castle garden, and you enter it. You enter into the sewer area, and there you find your uncle. He's mortally wounded. He's not doing too hot. He says, I didn't want you to get involved, Link, but you're here now, so here's my sword, here's my shield. Go save Zelda. There's a very famous sort of line here where as he's dying, his last words are, "Zelda is your..." And then he cuts off. He dies. People have interpreted it as different ways over the years. He could be saying, it could be like a Star Wars thing. He could be saying Zelda's your sister. Maybe Zelda is your destiny. The Game Boy Advance version of Link to the Past kind of updates this speech in a bit, and it makes it sound like what he was trying to say is something to the effect of Zelda's your responsibility. It's your job to save her now. Go do that. He also mentions that both of them are of the Knights of Hyrule lineage. They're some of the last ones left, which I think matches with the idea of Zelda's your responsibility. You're a Knight of Hyrule. So Link makes his way through the castle. It's full of brainwashed soldiers. And eventually he finds Zelda in a dungeon, and they escape through a secret passage in the throne room to the sanctuary. There they meet the loyal sage who agrees that he'll hide Zelda there. In the Japanese version of the script, he's a priest. It's a church. Zelda tells Link he's got to destroy Agahnim before he can destroy that seal. The loyal sage also mentions that he's sensing a mighty evil force powering the wizard. Wonder who that could be. And in order to defeat him, you're going to need the Master Sword. So he says, Link, go speak to the village elder. His name is Sahasrahla. He's a descendant of one of the sages. He'll tell you more. So you find Sahasrahla. He's actually hiding out near the Eastern Palace. It's a dungeon in the game. And he says that only a hero who's won the 3 pendants can wield the Master Sword. So he sends Link to get the first one. It's at the Eastern Palace. And you get it. After that, he marks the location for the next 2. You go to the Desert of Mystery, and there you meet Agahnim, who's another sage descendant. And you open the Desert Palace with the Book of Majora, which is in the English version, it's implied to become a translation dictionary for ancient Hyrulean. I believe in the Japanese, it's just called the Bible. So it's just a religious book that you're using to enter this palace. And in there, you get the Pendant of Power. So next, you go to Death Mountain, and in Japanese, it's called Mount Hebra. And you meet another sage descendant who gives Link a magic mirror. And with it, you can traverse the Tower of Hera. You're traveling between the light world and the dark world via small portals and the mirror, and you get the Pendant of Wisdom. In the dark world, a Link becomes like a bunny man. He's a bunny dude. You can't use weapons until getting the Moon Pearl, which is also here. The Moon Pearl's description mentions it protects you from effects of a golden power, which is supposed to be the Triforce. I guess that kind of makes sense when you think of the idea of it's implied that the Sacred Realm here becomes the Dark World as part of Ganon's wish. So it has a transforming effect on the Sacred Realm and all who enter it. So it kind of makes sense that the Moon Pearl would, if it's going to prevent Triforce, it would prevent that effect. So after that, you go to the Lost Woods, you get the Master Sword, and immediately Zelda telepathically messages you. She says, shit, there's guards approaching the sanctuary. You rush over, you find the loyal sage. He's dying. He says soldiers abducted Zelda, took her back to Hyrule Castle. So you rush over there, you destroy the magic barrier atop the Master Sword, and you find Agahnim. He has Zelda. He uses magic to make her disappear. We don't know what's going on immediately. But the sage's seal immediately breaks. Agahnim flees. You chase him down and you fight him. You do what's commonly called in the series dead man's volley with him, which is basically like he shoots out a ball of energy and you hit it back to him with your sword, and he hits it back to you, and you play Pong for a while until it hits him and stuns him. It's a common fight style in a lot of these games. Actually, the fight with Ganondorf in Ocarina of Time is also a dead man's volley. With the last of his strength, Agahnim pulls Link into the Dark World. You land on top of this giant pyramid. As I mentioned, the Dark World is like this dark mirror of... Actually, I didn't mention this yet. Dark World in this game is like a dark mirror of Hyrule. It's the same map, but like there's kind of warped reflections of locations you see in regular Hyrule, and just in general, it's a more fucked up place. It's not very nice. There, again, Sarasala speaks with Link telepathically. He says, well, shit, at this point, the only way to keep Hyrule safe, we gotta take back the Triforce. He also suggests you should probably rescue the 7 maidens, who are all sage descendants. Apparently, Agahnim teleported them here as like a way to break the seal. I don't really get how that works, but that's how he did it. And he tells you where the first one is. And yeah, you go about the Dark World and the Light World. You kind of travel between the few to save all the maidens. I'm not going to go into like what happens with each of them. Not a lot narratively. I'll just mention a couple of highlights. The first maiden tells Link that Ganon is trying to expand the gate between their worlds so that he can invade the Light World. He hasn't completely opened the way yet, but like you're running out of time. Her and the other maidens can help you break the barrier around Ganon's hiding place, and she's the one who tells you where the rest of the maidens are. The fourth maiden is in what's called the Village of Outcasts. It's the Dark World's equivalent of Kakariko Village, and it's led by a guy called Blind the Thief. Link breaks into their base there and rescues the maiden. This time she's just like in a jail cell. Normally they're in crystals. All kidnapped maidens in the series are always in crystals. But this time she's in a jail cell, which is weird. She follows Link for a while, and then she walks into like a strong spot of sunlight, and it turns out it's a disguise. It's actually Blind the Thief. He's been trying to trick you. You kick his ass. And then the real maiden shows up, and she says, Link, by the way, you're a Knight of Hyrule. You're probably the last one, dude. Which is not great for him, I guess. The sixth maiden tells Link where Zelda is. She's at Turtle Rock, which is on the Dark World equivalent of Death Mountain. I believe in the Japanese it's just called Death Mountain. It's kind of weird. In English, like Death Mountain is the name for the mountain in the Light World and the Dark World, whereas in the Japanese it seems more like it's Mount Hebra in the Light World and Death Mountain in the Dark World. But also there are a couple times where they call it Mount Hebra, Death Mountain. It doesn't matter. So you rescue Zelda, and then you go to Ganon's Tower, which is also on the Dark World Death Mountain. And again, the 7 maidens dispel the barrier around it. You fight Agahnim, who's revealed here to be Ganon's alter ego. He was using this form of Agahnim to orchestrate events in the Light World to break himself out. In Japan, the word they use for it is something more akin to like a clone or like a split off part of his soul, which I think makes more sense than alter ego, because if it's alter ego, then it kind of implies that like Ganon was already able to get out of the Dark World, in which case he doesn't need to be doing all this shit. But yeah, you chase him to the Pyramid of Power where you landed in the Dark World earlier. You fight him. Link stuns him with the Master Sword. This is one of a couple games where the Master Sword isn't actually what kills him. Instead, it's silver arrows, which you get from a fairy inside the pyramid. She's been cursed by Ganon. That same fairy can also... This is one of the few games where you can like upgrade the Master Sword past just like the regular Master Sword. There's some dwarves. There's dwarves in this game for some reason. It's the only time dwarves show up, who can turn it into the Tempered Master Sword, basically like sharpening it. And then this fairy can turn it into the Golden Sword. behind the boss arena, you find the Triforce. And as I mentioned earlier, this is a case where the Triforce talks to you. It says Ganon's wish was to conquer the world, which is what transformed the Sacred Realm into the Dark World. And it says that conquering the Light World would have made his wish completely true, is how it words it. So Link wishes for peace to return to the world. That's what Hyrule Historia says his wish was. And in a cutscene afterwards, we see your uncle, the king, the loyal sage, basically everyone who's died throughout the game revived. And then, you return the Master Sword to the Lost Woods. You put it back in its pedestal. And the Triforce returns to royal possession. Without Ganon, the Dark World slowly starts returning to being the Sacred Realm. So, in terms of timeline placement, in terms of looking forward, like looking at the rest of the downfall timeline, every other game here either like directly references the events of this game or pretty strongly like implicitly references it. So like the fact that it's at the start of the downfall timeline, nobody would argue about that. It's more so the idea of the downfall timeline existing in the first place, which I said it's kind of this controversial point. It's sort of reliant on events that are made up. You never see an Ocarina of Time. You're just told, yeah, this happens and it causes the downfall timeline. At the same time, you can't really like throw this timeline before Ocarina of Time. That sort of has its own problems. For one, as we'll see, Ganondorf does a lot of fucked up shit here. And so if this all happens before Ocarina of Time, there's no way in hell that the people of Hyrule meet a Gerudo named Ganondorf and just go, oh yeah, like that guy's chill. He's clearly our friend. That never would happen. So it kind of has to take place after Ocarina of Time. Ultimately, I think where they put it is like, it has to go somewhere. I think this is the least problematic solution, but it's definitely, like I said, a controversial point. And we'll actually discuss a bit of an alternative that I kind of prefer later. What else to say about Link to the Past? The Order of the Maidens is kind of like semi-arbitrary. It's sort of the first game in the series where you have some freedom over like what order you do things in. I guess actually, all the original games kind of let you do stuff in a bit of an arbitrary order. It's implied, or at least it's what Hyrule Historia says, that Agahnim teleports the first 6 maidens to the Dark World before he teleports Zelda. She's the 7th maiden. And that's what opens, like, there are sort of minor portals to the Dark World throughout the game. The idea is that, like, it sort of started to weaken the seal. It's what's opening those minor portals. The Dark World, I kind of mentioned it with Link turning into a rabbit, but it's said in the game that the Dark World form, like the form you take in there, reflects your true self. I don't know what Link being a rabbit says about him. That could be sort of a cultural thing I'm missing there, but it is interesting to note. According to Hyrule Historia, the Master Sword spot in the Lost Woods where you pick it up is actually the decayed remains of the Temple of Time from Ocarina of Time. And it kind of makes sense, like the pedestal that it's sitting on, the sort of platform, does kind of resemble the platform it's on in the Temple of Time. I buy it. It makes sense. Another kind of interesting thing to note, a bit of cultural reference here, the Master Sword, the mirror, the magic mirror you use, and the Moon Pearl are all references to what are called, I'm going to butcher this name, the Sanshu no Jinji, otherwise known as the Makusa no Kamdekara, otherwise known as the 3 Sacred Treasures, or the Imperial Regalia of Japan. They're like these sort of historical artifacts that are given to like the Emperor of the Japan. I think now they're like they're replicas of the real things. Some of the originals don't exist anymore. But the Master Sword is based off of the Kusanagi no Tusaguri, which is the grass-cutting sword. I'm sure I'm butchering that. The Yata no Kagami, the 8 Ada mirror is what the dark mirror is based off of. Ada is like a measurement. It's about 18 centimeters. And then the Moon Pearl is based off the Yasakani no Magatama. Couldn't find a great translation for what that means. I think it's something to the effect of like 8-foot curved jewel. You've probably seen it before. It's sort of like those jewels that kind of look like half of a yin-yang symbol. I don't think that one's actually 8 foot, which makes me think that's a bad translation I'm using. But anyways, I thought it was really interesting to learn that. It makes a lot of sense. Everything kind of clicked in my head when I realized that. There's also sort of a question here I've heard a lot of people ask, myself included, when I was going over this. Ganon seemingly has the Triforce the whole time he's in the Dark World. Why didn't he just wish on it? Why didn't he just wish to enter the Light World, the regular world, or wish for all kinds of things? So there's a couple reasons people speculate. He did wish to rule the world, probably. But because he was probably in the Dark World, or the Sacred Realm when he said that, the Triforce just took it very literally and just let him rule the Dark World. As I also mentioned, the Triforce says that by taking over the Light World, he would have completely fulfilled his wish. So it could be the idea that you can make a wish, but you don't get your next wish until the current one is fulfilled. So he would have needed to take over the Light World before he could make another wish. I think the most common accepted reason is the idea that you get one wish on the Triforce. You wish on it once, and that's what you get. The encyclopedia says something about the wish you make on the Triforce lasts until you die, which to me kind of implies that you get the one. None of these games ever contradict that. There's never a moment in any of these games where somebody makes a second wish on the Triforce. But, we don't know if that's just because narratively there was never any reason to, or just convenience. This takes us next to BS Ancient Stone Tablets. The BS stands for Broadcast System. This game is a game for the Satellaview, which is an add-on for the Nintendo Super Nintendo Entertainment System, or the Super Famicom in Japan. It attaches to the bottom of the Super Famicom and lets you sort of download games from the internet. It was a super ahead of its time. But this is one of a couple games that is, as the name implies, it's broadcasted. We'll kind of get into what that means later. But in terms of the story, you the viewer, are hanging out in a modern town. That's actually the town from the menu of the Satellaview add-on. And you enter a mysterious fortune teller's tent that just kind of appeared one day, and you get teleported to Hyrule. 6 years have passed since Link to the Past. Zelda is having some nightmares, some premonitions of evil as she does, and suddenly a brilliant light appears in the east. Zelda and Agahnim, who was one of the descendants of the sages I mentioned in Link to the Past, and I don't know if it's specified in Link to the Past, but it is specified here that he's Sahasrara's younger brother. Anyways, him and Zelda both independently decide to investigate that light. They find you, the original character, OC, knocked out, and they take you to Sahasrara's old hideout. There, Agahnim tells Zelda that Sahasrara had sensed danger, and he's left to find Link. Zelda senses some strange power in your OC, and says that if endowed with courage, they could become the hero of light, whatever the fuck that means. So she returns to Hyrule Castle, and later some soldiers from the Eastern Palace appear before Agahnim. Just a singular soldier. There were some monsters that suddenly appeared there at the Eastern Palace, and he's now the sole survivor. Around this time, you wake up. Agahnim tells you to go to the Eastern Palace to find a sword and so you can defend yourself and fight monsters. It's kind of a dick move of him that you wake up and the first thing he says is, go get a sword and fight some monsters. You don't really get a say in it. But he also sends you to get 2 stone tablets. One is in the Eastern Palace, and one is behind a waterfall. He says they contain clues to your original character's fate. It's never really made clear what he means by that. It never really comes up again. Your original character then proceeds to do that. So one of the weird things about this being a broadcasted game is the game would come out at certain times of the week. You would get it's Saturday night, 6 p.m., go play episode 1 of BS Ancient Stone Tablets. Because of that, it was timed. You had an hour to play through each of the days of the game. I think there's 4 days. And so you don't necessarily, it's kind of weird because like regardless of what you do in each day, you still get to play the next day. You still get to do it like nothing's happened. So like you're told on day one to go get these stone tablets, but you can technically not get them. From here on out, I'm going to be assuming that you do sort of like 100% completion. You know, you do all the things you're sent to do. But because of that timed broadcast shenanigans, in some ways you actually don't really have to do any of it. But later, Zelda is attacked by some monsters south of Eastern Palace. You go save her and return to Hyrule Castle. And then there, Zelda, Agahnim, and you meet up to discuss those tablets you found. Later, you and Agahnim go to Sir Hasrala's Kakariko house to search for clues to like decipher the tablets. So the next day, the next broadcast, the OC is tasked with finding two more tablets, excuse me. One is in a labyrinth east of town, and another is in a temple in the Lost Woods. And at the end of the day, Zelda and Agahnim chat. They're unable to decipher the tablets, but Zelda suggests to Agahnim that he goes to look for the Book of Majora at Link's house. So next day comes, next broadcast, you go find two more tablets. One is in a temple in the Great Palace and Temple in the Great I think I wrote that wrong. Honest to God, it doesn't really matter where the tablets are. But during the day, Zelda enlists help from a fortune teller to find the Book of Majora. And at the end of the day, Agahnim is actually the one that finds it. He goes with the OC to Hyrule Castle to see Zelda. And reading the tablets, they speak of buried power on Death Mountains, specifically silver arrows, which to me would imply that they're different silver arrows than the ones you use in Link to the Past. Otherwise, I don't know how those ancient stone tablets talking about them, but whatever. The next day, your OC makes for Death Mountain, and because she's the only one who can actually read the book and the tablets, Zelda insists on joining you. You can also collect the Master Sword in the Lost Woods on this day. Again, it's kind of an optional thing, but presumably you do that. During the day, you also learn from a fortune teller's vision that Ganon is responsible for all this. As always, he's responsible for the resurgence of monsters. He's even responsible for your arrival. Although Link destroyed him in Link to the Past, his sort of malice enabled his spirit to live on after his body's destruction, and he desires your Hero of Light stuff to revive himself. Along the way, you go after two final tablets. One is in a crypt beneath the graveyard, and one is on a cave on Death Mountain. You then climb Death Mountain, you find a giant stone tablet, and Zelda, she senses something evil sealed there. You're going to need the 8 tablets and Book of Majora to unseal that seal. Although, again, if you fucked up the broadcast, it just unseals anyways, so it doesn't really matter. But she does so. She unseals the seal there, and you find within the silver arrows and a portal to Ganon's domain. So, you go fight Ganon, you kick his ass, you return the Master Sword, and you go home. In terms of where this is on the timeline, I mean, it's very explicitly, the game says 6 years after Link to the Past. So, and interestingly, I'm actually just noticing this, in the real world too, also 6 years between the games. So, yeah, I mean, like, pretty explicitly it has a place in the timeline. The sort of, like, main argument against it, like, actually fitting in there, this is generally considered a non-canon game. The main sort of idea is that, like, Ganon being kind of, like, partially alive is usually considered, like, a contradiction with the fact that in Link to the Past, you kill him, he's dead. But, like, I feel like the idea of, like, his spirit, you know, the malice within makes him linger on. It's not that hard of a trope to wrap your head around. Like, to me, it feels like it's pretty easy to fit in there. The real main issue is that Ganon's domain that you, like, teleport into at the end of the game does look suspiciously like the Dark World, and that's kind of harder to accept. You know, it could be the idea that, like, maybe the Sacred Realm hasn't fully healed yet. It's not fully back from being the Dark World yet, you know, especially if Ganon is still around. Or, like, yeah, Ganon's a powerful guy. He maybe just made a pocket realm or something. Interestingly, we'll also get to this in a moment. The idea of Link being gone from this game, that Sir Hasrala is looking for him, fits exceptionally well with the next game in the series, which makes me feel like they had that in mind. Yeah, in terms of some other thoughts, this game uses the same engine, the same art, the same maps as Link to the Past. And as I mentioned, it's a Satellaview game, which is a Japanese exclusive peripheral. We never got this game over in the West. It was also a SoundLink title, which is part of why it had to be like broadcast over like specific hours. But what that means is that as the game was going on, you would have Japanese voice actors, characters like Zelda and Agahnim, like giving you tips, telling you about like timed in-game events. And that's why you had to play it at like these very specific dates and times. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to get that audio. It just wouldn't work. 4 days, 1 hour each. They never rebroadcasted it. The only reason we're like kind of able to play this nowadays is like people like dumped ROM data on it, but like all that voiceover stuff is completely lost media. It is also interesting though, the first time because of this, that Zelda had like a canon voice. It's the first time you get to hear her. This is also like one of very few occasions where you're not playing as Link, you're playing as your OC. That OC can be, male or female. It's based off of you. The other interesting thing is that in this game there is like an item rental shop. You can rent like traditional like Zelda like weapons and items, which is a concept that will be revisited later and to much enjoyment by the franchise. It's often regarded as one of the better features to come out of like modern Zelda games. But as I kind of alluded to, this brings us to Link's Awakening. So after defeating Ganon, Link decides he's going to go on a journey. He's going to go train. He's going to go enlighten himself. And he's sailing. He's away from Hyrule, like the game alludes to. While he's doing that, he's caught in a storm. His ship is struck by lightning, and he washes up on Koholint Island, rescued by a girl named Marin, who takes him back to her house. And he wakes up there. There you meet her dad, Terran, who gives Link back his shield. And then you go to the beach to find your sword. While you're there, an owl, not Kaepora Gaebora, just a regular owl this time, tells Link that the only way to leave is to awaken the windfish from his egg on Tall Tall Mountain. There's this giant mountain on the island, which is a giant egg on it. So, per the owl's directions, you go across Koholint, you collect 8 instruments of the sirens in dungeons to awaken the windfish, and before the 6th one, the owl directs you to Southern Face Shrine, where you learn, big reveal of the game, Koholint is not real. It's all the windfish's dream. You are somehow in the windfish's dream. And the only way to leave is to wake the windfish up, ending his dream. And there's a bit of like existential dread to that, because there's a lot of characters you meet in this game, and they're nice, you like them, and they will cease to exist by ending this dream. But nevertheless, you collect all the instruments, you play the Ballad of Windfish, which Marin taught you, at the egg, and it cracks open. Inside you fight what are called shadow nightmares. They're part of what's responsible for keeping the windfish asleep. Again, like I said, these guys only exist because he's asleep, so they have a pretty vested interest in keeping him asleep. Interestingly, 2 of their designs are based off of Agahnim and Ganon from Link to the Past, which is a big part of why it is very clearly a sequel to Link to the Past, why it's very clearly the same Link as that game, is because you're in this dream world and you're seeing dreams of enemies you've encountered before. But at the end of fighting those nightmares, you ascend. It's a very trippy scene. You like ascend a staircase into space, and at the top of the staircase, the owl reveals that in fact he was a manifestation of the windfish's consciousness the whole time. And the windfish appears before Link, despite the fact that he's called a fish. He's a whale. He's a giant whale. And he asks you to play the Ballad of the Windfish one more time. And as you do, you awaken. Link awakens on the wreckage of his ship. He sees this big shadow looming over him. And what do? You look up and you see the windfish, that fucking whale, flying through the air. Yeah, like I said, in terms of timeline, this is another one that is kind of word of God. I believe it's the player's manual specifically mentions that it's after Link to the Past. The regular game manual also mentions that you just defeated Ganon, which I don't want to rely too much on arguments based off of like what was out at the time, but like at the time, if you just defeated Ganon, the only 2 games that could have been was Link to the Past or the original Legend of Zelda. And again, Link to the Past, you have sort of those references to Agahnim and to Ganon. It seems very reasonable to say that's the same Link. a couple thoughts. I mean, despite the fact that I think this is a very simple story, a very quick one, this is maybe a bit of a hot take. This is my favorite 2D Zelda game. It's a lot of fun. Koholint Island is a really cool locale. It's very like straightforward in a lot of ways that are fun, and the locale is there's a lot of interesting characters. Supposedly, actually, this game came out around the time that Twin Peaks was coming out in Japan, and because of that, supposedly a lot of this game is inspired by Twin Peaks. Sort of the like weird dream logic stuff, and this idea of like going to a new place and meeting all these characters who are like seem normal but are slightly sort of like askew and weird. Supposedly that's inspired by Twin Peaks, and I think that's a big part of why I like this game. At one point, Zelda.com, which is like an English source for Zelda, I believe it's their official website, claimed that this happened in the middle of Adventure of Link. There's a moment where you're like sailing to Eastern Hyrule, and they say that like, oh yeah, midway through that, Link gets shipwrecked. I don't believe that. It's a purely a sort of tertiary source, but it is a funny concept to me. This is also one of few instances where Link canonically talks. It's a Game Boy Advance, just a Game Boy game, so you don't hear him. But when you're like going through that shrine and learning that you're in a dream, there's like a little text bubble that shows up that he says like, "What? Illusion?" Which can only be Link. He's confused about the scenario he's in. Yeah, that's Link's Awakening. Okay, so next up in the order we have the Oracles games, Oracles of Seasons and Oracle of Ages. This is sort of from the era when like Pokemon was getting big, so these are like a twin release. Unlike Pokemon though, they are two separate stories. The sort of gimmick here is that like when you finish one, you get a code that you can use in the next game to like continue the story from the first game. It changes like a couple things. We'll get into it. But we're going to start with Oracle of Seasons. So the story here, in general, with both the games, is that Twin Rova, who are the Kotake and Kurume, Ganon's surrogate mother from Ocarina of Time, they want to resurrect him. They want him back. So they need to, as part of their sort of ritual to resurrect him, they need to light 3 flames. They're called the Flame of Destruction, the Flame of Sorrow, and the Flame of Despair. And then after they do that, they need to offer a sacred sacrifice. So as part of their scheme to do this, they send Onox, the General of Darkness, to a land called Holodrum for the Flame of Destruction, and Veron, the Sorceress of Shadows, to a land called Labrinia for the Flame of Sorrow. While this is going on, Link is he's traveling around Hyrule when suddenly, I think the manual says like a strange force draws him to Hyrule Castle. And in there, he finds the Triforce. It's just resting, just in plain sight, in a very apparently easy-to-reach part of the castle. And it talks to him again. It tells him to, go and accept. I have a quest for you. Accept it. And he does, and it teleports him away. So Link, start of Oracle Seasons, he lands in Holodrum. It's a pretty hard land. He gets knocked out. And there he meets Din and her troupe. She's like a dancer, and so it's like a carnival troupe. Before long, Onyx appears. He kidnaps Din, and he reveals that she is in fact the Oracle of Seasons. So by kidnapping her and burying a structure known as the Temple of Seasons, Onyx throws Holodrum, like all of its seasons, out of whack. As you go across the map, there'll be like sections that are in winter and others that are in spring or summer, and so that's bad. The troupe's cook reveals herself as Impa. She says she was sent by Zelda to bring Din to Hyrule for safety. Zelda is apparently at least somewhat aware of this plot to kidnap Din. And she asks Link to go save Din. So you meet with the Maku tree, which is the sort of like guardian of Holodrum. His power has been weakened due to the loss of 8 essences of nature. So he needs Link to go and recover those so he can break the barrier around Onox's base for you. So you go off and you do that. You collect the first essence. It's called Fertile Soil. And then you go to Subrosia. It's like this underground world to find the Temple of Seasons. There you acquire the Rod of Seasons, which allows you to change the seasons in different areas of the map. You specifically take it to the Spirit of Winter to have it imbued with their power, so you can turn anywhere on the map into winter. And then, directed by the Maku Tree, you go and you gather the remaining essences. I'm not going to go into like high detail on each of them. They are the Gift of Time, Bright Sun, Soothing Rain, Nurturing Warmth, Blowing Wind, Seed of Life, and Changing Seasons. Periodically, you're like returning to the Temple of Seasons to imbue the Rod of Seasons with those remaining spirits' powers, so you can turn all the map into different parts of the seasons. Before you enter the 5th dungeon, a mysterious old lady appears in front of Link. She says, "Hey, don't rescue Din, otherwise Holodrum, it's going to be filled with destruction, despair, and sorrow, and the evil king will be revived." As part of getting the 7th essence, Link works with the like pirate skeletons called Pyretons. The game and like sort of supplementary material kind of implies that they're not like, dead pirates who are now skeleton pirates, like a sort of Pirates of the Caribbean kind of thing, but rather like that's just how they look. That's Pyretons are like a species and they look like skeletons. I imagine that was sort of a thing they did to keep the game a little more kid friendly. I kind of don't like it, but that is what it is. You help them unbury their ship. It's like stuck between desert sands and Subrosia. Subrosia is below Holodrum. So you help them get it out. And then once you have all the essences with the Maku Tree's strength restored, he gives Link what's called a huge Maku Seed, and you use it to dispel Onyx's barrier. There, the old lady returns. Surprise, she is the fused Kotake and Kume, and they gloat to Link. They say, the flame of destruction, it's going to start burning soon, and before you know it, we'll have the evil king back. So you go through Onyx's castle, you fight him, and then mid-fight, he reveals like his true form. He's like a dark dragon. He also mentions, and I think Baron will mention a similar thing in Oracle of Ages, that he's summoned from the Dark Realm by Twinrova. Not entirely sure what this means or sort of like when that would have happened, but the implication, as we sort of went over last time, is that like the Dark Realm usually refers to like the world that demons come from. So he's some kind of demon creature. Makes sense. He's a dragon. So you beat him, you free Din, and the seasons return to normal. Twinrova, in like a post-credit scene, watch on from their lair. They say that even with Onyx's defeat, all this fucked up shit he did to Holodrum, it was still enough to light the flame of destruction. So after that, Oracle of Ages starts. You link over to that game, and you find yourself next teleported to Labrinia. There you find Impa again. She's sent to take Nehru this time to Hyrule, and the two of you find Nehru. She's like singing in a field to like a kid and some animals, and then Varen appears. She actually has possessed Impa, so she like comes out of Impa and possesses Nehru, who, unsurprisingly at that moment, it's revealed that she is the Oracle of Ages. So with Nehru's power, Varen travels to the past, and once again, Impa tasks Link with saving her. You meet with Labrinia's Maku Tree, who, like mid-conversation, just disappears. So you go to the past via like a portal to rescue the Maku Tree. You're kind of under the assumption that she disappeared because something has happened in the past to make it so that she never existed. So you rescue her, and while you're there, you learn that Queen Ambi, directed by Nehru, has recently been putting people to work building a tower to the heavens. It's called the Black Tower. Originally, the tower is being built to guide Queen Ambi's lover back from sea. We'll circle back to that later. But it's since been like repurposed and sort of has taken on this dark purpose. An unfortunate sort of side effect of these events is that because you've rescued the Maku Tree, she now has the hots for Link. She says that she'll be his bride when she grows up. And there's kind of a funny moment here where like you teleport back to the future and like talk to her immediately after this. So from you, like 10 seconds have passed. But to her, it's been 400 years. And now 400 years later, she thinks that she has it mixed up. She thinks that Link made that promise to her, not the other way around. Yeah, a lot of history in this series of creatures of different species having the hots for Link. I don't know, is what it is. So, as before, Link needs 8 essences. This time they're the essences of time to restore the Maku's power and memories, and from there access Varen's lair. While searching for the second dungeon, it collapses. It just falls apart in front of you. So you're sent by the Maku to Nehru's house, and there you find the Harp of Ages, and with it you're able to time travel. So you travel across Labrinia, across both eras. You collect the essences. They are the Eternal Spirit, Ancient Wood, Echoing Howl, Burning Flame, Sacred Soil, Lonely Peak, Rolling Sea, and Falling Star. A little bit less clear this time. I think the Seasons ones are very much like, oh yeah, I can see how those are elements of the Seasons. I don't really know what Echoing Howl has to do with time, but, you know, it's important that you collect it. So you do that. Along the way, you're also learning new songs to, like, increase the extent of your time travel powers. Like, at the start of the game, it's just, like, certain portals you can activate, whereas, like, by the end of the game, you can just go back and forth whenever and wherever you want. While in the past, for the second essence, you learn that Nehru intends to make the day never end so that workers never have to stop working on the Black Tower, which isn't how that works, but, like, it's a kid's game. I appreciate the idea. And then at the end, once it's finished, she'll stand atop it and begin what she calls the Age of Shadows. While searching for the fourth essence, you learn that Zelda has come to Labrinia, but she got kidnapped and taken to the Black Tower. The Black Tower in the modern day, not in the past. And you save her in, like, what is, I shit you not, like a Donkey Kong parody. Like, you're climbing up the tower, like, jumping over barrels. It's weird. I don't know. After the sixth essence, while you're in the past, the young Maku tree tells Link that Ambi has left her palace. So you take this opportunity to bomb in there. You rescue Nehru, like exorcise Varen from her. And Varen takes that opportunity to instead possess Queen Ambi. So that happens. It's not good, but you manage to get Nehru back and back to the present. So as part of the seventh essence, you also interact with the Sea Zora. I guess this is as good as time has made as any to mention it, but there is a distinction between Sea Zora and River Zora. Sea Zora are sort of like what you see in, like, Ocarina of Time, and, you know, here, and a lot of the more, like, modern games feature Sea Zora. They're what you see in, like, Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom too. They're sort of like fish or, like, you know, shark or whale kind of based. Whereas River Zora are more like, I don't even know how a great way to describe them. They look more like sea monsters. They're like green, and, you know, a lot of these games are like enemies. That kind of changes less as we go on in the real world, but like at the start of the series, that's all there was. There was just River Zora, and they were just enemies, and later a distinction was made. But anyways, you interact with them, and you enter Jabu Jabu, which is kind of weird because he was here in Ocarina of Time. He was in Hyrule. So I don't know what's going on there. If, like, there's just multiple Jabu Jabus, or if he's decided to move here for some reason. I don't know. But you collect all the essences. Maku gives you a huge Maku seed again, and you go to the now finished Black Tower in the past. And while there, you learn from Zelda that Ralph, which is like this friend of Nehru who's been kind of like trying to help you this whole time and largely failing, he's not very competent, is Ambi's descendant, and he's like going to go fight the Varen possessed Ambi and like presumably kill her, and he's like, you know, just accepted that, like, I will cease to exist if I do this, but I got to do it. So you climb to the tower, you dispel the barrier near the top, and as you do, you see the Flame of Sorrow is lit. It lights in a cutscene here, so that's 2 out of 3 flames lit. And you find Ralph fighting the sort of Baron Ambi, and you know, he's not concerned with ceasing to exist, but does get his ass kicked anyways. So instead, you fight her, you exorcise Ambi, and you defeat Varen's like true form, which is sort of how she looks when she's like not possessing people. So you go to leave the Black Tower, and as you do, Varen reappears and she steals Link away. She now reveals her true form, which is like a weird like kind of mollusk thing. I think they're playing on the idea of like sort of like this sort of trope of like sorceress who like is, because she's ugly inside, she's in her true form, she's ugly on the outside too. That whole thing. So yeah, you kill her, you win, and you destroy her for real this time. But the celebration is kind of short-lived. Impa runs in. She says Zelda was kidnapped by Kotake and Kume. And since Zelda is the hope of her people, this instantly lights the flame of despair. So Kotake and Kume, they begin the ceremony to sacrifice Zelda and summon Ganon. So mystical power is what the game says. Just begins to fill Link's body as he raises his hand. His hand in this game has the Triforce of Courage symbol on it, so he just raises it up, and then everything fades to white. And together with the two oracles, they teleport Link to Zelda. You fight Kotake and Kume, both separately and as their like twin Rova form, and you defeat them. With their plans thwarted, Twin Rova decides, fuck it, they're going to make a final gambit. They sacrifice their own body instead of Zelda's. Zelda is who their sacred sacrifice they were intending on using to bring back Ganon. But due to the sort of improper procedure going on, it's not a sacred body. The ceremony was sort of cut short. Ganon this time kind of comes back as like this mindless beast. So you defeat him, you rescue Zelda, the castle you're in starts crumbling, but the Maku tree teleports you back where the oracles and Impa are waiting. There's a little scene here where Zelda, in thanks, I guess, kisses Link, and he gets like woozy before she turns away, probably like blushing. I only mention it because like the amount of times that like actual like anything even resembling romance between Link and Zelda is like shown in the series is pretty limited. This is like one of the very few times it like explicitly comes up in any way. But the Maku tree is upset, of course, because the girl is kissing her man. But post credits, we see Link wave everyone by. He sets sail on a boat, presumably off to more adventures. So timeline placement. So in terms of, like I said, you can play these games in either order. You can do Oracle of Ages, then Oracle of Seasons, or Oracle of Seasons, then Oracle of Ages. Either way, whichever one you end with will end with that like part with Zelda getting kidnapped and fighting Ganon and all that. So Oracle of Seasons is generally accepted as the one that takes place first. It's a little bit arbitrary, like I said, but it's what Nintendo has consistently questioned.
Yeah, what happens if you don't play both of them?
If you don't play both of them, the game just kind of ends like it ends with you defeating whether like it's Onox or Varen in that flame lighting. You'll sort of get like a teaser at the end of the game saying like, hey, here's your code, go play the next one. But yeah, I mean they are like I think on their own decently well self-contained enough games, but they're definitely meant to be played together. Yeah, so the order is kind of arbitrary. Oracle of Seasons before Oracle of Ages is what Nintendo consistently picks, and I think there is even some stuff that the fans have said that like points to like, yeah, that one kind of makes more sense. But really, it can go either order. Twin Rova trying to bring back Ganon, specifically like the pig Ganon form, puts it clearly downfall timeline post Link to the Past. That's where he dies. There is sort of a point of controversy here. Another kind of popular one in the series. So originally when we got Hyrule Historia, these two games were flipped. You had Oracle of Seasons and Ages before Link's Awakening, and since then they've changed it. They've gone the other way around, and every timeline since then it's been Link's Awakening, then Oracle of Seasons, Ages. If you go with the original, you put this first, and then have Link's Awakening after. The timeline placement is very obvious. The reason people kind of prefer putting these games before Link's Awakening is I mentioned there's that post-credit scene where Link is sailing away on a boat, and that's how Link's Awakening starts. As he's on a boat. It looks very similar to the boat from this cutscene, and it crashes. So people like to say, well, clearly it's supposed to be this Link crashing in that game. The sort of like counter-argument to why I'm pretty sure why they've decided now to flip it back around is that when you meet Zelda in this game, she talks to Link in a very cordial way that kind of implies she's never met him before, which, because this is the same Link from Link to the Past, if that was true that this was also the same Link, she should know him. She should talk to him like she knows him. So putting it after is sort of a way of saying, well, this is actually a different Link. She doesn't know him. Which you prefer, kind of, in my mind, there's sort of small conflicts there either way. It really just comes down to, are you more willing to accept the idea that two different Links have ridden on boats before, or are you more willing to accept the idea that, like, Zelda is talking to Link like she doesn't know him, just, like, for the sake of, because this game comes out a decade after this one. So the counter-argument is, like, she's talking to Link like she doesn't know him because, like, it would be a little weird to expect fans to have, like, everyone has played this game, everyone knows who Zelda is. It's more so for the player to be introduced to Zelda than it is for Link. In my mind, I feel like, that's sort of an out-of-universe reason. I feel like for me, in terms of, like, an in-universe way, it's a lot easier for me to just think, just two different Links rode boats. But, like, I do think that was their intent when they made this game. I think their intent was that it would lead into Link's Awakening. But, yeah, you can kind of flip the two. It doesn't change too much either way. So if you put Oracle of Seasons before it, its timeline placement is very obvious. Otherwise, like, the argument for why it would, like, have to come right after Link's Awakening is a bit more sort of, like, vague. It takes place outside of Hyrule, so there's, like, room to argue it could happen in a lot of places post, like, Link to the Past, because you really don't have to worry about, like, what's going on in Hyrule while this is going on. So, like, the evidence for it being here is kind of largely circumstantial, mostly just going off that, like, it's kind of sensible to place, like, games of similar release eras near each other. It kind of gives an explanation to why, like, Ganon can come back. He's going to keep coming back in these games. And there's sort of, like, a kind of weak connection here that the encyclopedia makes, and I'll circle back to that very shortly. So some other notes. How is Twinrova back? Because she dies here. If you'll recall, at the end of her fight, the two of them unfuse, like, have halos and just float up to the light. This leads to, there's a couple different theories on this, but I'm going to talk about the one that is I think maybe my favorite theory in this entire series, which is that, like, so them getting halos and like floating up to heaven is not something we see anywhere else in this series. Like, usually when you kill someone or kill a monster, like, they explode into, like, a puff of smoke, or, like, they just actually lie there dead. Like, this is the only time we see characters, like, spirits separate from their body, go up into heaven. And it also seems weird because, like, I think no matter how you cut it, these are evil characters. They probably shouldn't go to heaven, unless this is just a universe where everyone goes up. You would think they should go down. So I personally like the theory that they're just faking it. They're magicians. They're able to just pretend to be dead at the end of their fight so that Link will leave them alone. And they just faked it. The only, like, small detail against this is there are other characters in this game who have, like, sort of spiritual forms that look similar to theirs. In the sort of adult part of the game, you meet Dompe, who's, like, the gravekeeper in the young Link part, and he's dead now, and he has a halo. He floats around. So that's, like, a small point against it. But I like to think that they just faked it. Hyrule Historia treats Subrosia as, like, an alternate realm, which I think strictly has to be wrong. Like I said, it is very clearly, like, supposed to be below Holodrum, to the point, like, you have that ship that is, like, actively between Holodrum and Subrosia that really only works if they are physically located, one above the other. The encyclopedia also calls Holodrum and Liburnia, like, parallel realms to Hyrule, which I don't think makes much sense either. You have, like, Zelda and other characters traveling between, like, Hyrule and these two realms, and even between the two realms themselves. So I mentioned the two oracles, the Oracle of Seasons and Ages. They are Din and Nehru. You will probably recognize that these are the same names as two of the goddesses, which leaves Furore out. But there is actually a third oracle in this game. Furore is the Oracle of Secrets. She lives in the Maku Tree in either game, and she's responsible for a lot of like the linked game stuff. You can talk to her to link one game to the other, and like there'll be stuff where like a character in the first game will like, or no, sorry, a character in your linked game, your second game you play, will like give you a code and like say like, hey, tell this code to like, you know, the Gravekeeper in Holodrum. And so you go back to your original game, you tell him the code, and he'll give you like some special item, like a special sword or something, and also another code that you can then in turn tell Nehru in your second game to get that item also in the second game. It's a bit of a convoluted system, but it does all work out. Yeah, as I mentioned, the oracles are named after the goddesses. They're probably not literally them. If Varen possessing Nehru, and this is anything to go off of, they're not like goddess level powerful. I would think Varen, a demon, wouldn't be able to possess a goddess. They do also, though, appear in Minish Cap, which is like centuries, maybe a millennia earlier. So there's like an argument to be made there of like, well, that would seem to imply that they're like very, very old. The issue there is that Nehru is described in this game as descending from a line of oracles in Labrinia, so we can kind of assume it's not the same Nehru. It's just two characters who are probably of the same lineage. There's also like a side quest with them in that game where like there's someone who's selling houses. He has only 2 houses, and you have to pick 2 of the 3 oracles to let live in the houses, and the third one is, you know, left out in the cold. They're not too happy about it. That's a reference to the fact that originally this was going to be 3 games. There was going to be a third game called Mystical Seed of Courage, which would have been Furore's game. Originally it was the Mystical Seed trilogy, so it would have been Courage, Power, and Wisdom. So that's a fun little reference they snuck in. The reason that they put it down to 2 is because I already mentioned how convoluted those codes sound when we're talking about 2 games. It would have been so much worse if you had 3. So they cut it to 2 to just keep things simple. Some people use the resurrection of Ganon here as like a reason for Ganon being kind of less smart in Legend of Zelda. I think it's sort of debatable if he's actually dumb here. Like we'll kind of get into what happens here, but I think it's a bit of a misconception that he's just like a mindless monster in this game. He still very clearly has some level of intelligence, probably more than we see in this game. But that is a very common sort of argument that's made. Yeah, I mentioned the linked game stuff. A couple other interesting things there worth noting. If you do Ages first and then Seasons, Nehru will appear in Seasons. She teleports Queen Ambi to the present to find the captain of the Pyretans that you work with. It's revealed there. You know, I mentioned that she was building this tower as like a way to signal her lover home. Cap'n is her lover. She's in love with this pirate skeleton. Yeah. There's a lot you could go into with like the linked game stuff. So, I'm going to kind of leave it at that, I think. So that leads us to our next event in the timeline. It's the splitting of the Triforce. So in the post-credits of your linked Oracle game, whichever you play second, you see the Triforce pieces kind of float into the air, and then there's a flash cut where they disappear, and now there's 3 birds instead. So the encyclopedia decides to interpret this as the Triforce splitting. I'm not a huge fan of that. That feels like a pretty strong ass pull to me. But we do know for sure that the Triforce has to split sometime between this game and that game. So it is like as good of an explanation as any. That's sort of why I mentioned that other like kind of loose argument for why this game has to take place here. But in any event, we know Triforce does have to split at some point. We don't really know how or why, but it does. Speaking of A Link Between Worlds, we'll sort of start getting into the backstory of it here, which is the backstory here is kind of a mess. The main issue is that it recounts a story that sounds very, very similar to Link to the Past and what happens there. Only this time it ends with Ganon being sealed by Sage's descendants and later receiving the Triforce of Power when it splits. It's weird to me because not only do we not see this in Link to the Past, it pretty directly conflicts with the Oracle games. They're very heavily reliant on the idea of Ganon being dead, not sealed. So there's a couple ways of rectifying this. I think the best explanation we have is that this is another thing where we're learning these events sort of in universe. So it's reasonable to assume that maybe the story of Link to the Past got corrupted with a later instance of Ganon reemerging and getting sealed. We do know because of these events that Ganon has to be sealed and it has to have gotten the Triforce of Power at some point. So maybe those events kind of just got sort of mixed up with Link to the Past. Said backstory also seemingly recounts Rauru placing the Triforce in the Sacred Realm way back here. Though this time it is explicitly said that it was 7 sages who did it. I noted back in Ocarina of Time that Zelda makes a similar observation. So I think this could potentially be true. It could have been that it was actually 7 sages and not Rauru. It shows up enough times that I think it's worth noting. That brings us to A Link Between Worlds proper. So Link here is a blacksmith's apprentice. He's woken up from a nightmare by his master's son, Gully, and they go to the shop. There you find the captain of the guard, who the blacksmith is working on a sword and shield for. He leaves kind of abruptly, and you realize, he forgot his sword. So the blacksmith tasks Link with going to Hyrule Castle to deliver it. There you learn that he's made for the Sanctuary instead. And at the Sanctuary, Ceres, who is the priest's daughter, the Sanctuary is the same Sanctuary from Link to the Past. It's in Japan, I think it's just called the church. But she says that Captain is there talking to her dad, so she goes inside to get him. And as she does, you hear her cry out from within, and the door behind her locks. You enter via a secret pathway in the nearby graveyard. You're told about it by Dompe, the gravekeeper. And you reach the inside of the sanctuary. There you find a wizard named Yuga, who's confronting the priest. He spawns in a painting and sort of throws it at Ceres and traps her inside it. He says that her grace will be pleased with his actions. And you also see the captain as art on the wall, kind of indicating he's had a similar fate. Apparently, Yuga is able to turn people into art, into paintings. There's a lot of talk about beauty and perfection from Yuga. That's sort of his whole shtick. So you rush to attack Yuga, and by rushing me, literally you charge at him, and at the last second he transforms into a painting on the wall, which means that you just hit your head on the wall and you get knocked out and he leaves. So Link wakes up in his bed, his own bed at his own house. He's attended to by a guy in a purple rabbit hood. He identifies himself as Ravio, and he asks if it's okay hey Link, is it okay if I stay at your house? Which you say, yeah, okay, that's fine. And as sort of payment as rent, I guess, he gives Link this old bracelet he had. The game specifically goes to pains to note that it smells bad. I don't know why that matters, but the game thinks it's important, so I think it's important too. So you go to Hyrule Castle. The guards there don't believe Link's story, so they won't let him in. But at the last second, Impa steps out. She's skeptical, but she decides, you know what, Zelda still might want to hear this. So while Impa goes to get Zelda, Link kind of waits in the foyer, and he views some paintings that recount that backstory I sort of mentioned earlier. So you meet with Zelda. She says she's been having... she's seen Link's face before in dreams. He's a hero fighting an evil monster, which is seems to be the same dream that Link was having at the start of the game. It's sort of his nightmare. So Link tells Zelda his story, which she immediately believes, and they send Link to seek out Sahasrahla in Kakariko Village. This is presumably not the same Sahasrahla from Link to the Past, because then he would be hundreds of years old, probably just a descendant. And Zelda gives Link a charm kept by the royal family. It's very clearly the Pendant of Courage from Link to the Past. It looks visually identical. The game doesn't call it that yet, but if you're following along, you know that's what it is. So Sahasrahla reveals that Ceres is a sage of a descendant of one of the original 7 sages, and because of that, he surmises that Yuga is after the descendants to free Ganon. Very similar to what Aghanim's plot was in Link to the Past. He wants to collect all the sages so that he can somehow free Ganon. So Sahasrahla sends Link to check on his pupil Osphila, who he sent to the Eastern Palace, as he's also a descendant to one of the sages. So you go there, you enter the Eastern Palace with help of a bow that Ravio loans him. He intended to open a shop near the palace, but he's kind of a coward. He left after seeing all the monsters there. And there you find Osphila. He kind of brushes off your concerns. He says he's just as strong as the sages. You don't have anything to worry about, which even in Link to the Past, we know Hyruleans were getting weaker in magic. That's sort of a key point of that game. So, demonstrably, this is wrong. He is not as strong as any of the sages ever were. He's very clearly weaker. He's just cocky. So you follow him into the palace, and at the top you find Yuga. What is he doing? Of course, he's turning Osphila into a painting. So you fight Yuga again, and he, this time, is a little frustrated, a little sick of seeing Link. So he uses his magic to turn Link into art on the wall. He's stuck on the wall. And as he leaves, he mentions his intent to transform Zelda. As you're sort of sitting there, stuck on the wall, the bracelet that Ravio gives you starts to sparkle and kind of absorb energy from Yuga's magic. And with it, Link discovers that he's able to merge in and out of walls. It's unclear, how the bracelet does that. Even Ravio, when you mention it to him, is, surprised it has that effect. So, I don't know what's happened there, other than just, plot convenience or, presumably this is just an ancient artifact that Ravio, knew was probably worth something but didn't realize its actual power. So outside the Eastern Palace, you run into Sahasrahla, you tell him what happened, and the two of you hear a crash in the direction of Hyrule Castle. So you run over and you see the castle wall is blocked by this sort of inky paint-like barrier. Sahasrahla suggests that the only way through is with the Master Sword. So as before, as in Link to the Past, Link's going to have to recover the Pendants of Virtue. This is when you learn that the one you already have is the Pendant of Courage. So he tells Link that the others are in the House of Gales and Tower of Hera. So he then leaves to go figure out who the descendants could be. And at some point here, you go to those 2 temples to get the pendant. At some point here, Link will inevitably return to his house, where you find Ravio has converted it into a shop. This sort of becomes a central mechanic of the game. You're renting and buying typical Zelda dungeon items as you need them to solve various puzzles and access different dungeons. If you rent them, you lose them on a game over, whereas if you buy them, you can keep them and later get a fairy to upgrade them. It's a fun mechanic. People really like that about Link Between Worlds, and like I mentioned, it's interestingly sort of foreshadowed in Ancient Stone Tablets. There's a similar mechanic there, not nearly as robust, but sort of kind of foreshadowing that idea. So the order of those 2 dungeons are arbitrary, but you go to, for the House of Gales, you go to the Zora's domain. These are River Zora, like I mentioned, and you help them recover a gem stolen from Queen Orin, and you use the reward you get, which are Zora flippers. They let you dive to go to the House of Gales. You travel through, you receive the Pendant of Wisdom, and then you head up Death Mountain. You reach the Tower of Hera. It's the same Tower of Hera as Link to the Past. You travel up it, and you receive the Pendant of Power. With those 2, you get a telepathic message from Sahasrahla. He tells Link to go to the Lost Woods and claim the Master Sword. So you do. You go to the Hyrule Castle, you break the barrier, and then near the top you find Yuga turning Zelda into a painting. You fight Yuga. He confirms here, he's trying to free Ganon, and he flees. You chase him to what I assume is supposed to be Zelda's study. It's sort of an offshoot kind of tower of the castle. And there you find a strange kind of crack in the wall. So you merge with the wall and like go through the crack, and you find yourself in like this strange multicolor void before exiting in a very similar study. So you head into the castle, and there you find Yuga doing a ritual with 8 paintings. They are Ceres, Zelda, Impa, Gully, Irene, who I haven't mentioned, but she's like a witch's apprentice who is sort of responsible for like the fast travel in this game. You can like call upon her, and she'll fly by with her broom for you to ride on. Osfala, Orin, and Rosso, who's like an ore miner on Death Mountain. He has them all in paintings, and he creates this dark portal from which Ganon and the Triforce of Power emerges. So the implication of Orin being here is kind of odd. All of the sages, at the very least, all the sage descendants in Link to the Past are all human. And she's the only one here who isn't human. So, I mentioned before that there are several points in the series where Zora kind of have the hots for Link, for different Hylians. So, I guess the implication here is that that's a thing that can happen. That's a thing you can do. I don't know why. I don't know why they thought that was necessary, but now we know. So, Yuga, having summoned Ganon, he merges with him. It's kind of ironic that Yuga talks a lot about like this sort of transformation being his masterpiece. You know, he's all about like perfection and beauty because this form is ugly as shit. Like it's one of not even in like a I don't even think in like an intentionally ugly kind of way. I think it just comes full circle to just being an actually not good design. I'm not a fan of it. But then a princess similar to Zelda just shows up out of nowhere. She looks almost identical, but she has black hair instead of blonde. And she shows up to subdue like the Yiga Ganon form with like this dark blue sort of like web-like magic. She calls herself Hilda, and she says that Link is in Lorule. She apparently knew of Yiga's plot to go to Hyrule, but was unable to stop him. And he says that, you know, Yiga aims to conquer both Lorule and Hyrule. She'll hold him off for Link for now, but Link needs to go and rescue the 7 sages from dungeons across Lorule. So you journey across Lorule. You take advantage of like crack portals within Hyrule to like circumnavigate. There's like giant bottomless rifts in the landscape of Lorule, just like chasms that are uncrossable. More on that later. I'm not going to cover the individual sages here. Not a lot happens narratively. After the second sage, you get a cutscene from Hilda. She's looking at Zelda's painting, and she's like speaking with some jealousy about, you know, Hyrule's prosperity, and that it always seems to get like happy endings. She says that Lorule needs a hero like Link. So, yeah, it seems like things here maybe aren't exactly as we've been told. You get some more cutscenes like this after like every other sage of Hilda talking to Zelda's painting. After the 6th one, she says that Link almost has the Triforce of Courage, and that with it, Lorule can be saved, whatever that means. So once all 7 sages are, as you rescue them, they go to like this sort of realm that looks a lot like the Chamber of Sages from OOT. Once you have all of them, they're able to summon the Triforce of Courage, which they then give to Link. Yeah, I don't know why that's a thing that sages can do now. You know, I think they say that like after. I think the backstory of this game is pretty explicit that like when the Triforce splits, one piece goes to Ganon, the wisdom goes to, you know, the Hyrule royal families, it always does, and the Triforce of Courage just kind of disappears. So I guess it's been a hiding out here where the sages hang out, the sages clubhouse this whole time. So they give it to Link, and with it, you confront Yiga Ganon. As you arrive, Hilda shows up. She says Yiga has just escaped his bonds. Excuse me, Yuga. Yiga is a group here in the timeline we're not going to be talking about today. So yeah, he's escaped his bonds. She removes the barriers around the castle so Link can enter. And in the throne room, you find Hilda with Zelda's painting. Again, something sketchy's going on here. So Hilda touches the painting. Like I mentioned, Triforce of Wisdom is with the royal family. So Zelda has it. She touches the painting and takes the Triforce of Wisdom from Zelda. She reveals the legend of Lorule, their sort of backstory. So, like Hyrule, Lorule is this sort of dark mirror of Hyrule. It experienced this time of endless war, around here over their own Triforce. The difference is instead of stealing it away, they straight up destroyed it. They just destroyed the entire thing so it could never be used again. And obviously this was done with good intent, but we learn here that the Triforce is like the foundation of a world. So without it, their world is like beginning to crumble and chaos is reigning. That's why we see those giant rifts on the map. It's because the world is literally falling apart without their Triforce. So when Hilda learned of Hyrule and its Triforce, she orchestrated all of these events to claim it. She wants your Triforce so that her land can thrive. It's interesting that they destroy their Triforce. It kind of makes it sound like the Triforce is like weaker than you would originally assume. My best sort of theory here, I kind of like, I sort of think of it as like Thanos with the Infinity Stones. Maybe they wished with the Triforce to destroy the Triforce. Surely the Triforce should be strong enough to destroy itself. That's my little headcanon. I think that's what makes sense, rather than them you just using some random magic to destroy it. In any event, Hilda here summons the sort of Yuga Ganon. She commands him to take the Triforce of Courage from Link, and you kick its ass as always. Hilda reappears. She tells Yuga, like, okay, you suck, you lost. Give me the Triforce of Power so I can fight him instead. And Yuga instead, as most bad guys do, he betrays her. He turns her into a painting and like fuses with the painting to steal the Triforce of Wisdom as part of his plan to, as he says, remake Lorule in his own image. Again, sort of this painter idea with him. These events, I think, in general, imply that like the sort of Yuga Ganon form is like mostly Yuga controlled. Like he still talks as Yuga through the whole game, but I like to think that him like choosing to betray her here kind of implies that like even if Ganon's not in control, that sort of like dark ambition of his is kind of bubbling up a bit. So you fight Yuga Ganon again. You get help from a bow of light. It's imbued with the light of the Triforce. I don't know what that means, but Zelda gives it to you, which is also weird. I don't know how a painting can give you something that important, but she's a powerful magician. She can do whatever she wants. And with it, you destroy Yuga Ganon, you release Hilda, you free Zelda, and even though she's weak, she doesn't have any of the Triforce parts anymore. Hilda still tries to start another fight with you. I mean, like, she's desperate. Her world is literally falling apart at the seams, and she doesn't want that to happen. At this moment, as she's like gearing up to fight you again, Ravio appears. Actually, he takes off his bunny hood. It's been concealing his face the whole time, and it's revealed that he is in fact the Lorule equivalent of Link. He's Lorule's version of Link. Having served Hilda in the past, he like speaks to her. He apologizes for being such a coward and saying, he should have like stood up to her and Yuga. Like they kind of argue here, and he points out that like, listen, this ratchet ass shit you've been doing, like this fucked up shit, like this is exactly why our ancestors destroyed the Triforce in the first place. It's to keep people from doing messed up shit like this for it. And Hilda hearing that realizes like, yeah, I fucked up. What I did here was not okay. And she resolves to do the right thing, even if it means Lorule is going to disappear. So, Hilda takes Link and Zelda to Lorule's equivalent of the Sacred Realm. I guess there's a Sacred Realm in both two worlds. And there's like a crack in a slate here that is what led to them finding the Triforce in the first place. It's a very similar sort of crack to the ones that you use to travel between Lorule and Hyrule. So with the last of the magic in Ravio's bracelet, she uses the crack to send Link and Zelda home. I'm not sure what the slate is for, or it says. It's emblazoned with the Triforce. That's kind of all we know. It's in the same position as the Triforce is in Hyrule's Sacred Realm. So my best guess is like maybe her ancestors put it there as like a way of explaining, like, we used to have a Triforce, here's what happened to it, don't make the same mistake we did, maybe that sort of a thing. In any event, you wake up in Hyrule's Sacred Realm, you see the Triforce, like I said, it's in the same spot as that slate, you kind of go up to, like, I think Zelda says something to the effect of, like, as long as we're here, we might as well look at it. So, like, you walk up to the Triforce to look at it, and, realizing that the two of you both had the same wish, they both reach out, they touch the Triforce, and back in Hyrule's Sacred Realm, we see the slate that was sitting there burst apart, and a new Triforce appears in its place. You've wished to give them back their Triforce so they can survive. So, in terms of timeline placement, I kept pointing back to Link to the Past. This is very clearly an explicit sequel to that game. In Japan, this game is called Triforce of the Gods, and in Japan, this game is called Triforce of the Gods 2. It's a very, very literal sequel. As I mentioned before, like, the Oracle games are sometimes seen as the reason the Triforce is split here, and also, like, maybe the reason that Yiga is able to summon Ganon. Like, he super dies in this game, but maybe he's not, as dead in this game, which is why he's able to, like, be resurrected and later summoned here. It kind of doesn't make sense for the game to go later for reasons we'll discuss in a bit. So this is a pretty good spot for it. As far as some extra thoughts here, Hyrule's equivalent of the priest is he calls himself the philosopher, and he muses on, like, whether Hyrule has been, whether they've abandoned the gods or the gods have abandoned them, which is like replacing your priest with a philosopher and, like, having him talk about that. There's almost some weird, like, religious commentary here. I don't know if it's intentional or not, but it is very interesting. In Hyrule, Link in his house, we haven't talked about the game yet, but he does just have Majora's Mask in his house here for some reason. I wouldn't read too much into it. I think it's probably just like a little Easter egg. I think, if I recall correctly, I'll edit in myself confirming this is wrong if I'm wrong. I believe this game came out a little bit before... No, I'm almost certain of this. This game came out slightly before a remake of Majora's Mask came out for the 3DS. They're both 3DS games, so I think it was just their way of teasing, yeah, we're working on a remake. I mentioned that Ravio has that sort of bunny outfit. Again, I mentioned Link is a bunny in the Dark World, and Link to the Past, that's his Dark World form. So that's clearly meant to be a reference, and, it's some foreshadowing. Question.
Well, it's more of a comment, but
yeah,
I know that you were talking about it being a direct sequel in titles in Japan, and I've noticed that the pun is very similar. Link to the Past, and A Link Between Worlds.
Yeah. I think that's definitely the American way of making clear that these two games are supposed to be connected. Bit of a side note, now that you mentioned that, this title makes a lot of sense. You're going between two worlds. This title, I think the American Triforce of the Gods is the name, right, in Japan, and I think that works a bit better. It's the first game where you have, like, the idea of, like, wishing on the Triforce. Well, it's the first game where, like, the Triforce is, like, really propped up as, like, this super, super important thing. So I think it makes sense as the title of that game. My only guess for why in America they named it Link to the Past. Well, number one, they didn't want Triforce of the Gods because, like I mentioned, back then Nintendo really didn't like mentioning religion too much. Because it was very explicitly, like, a prequel to the first two games, kind of, like, explaining, hey, who's Ganon? What's the Triforce? What's all this stuff? Maybe that's their way of saying, like, this is a prequel. It's a link to the past. It's a link to the origin of this series. Yeah, I think that name sounds really good. It rolls off the tongue really well. It doesn't really fit that game too well. Speaking of Link to the Past, maybe I'll, like, throw up, like, a 5-second clip of it here. Very famously in Japan, there's, like, a trailer for that game that is, like, a rap music number, like, with all this, like, intense choreography and stuff. And in Japan, for Link Between Worlds, they redid the rap for an ad. And it's very funny. It makes me very happy. ゼルダの伝説出るついに出る
「 出るゼルダの伝説出る出る出る出るついに出る
Yeah, that takes us to Triforce Heroes. So, Triforce Heroes takes place in a land called Hytopia. It's not on here because it's part of the Light World. If I haven't said it explicitly yet, the Light World is like Hyrule and any other, physical. It's like the equivalent of Earth, I guess. So, the game takes place in Hytopia, which is a fashion-forward kingdom. One day, the adored Princess Styla receives a gift. It's a cursed full-body jumpsuit, like covered head to toe, like this ugly kind of mauve brown. According to the Zelda Encyclopedia, Hytopia is like north of Hyrule. I don't think there's any like strong reason to believe that, but it doesn't matter one way or the other either. And so yeah, she receives this cursed item, and through a telepathic message, she learns it was sent from Lady Maud, the Dravelands witch. So, she's depressed because she can't be stylish anymore. She's stuck in this ugly jumpsuit. So she locks herself in her room, and because it's this fashion-forward kingdom and everyone adores her, the kingdom is in despair that they can't see Styla in all her cool outfits. So King Tuft, also in despair, sends out a call for heroes to defeat the witch, break Styla's curse. So Link from Link Between Worlds, just happens to be in Hytopia. He sees a message board asking for what are called totem heroes, and the requirements for being a totem hero are you need side-parted hair, pointy ears, and truly epic sideburns. He has all three of those things, so he thinks maybe I could help here. And the hero, if they can help, they've been promised a boon from the king. A quick note here, as far as like how we know this is the same Link, there's not really anything in game that says it. This is another sort of like external word of God source that says that yes, this is the same Link. It's the Nintendo of America Twitter account. So if that's good enough source for you, then yes, this is the same Link. It's a good enough source for me. But yeah, you join the witch hunt. You meet Madame Couture in the process. She makes like outfits with magical properties. The default outfit for all the hunters is called the Hero's Tunic, which is just like Link's default outfit. But sort of other examples of outfits she can make for you in the game is a cheerleader outfit. You can be Hammer Bros from Mario. You can be Tingle. You can have Zelda's dress. You can be the fierce deity from Majora's Mask. All these outfits give like slightly different effects while you're playing the game. So before you can go to the Dravelands and confront the witch, you have to form a party of 3. In multiplayer, this is another multiplayer game. It's just 2 randos who like happen to look exactly like Link, but canonically are not Link. In single player, Link uses what are called doppels, which are like wooden dolls that Link can link his soul with, like swap between them. So yeah, you take on various stages. This is very much like a 4 Swords style game. The stages here are Woodlands, Riverside, Volcano, Ice Cavern, Fortress, the Dunes, the Ruins, Skyrealm, and Den of Trials. Each is 4 levels long, except for Den of Trials, which was like post-launch content, with the fourth always being like a temple-style level with a final boss. You need to finish all 8 worlds to beat the game. Certain worlds like open up further ones. After beating the Forest Temple, you find the lady's glasses, which they resemble those worn by Lady Maud. You go back to Hytopia, and you're summoned by King Tuft. You also meet Princess Styla here. He mentions the legend of the Triforce Heroes. The Triforce Heroes. This is where those like 3 noble attributes of courage I mentioned before come from. But it also states that when they conquer all their challenges, when the Triforce Heroes conquer all their challenges, Hytopia will see eternal peace and fashion. He's a very firm believer of this legend. He specifically thinks, Link, I think you're a Triforce hero. After this part of the game, you can also see like Princess Styla like sneaking around town in her outfit. She doesn't want people to see her, but she does. She's getting a little stir crazy. She wants to get out of the house. You take the lady glasses to Madame Couture. She identifies the glasses as one of the lady's materials, is what they're called. The lady's materials. I don't know why I need to put that in air quotes. The ladies' materials. And she reveals that Lady Maud is in fact her older sister. She wants to believe that, like, she says that, like, listen, my sister is, like, she's pretty wacky, but, like, I want to believe there's a non-evil reason for everything she's doing here. She kind of asks you, like, please save my sister. Please figure out what's going on. And while you're here, she also explains the Ladies Ensemble, which is an outfit that, with it, Link could lift Styla's curse. So you continue in the Drablands. You eventually reach the Lady's Lair within the fortress, where Lady Maud sends her pets, the Tri-Furies, to fight Link. It's basically like a refight of the first 3 bosses of the game. You defeat them. Lady Maud calls Link classless and tells him to never come near her again. And she teleports away. Yeah, this is a bit of a goofier game, as you can tell. The multiplayer games in general are not as focused on plot, but they fit into the timeline. I wanted to mention them. Yeah, you find the Lady's Collar here. You eventually follow Lady Maud to the Sky Temple. You have this fight where, like, Lady has phases where the dress she's wearing gets, like, larger and larger. You win. She calls you a classless dope. And she implies the gift for Styla, she gave it in good taste, in goodwill. Like, she just has a really eccentric taste for what, like, is stylish. And she gave Styla what she thought was, like, the perfect outfit. And the reason it's cursed is because, like, it's the perfect outfit. Why would you ever need to wear anything else ever again? Like, this is literally peak fashion. So you win the fight. In a chest behind the arena, you find the Lady's Parasol, and with it, Madame Couture makes the Ladies Ensemble, which is just what Lady Maud wears during the game. And you wear it, and with it, you go to the castle and lift Styla's curse. With that done, the king kind of ominously declares that, like, well, that's settled. We don't have to kill Lady Maud now. Apparently, that's what he was planning on doing if this didn't get resolved. And the town has a big celebration. King declares Link a Triforce hero, and in the post-credit scene, he gives Link that boon he's been promising. The game is sort of, like, subtly hinting up to this point that, like, the king sort of, like, it was a bit of an empty promise. Like, he said, like, I'll give you this great boon, and he hasn't quite thought out, like, what that boon should be yet. So he gives you the boon here, which is the semi-cursed tights. They're the tights that Princess Styla was wearing throughout the whole game. You can wear them in combat now. As far as timeline reasoning, like I said, this is kind of one where it's just sort of, word of God. Nintendo of America has said that this is the same Link, so, it's pretty well worth assuming that it's there. It also doesn't really matter that much. This is a very goofy game. It takes place in a region that isn't Hyrule. Like, it doesn't matter too much where it goes, but I think that's as sensible a spot as any. A couple other notes. Madame Couture, big cat lover. She has a lot of cats in her boutique. Your Link in this game, it's kind of weird when you make, like, your profile, your save. Your Link will either use Ocarina of Time, Wind Waker, Spirit Tracks, or Link Between World voice clips. Like, he'll be voiced by one of the Links from that game. And it's random. You don't get to pick. It's just randomly picked when you start a new game. As I mentioned, there's a lot of jokes in this game that are, like, about mocking Link's fashion style, especially from Lady Maud, but in general, everyone in Hytopia thinks that he doesn't know how to dress. There's also a joke here about a guy who looks a lot like the Link to the Past Link. Namely, in that game, Link has, like, sort of pink hair. They did it to make his sprite, like, really easily stand out from, like, I think, a lot of backgrounds. But there's a Link kind of like that in this game with pink hair, and he's not allowed to be a Triforce hero. He's not allowed in the castle. I don't know what they're doing there. I don't know why they're making fun of Link to the Past. This game just doesn't take itself that seriously. Okay. So, after Triforce Heroes, we head into Echoes of Wisdom. This is the most recent Zelda game at this time. This came out a couple months ago. So, the story of this game, you start as Link. You're hunting Ganon in some dungeon. You find Ganon. He's Pig Ganon again. And he sort of, he implies that he knows Link. His exact lines are, "It's you again, ever the troublesome one, and only this time your presence serves me." I'm not really sure what that means. Zelda's also there. She's trapped in a crystal, as usual. When someone's trapped, it's in a crystal. If Link knew she'd be here is kind of unclear. Later notes sort of imply he came here specifically to fight Ganon. So it could just be that Zelda is sort of an afterthought here. But yeah, as Link, you defeat Ganon. He turns to black sort of like goop and explodes. And the trident that he wielded stays behind. It like sinks into like... The best way I can describe it is like a fissure in reality that starts to grow. And it reaches Link. And before like Link sinks in fully, he starts to sink into it. He shoots an arrow at Zelda's crystal and it cracks. Zelda breaks the crystal. She escapes. She grabs... Link is wearing like a cloak at the start of the fight. He like very, sort of dramatically tosses off to fight Ganon. But she grabs it, and the rift starts growing. Zelda, you have to run. You're like barely outpacing this rift as it gets bigger and bigger. And eventually you run out of there. You return to Castle Town. Everyone there is happy that you're okay, including your nursemaid Impa, the king, your dad, General Right, and Minister Left. You direction puns. They're not spelled right and left, but it's a direction pun. The king reveals to you, the player, that rifts have been appearing for some time. They're swallowing up kids in particular. We later learn that most just never return, and those that do are like forever changed. The sort of ones that we encounter in this game are like they're constantly sleeping, or they're just like unresponsive in general. While you're talking about this, a rift appears again. A rift this time centered directly on the king's throne. He sort of manages to push Zelda away, but he, left and right, they're all engulfed. And then a moment later, 3 obviously evil clones. I mean, the game doesn't say it until later, but they're obviously evil clones appear out of the rift. The fake king arrests Zelda, claiming that she's the one who caused the rifts. In your cell, Zelda is greeted by a strange light. The light calls itself Tri, saying that she was also caught by Ganon and has been watching Zelda ever since. By the way, just a brief moment worth mentioning here. I think while you're in the prison cell here, you literally hear guards talking about like, yeah, the king's going to execute Zelda. Like he's going to straight up kill her, which is, again, one of those sort of like weird... There's not a lot of instances where we hear about like executions and things like that in these games. But anyways, yeah, you're talking to Tri. Tri proposes that 2 of you team up to save the people who have fallen into the rifts, to reveal these imposters ruling Hyrule, and to prove your innocence. So she lends Zelda what's called the Tri-Rod, and it enables her to direct Tri to create what are called echoes of sort of objects and creatures. The whole game mechanic here is that you're running around like copying monsters and items to later summon them. It's all, personally, I think, a lot of fun. And yeah, with Tri's help, Zelda escapes the dungeons. Near the exit, you meet up with Impa, who doesn't believe that Zelda created the rifts, and can't see Tri, interestingly enough. Only Zelda is able to see Tri right now. But yeah, Impa gives Zelda a disguise. You pair it with the cloak you got from Link earlier, and it helps sort of hide your appearance. Soldiers show up, asking Impa if they know where Zelda went. We don't talk about it a lot, but, Impa is a sheik. She's this sort of ninja class of people. And even though she's an old lady, she shows off some quick ninja skills here and defeats all of the guards and tells Zelda to go to just some house. She just marks a house on your map and just says there's a person there that will help you. So you make your way to the house. It's near Southern Village, and you find it partially engulfed by a rift. Tri here mentions that it's them and their friends' job to fix rifts. They normally do so very quickly, so Tri finds it odd that there's like so many rifts that remain unmended across Hyrule. So hoping to find Tri's friends and mend the rift, Tri creates an entrance to sort of step into the rift, into what Tri calls the still world. So everything that the still world is sort of like this void with pieces of Hyrule kind of floating through it. Everything that was floated in this that floats in the still world was sucked through a rift. Tri tells you that it will eventually break apart if not restored. People who are pulled into the rift become like petrified while they're in the rift, at least. Zelda is an exception. She doesn't get petrified for reasons we'll get into. So Tri and Zelda encounter Link while they're in this rift, but it turns out to be another evil clone. You defeat him, and it drops the sword that the real Link was wielding earlier. Tri says that sword appears to have special power, and with it, Zelda can transform into what's called like swordsman form, and use it to like destroy sort of black goopy walls. While you're there, Tri and Zelda get to where Tri sensed their friends, and instead you find a monster. It's called a seismic talus that Tri says, oh, it seems like my friends are trapped in there. So you defeat it. You free Tri's friends, who all look like Tri as well. I believe later in the game, it's just stated that they're all Tri is like the species that they are. The Tri you're with is also named Tri, but that's also the name of the species, I think. With their Echo ability, they repair the rift. It's not clear how. They specifically say that they use the Echo ability to repair rifts, which I don't fully get how that works, given that in-game you use it to like copy stuff. Maybe what they're doing is like copying everything that's in the rift, like sealing the rift, and then just, pasting back onto the world. Maybe that's what it is. I don't know. But yeah, Tri's friends help them repair the rift, and they entrust some of their power to Tri. Back in Hyrule, it's revealed that fixing the rift brought back the real Minister Left, and Zelda reveals her identity to Left and explains the situation. Interestingly here, Left can see Tri. It's said explicitly later, but those who've been in a rift can see Tri. Left and Zelda enter the house. Left says Impa's older brother Lubury lives here. He's an inventor who's been aiding Link with these. He made the Sword of Might, the sword you're using, to help fight Ganon. Says that Link's been fighting rift monsters for some time, and they both thought that defeating Ganon would end this whole rift situation, which clearly it hasn't done. It's worth noting that nobody calls Ganon by name in this game. They just say that blue pig monster, which kind of implies that they don't know who or what Ganon is. I also don't know when it's said explicitly, but the Sword of Might is made from what are called might crystals, which are left after rifts close, and that makes them especially good at fighting monsters who come from rifts. Link, sort of how Link met Lubury is that he saved him from a monster. You learn from Lubury, and also kind of from reading Lubury's diary, Link's backstory. He's from Southern Village. He's a kid there who, like many other kids there, fell into a rift. Uniquely, he came back mostly unscathed. The only thing that happened to him is that he lost his ability to talk, which is in most of these games he never talks because he's meant to be like a player surrogate character. But this is sort of I guess Breath of the Wild also does it, but this is one of the very few instances where we get an in-game explanation for why he doesn't talk. It's because that's how the rift impacted him. But since then, it seems like he's kind of made it his goal to fight rift monsters whenever they appear. It's also stated that he's gained the ability to sense when rifts will appear. I don't know, good thing to have. Tri says that their friends mentioned some other large rifts, and Tri just flies up into the sky to locate the rifts. Tri is kind of incorporeal. They can pass through walls and stuff and just float wherever they want. No clip, basically. Tri suggests we should probably seal those big rifts. They kind of hope that doing so might return General Wright, the King, and Link. So Minister Left stays behind to aid Lubury's research. So you have two big rifts to seal first. They're in an arbitrary order. I'm just going to go through the order that I did them in. So you go to Jabul Waters, where the river and sea Zora live. I mentioned before, there's two different types of Zoras, and this is, I think up until this point, that was sort of a thing that was kind of speculated by people. I remember there were some theories for a while that the Zora from all these games sort of as their relationships soured with Hyrule, just sort of became these monsters, and that could still be true to an extent. But I think this is the first game where we explicitly see River and Sea Zora both in the same game as two distinct groups. Yeah, they both live here. You learn that a rift has appeared in Lord Jabu Jabu's den. Jabu Jabu's back again, whom both clans like revere. And since then, Jabu Jabu has just been on a rampage. So Zelda helps like resolve a dispute between the two clan leaders, so that the three of you can access Jabu Jabu's den. And you go there, you fight what turns out to be Jabu's imposter. It hasn't been Jabu rampaging this whole time; it's been another imposter. And you seal the rift. Doing so restores both the real Jabu and General Wright. From there, you head to the Gerudo Desert with the help of Dona, who is the captain of the Gerudo Warriors, and also their chieftain's daughter. Zelda is able to convince the chief to unbury like an underground sanctum. It's where rift monsters have been like spawning from. You also so you convince her to let you do that so you can seal this rift. The whole time, like, her advisor is like strongly saying like, no, let's not do that. It's a bad idea. It's just going to let monsters out. She even tries to like arrest Zelda at one point, but it turns out that she was also another rift imposter. So like here it's kind of implied that they have like some level of sentience and like even some scheming to them. She's directly like, it's later said that the imposter told the chieftain that like defeating all the monsters there would seal the rifts, which clearly hasn't been working for them. So like it's implied that she's like, it was an intentional misdirect. She's been trying to keep the chieftain from sealing these rifts. But yeah, you out her as an imposter, you seal the rift, and with that done, you report back to Left, Right, and Lubury. You discuss there's one remaining large rift at Hyrule Castle. And General Wright just like charges off recklessly. He thinks he's going to go like expose the imposters to get this all settled. So Zelda and Minister Left make for Hyrule Castle. General Wright, unsurprisingly, is unable to convince the soldiers. The soldiers were told by the fake Left and Right that like at some point there will probably be some Left and Right coming. They're imposters. Don't believe a word they say. General Wright's trying to say, no, I'm the real General Wright. That was an imposter that told you that. But as they're having this argument, a rift grows that engulfs like most of town, and Wright gets to work. He immediately just like steps in, takes charge. He gets the soldiers to work evacuating people. His sort of commanding presence gets them to like, okay, we gotta do the right thing here. We gotta start evacuating people. Meanwhile, Zelda enters the rift. She confronts the fake king, who here summons a Ganon. He summons Ganon. You defeat him, you free the Tries, you fix the rift. Tri is naturally confused here because they thought that Link beat Ganon earlier, which leads to the realization that this is another imposter. This is an imposter of Ganon. And indeed, all the imposters they're echoes. They're like the same thing that you've been creating this whole game. You've been making monsters of your own to fight things. These are echoes too, which that means something out there is making these echoes for its nefarious purposes. Just as you're about to leave the still world, the wall, like behind where you fought Ganon, crumbles, and out pops this like shadowy monster. It's depicted as like this ball of dark mist and two like claw hands. It tries to go for Zelda, but the real Link shows up out of nowhere and fights it off before himself getting trapped in a crystal. So back in Hyrule, you speak with Left and Right and the King and Impa and Lubury. You all meet to discuss the next steps. They believe naturally that the creature that took Link is the true foe here. Just as you're having this conversation, some soldiers run in, revealing that, there's 3 more rifts now. There's one in Elden Volcano, Faron Wetlands, and Holy Mount Lanayru. I haven't mentioned it yet, but sort of Elden, Faron, Lanayru, later Orden is one that comes up. These are sort of common regional names in these games, and they're very clearly named after the goddesses again. Elden is Din, Faron is Furor, Lanayru is Nehru, Orden is like, I guess you could say Din, but I think most people say it's meant to be like the back half of Furor. Faron and Ordon make Furor kind of. Yeah, it's just a common naming convention. The king, once he learns this, notes that the regions are connected with what he calls the prime energy. It's a source of power left behind by the goddesses. Its existence is the secret passed down the royal family. Spoiler alert, it's the fucking Triforce. I don't know why they call it the prime energy in this game.
Sponsored.
maybe it's a sponsored deal. I think the most common theory I've heard online is just that like the Triforce does show up in a lot of these games and is sort of like the central MacGuffin of most of these games. And so like maybe they did that just to like try and distance the idea that like this game isn't all about the Triforce. Like it shows up in this game, sure, but it's not like the focus of this game. Or maybe it's even just like just to hide the surprise of like, yeah, it's the Triforce again. Have a bit of suspense there, but it's the Triforce. It becomes very quickly apparent that that's probably what it is, and indeed that is what it becomes. But the king, as you're talking about the prime energy, recounts a prophecy. I'm going to read this verbatim. When evil strives for the prime energy, a wise priestess and a courageous hero will appear. Together, the priestess and the hero will rend this evil asunder. And naturally, Tri suggests, Zelda's probably the priestess. The king in turn says, Link, he's probably the swordsman. And reluctantly, because of course it's his daughter and doesn't like putting her in risk, the king asks Zelda to please go steal these rifts. You know, you're important here. You know, you're the only one who can do this. So go steal the rifts, find Link, and defeat this foe before it can get that sweet sponsorship deal with Prime Energy. So once again, these 3 rifts are arbitrary order. You can do them in whatever order you want. We're just going to go through in the order I did them. Zelda goes to Goron City. She aids the new chief of the Goron, Chief Darston. You help him realize that he needs to stop comparing himself to the former chief, his father, and kind of like be his own kind of leader. So with his help, Zelda finds the rift and she enters it, rescues the Tries, and seals it. As you're leaving, this is a very important moment here. I can't exaggerate this enough. My jaw dropped at this moment. As you're leaving, the Din, not Din from this, the god Din, just speaks to Zelda. She grants Zelda Din's sanction and states that she's going to need all 3 sanctions to access the Triforce. The goddesses do not... I mean, it's a very important part of the creation story that they left. They left Hyrule, they left the physical world, you know, sort of never to return, and their influence on the world since then is very minimal. There's a couple other parts where people argue that maybe it's the goddesses talking to you, but this is the only time in one of these games where we explicitly hear from a god. And that was pretty surprising to see. But here, Tri also states that the foe you're fighting has imprisoned the goddesses in these rifts, which is a concept I'm not fond of. We'll circle back to it, but to me it makes the goddesses sound a little bit weaker than you would expect, but we'll get into some theories about it. From there, Zelda goes to Farron Woods. She learns that the Deku scrubs there are eating webs that emerge from the rifts as like this delicacy. And with the help of a disgruntled Deku, they're angry that like a rift took their house. Zelda is able to enter the like, they call it the snack bar, that they're like the main rift is housed in, and close it. There's a very funny scene here in the snack bar where like the rift that they're getting all these webs from like grows and like absorbs several Deku that are in there, and the last 2 are in there like having an argument about like one of them says like, okay, you know what, fuck these webs, like they're taking our friends, like I don't care how delicious they are, like friendship is more important. And the other one is kind of like, I kind of like webs, what can I say? But you go in there, you seal it. And the second goddess that you free, here in my playthrough it was Furore, offers you a bit of a backstory. I'm going to read this verbatim as well because it's important. Before the creation of the skies and the lands, there was a void, a vast nothingness. In the void, some things would begin taking form, only to be devoured by the one who dwelt there. The name of this one is Null. Null desired the world in its entirety and consumed all life indiscriminately. We three goddesses could not abide this, and created the skies and the lands to contain Null. All the while, Null continued creating rifts, working ceaselessly to return the world to a void. And so we brought forth the trees to dissipate the rifts, thus keeping the balance. This changes everything we know about the origin of this series. I mean, not changes it in a way that, like, this makes me look at all this and say, like, okay, well, this was a fucking lie. I've been lied to this whole time. It works in a lot of ways that are really interesting and make a lot of sense. But now the idea is that the goddesses didn't just, create the planet because they wanted to, because that's what gods do. They did it to seal this, ancient eldritch being who was preventing creation in any form of existing. There's some really, really, really interesting implications to that we will get into a bit later here. But that was another moment that I was gobsmacked. My jaw dropped reading that. So for the third one, you head to Hebra Mountain. There you get help from a Yeti-like creature named Kandi. You reach Holy Mount Lanayru and you defeat a monster that Kandi has been mistaking for his hot air balloon adventurer brother, and you seal a rift. Kandi has been sort of depressed this whole time about his brother not coming home, but you later learn from some cave art that his big bro left behind the cave art, and he's really looking forward one day to bringing Kandi with him. And you tell Kandi that and cheers him up. He says something to the effect of I'm fine waiting now because I know they'll be back someday. There will be an end to my wait. The third goddess you speak to here, it's Nehru, says to go to an ancient forest guarded by sacred tree to use these sanctions you've been getting. Immediately after sealing that last rift, this sort of dark mist swallows Zelda and makes an echo of her. Since it looks like Zelda, this echo, who's gotten the three goddesses' sanctions, the echo explicitly states there that it thinks that well, okay, I can pretend to be Zelda now. I can use, the fact that she has the three sanctions to approach the prime energy. They're going to assume I'm Zelda. So after that, Zelda gets knocked out. She wakes up at Hyrule Castle. Tri has teleported you back. Tri can teleport you all throughout this game. It's the fast travel of this game. And you tell your dad and Impa what happened. Impa suggests the woods from the goddess's message was the Eternal Forest. And Tri suggests that, hey, maybe letting Zelda get the sanctions was all part of Null's plan. Maybe Null knew that it couldn't get the sanctions, but if Zelda got them, it could just pretend to be Zelda. It's a very crafty being. So there's also kind of a moment here. I think actually it can happen anytime you go back to the castle, but you can talk to Minister Left and Luberry, and they suggest that it's possible that Null has been kidnapping all those kids to find, it knows that the priestess and the swordsman will come one day to fight it, so it's been trying to kidnap all these kids, assuming that, one of them is going to be either the priestess or the swordsman. Once again, it's a very crafty sort of creature. So Zelda and Tri make for the Eternal Forest. They learn there from the Deku Tree that that the echo of Zelda has already passed through. He's like, yeah, shit, it fooled me. You follow it down to this chamber and you find it in front of the Triforce about to take it. It sort of monologues a bit about Null. Basically, it says that Null felt really comfy in that void before time, and that's how he liked things. That's how he'd like things to go back. It's just a void of nothingness. So the Echo touches the Triforce, and as we mentioned with sort of the rules of the Triforce, because it's not, doesn't have a good balance, it's not worthy, the Triforce splits. One goes to the Echo, one goes to Zelda, and one creates a portal in the wall. The Echo goes through that portal, followed shortly by Zelda and Tri, and you find yourself in the Still Realm. There, Tri sees this giant, knobby, dark sphere in the distance, and speculates that that's probably Null. It's probably its actual body. So you go there, you find the Echo and an imprisoned Link just outside. You see Link gain that last Triforce piece that created that portal, and you break him out. The pair follow the Echo into Null. Inside, there's like this goopy. He's sort of like goopy and intestinally inside. There's like pieces of Hyrule all throughout him. I think the implication here, they never stated, but to me it seems to imply that Null like eats whatever winds up in the Still Realm, which would make sense why they like eventually disappear in the Still Realm. So Zelda and Link confront Null in this room with like these cell-like, and by cell I mean like not jail cell, but like body cell, that are like filled with Tri inside of the cells. Null absorbs the Triforce piece from the Echo. Again, because they never call it the Triforce, they don't like distinguish like which piece he has. But I mean, it's heavily assumed he has the Triforce of power. And with it, he just starts opening like massive rifts all across Hyrule. This is hugely souped up his power. So he hungers for more, as these villains always do, and attacks. Here, his like true form is revealed. I don't know for sure if it's his true form or not, but I find it very fascinating that this form oddly like resembles a Tri, like a really large Tri. Maybe this says something about like the nature of Null. It could also just be that like it's sort of shown throughout this fight that Null has been kidnapping and absorbing Tris to like get and use their Echo ability. So it could just also be because he absorbed a bunch of Tri. But you fight him. There's several phases, and at the end, Null is weakened and he plops on the ground. You use the Tri-Rod's ability to it has the ability to pull objects as well. So you use that ability. Link kind of helps you tug, and you pull the Triforce of power out of Null. And with that, the Triforce reforms. Null sort of pitifully begs for it, but Zelda and Link, they don't give a shit. They put their hands on it, and they presumably wish to just destroy this motherfucker, which happens. All the Tri are freed. Our Tri grabs the Triforce and shoots into the air. It's really interesting. It shoots into the air with it's the best way I can describe it is sort of how you would picture a meteor kind of going through the atmosphere, where it's that sort of cone of energy and kind of a trail of energy off of it. But what's really interesting about that is it looks... So in Ocarina of Time, we're told this creation backstory, and there's a cutscene depicting the Golden Goddesses. And it looks oddly similar to what the Golden Goddesses traveling in that game look like. There could be some reasons for that. We'll get into it. I have a lot of theories about this game. The other Tris follow in this kind of helix formation, and then just in this gigantic wave of energy, they repair all the rifts across Hyrule instantly. And after that, Zelda finds herself in this white void, excuse me. Tri gives the sort of cliche companion goodbye speech. Notably, she mentions that with Null gone, the Tris are no longer needed, so they're going to return to the goddesses to slumber. After that, Zelda and Link arrive in Castle Town. The gang's all there. They all celebrate. And there's a kind of a funny scene here where now that this threat has been dealt with, you're all just sort of hanging out, and Link just starts talking out of nowhere, and you don't get to hear what he says. It's all silent, but there's sort of that moment amongst everyone where oh yeah. They're wait, what the fuck? Link's talking? Yeah, that's the end of the game. So, in terms of timeline placement, I had to do a lot of theorizing for this one. I played this game as it came out and was sort of working on hypotheses for where it might go. So, for one, we have Pig Ganon in this game, and it's a map that's very clearly inspired by Link to the Past. There's also these sort of Hyrulean script, the Hyrulean text used in this game is only used in, I believe, 2 other places, and it's Link Between Worlds and Triforce Heroes. So it's worth assuming it's Downfall Timeline. As with all of the Downfall Timeline stuff, it kind of has to be after Link to the Past, since that's sort of the start of the timeline. So, since, as I mentioned, Echoes of Wisdom sort of has a map that's very clearly supposed to be inspired by Link to the Past. A Link Between Worlds also does the same thing, but its version of the map much more clearly like is a direct parallel to Link to the Past. I don't like making arguments about the timeline based off of like the map of Hyrule, because there's one thing you learn playing all these games is that it's never consistent. You know, I've seen people, and I think even the encyclopedia tries to like line up the maps, and it's never going to work. It's very clearly a gameplay concession you have to be willing to accept. But this is one case where I'm willing to argue that like it would be weird for Echoes of Wisdom to take place between those two games, because then you would have like Hyrule's map kind of becomes something that's similar to it but a bit different, and then goes back to kind of looking the way it used to be. It seems to make more sense for that to be sort of a linear progression in how the map looks. Things like there being a castle town in this game that isn't in this game or that game, you know, seem to sort of strongly suggest it should probably take place, you know, after A Link Between Worlds, and in turn probably after Triforce Heroes, since it's the same Link. You know, there's also the idea that like if you accept the sort of like idea that the Triforce has to split with the Oracle games, like it'd be weird for it to be like reform without explanation before Echoes of Wisdom, then resplit without explanation before Link Between Worlds. Kind of defeats the purpose of saying it's split in the first place. We'll get into it very shortly, but these games are sort of called like the decline era of Hyrule. Hyrule sort of falls apart around here. And like the Hyrule we see in this game is like maybe the most prosperous it looks throughout the entire Dawnfall timeline. So it seems logical to also say it's probably pre-decline too. In general, like I tend to err on the side of like leaving the decline stuff as like the end of this timeline, this branch of it at least. It just feels very like climactic, and if you start like placing stuff after it, it feels very like there's sort of a void there where you could just put whatever you want, and like it's after the decline. So it's really easy to just stuff things there. I think it's lazy, basically. And I think there's a reason why the timeline, or why Nintendo, rather, has never done that explicitly. Thematically, though, I think is the best argument. There's a lot of really good benefits to putting this right after Link Between Worlds. And I'll just mention it here. So this was my hypothesis. It goes before A Link Between, or after A Link Between Worlds, rather. And indeed, between us recording the first half of this and the second half, Nintendo came out. It was specifically Nintendo of Japan's official Zelda website. I don't know if it's been reflected in the West yet. That indeed, this is exactly where the game is. This is exactly where it's supposed to be. Pat myself on the shoulder. I think it's another great argument for, like I said at the beginning of all this, like you can work all this out. You can make sense of all this. And I think the fact that me and other people in the community were able to very solidly say that's probably where it should be, I think is further evidence that like there is some thought going into this. And in particular, going after A Link Between Worlds, thematically, there's a lot of big benefits to that. There is this whole idea in A Link Between Worlds in Lorule about Lorule breaking apart, falling into pieces, and sort of these cracks in the world itself. And there's sort of a popular theory that like maybe that's why Null is here and able to do what he's doing here, because that world was breaking apart without its Triforce, which is the seal that holds him in place. He was able to get a better view of the outside world, understand what the outside world is like, and in term, like how to, on the Hyrule side, like break out and manipulate the world. These two games being like very sort of like Rift centric, I think has a lot of really good thematic parallels there that are interesting. Admittedly, how exactly like these events impact Null is a little unclear. It's a little fan theory-y, but like I feel like this feels really intentional putting it here. It really feels like they're leaning on those events to some extent. In terms of some other notes, this is the first game where you play as Zelda. If you don't count like Smash Bros. or Hyrule Warriors, or you kind of can play as her for a bit in Spirit Tracks. But it's the first time Zelda is the main character. If you don't count Zelda's Adventure, which is a game I refuse to talk about past those two words. Another really interesting thing about Null, we're sort of talking about the sort of narrative implications of him. So, if you've been looking at this whiteboard this whole time, there's a gap here. There's a spot for a fourth piece. And for a long time now, I would say about ever since Ocarina of Time, people have been speculating, what's the deal with the gap? Or I guess really since Link to the Past. Or no, really since the adventure of Link, when we got three pieces. The moment there was three pieces of the Triforce, because there wasn't always three pieces, believe it or not, people asked, what's the deal with the gap? Famously, in Ocarina of Time, there is the Hyrule shield that you wield has like the insignia. It has this insignia on the shirt that I'm wearing, and like below it, there's like a fourth piece, a sort of fourth golden piece that people speculate. Or I guess actually it's red on that shield. Doesn't matter. That people looked at and said like that's Nintendo hinting that there's a fourth piece. It's not a Triforce. Indeed, it's a Tetraforce. And like I think that piece of evidence is terrible. People since then have said that like Nintendo has since like deconfirmed the Tetraforce. They've like gone on record saying it's not real, and I would love to be corrected on this, but as far as I'm aware, like that's misinformation. They have never directly acknowledged the idea of there being a Tetraforce. They've never said like, yes, we've heard the Tetraforce theories. It's bullshit. Like if that information is out there, by all means, like please let me know. I would love to hear it. But I don't think that's a real interview that has ever happened. What did happen, and what is sort of by word of mouth, by the telephone game, why people say that they've deconfirmed it, is that in the 3DS remake of Ocarina of Time, they got rid of that little triangle on the shield. And so people read that as like, oh, clearly that's them trying to like distance themselves from the idea. Do I think that there's a Tetraforce? No, not really. I feel like, or like another example of why people say there's not one is that like, multiple of these games like will retell the creation story, will retell the creation of the Triforce, and will like explicitly say there's three pieces, and people go like, well, yeah, they said it again. It's only three pieces. If they wanted to say four, they would have said four. And it's like, well, the whole point of there being a secret piece is that it doesn't get talked about. It's not in the legends. So like, of course, they shouldn't mention it in the story. In any event, there's a lot of theorizing over the years about what this fourth piece could be, if it's anything. I'm going to go into some of these theories across the board here, just because I think they're fun. Some common ones are like, we mentioned the Light Force in Minish Cap, which is, it has a physical form in that game, and that physical form is a triangle, a golden triangle. So some people have speculated that maybe that's what goes there. There's another idea that like, so we have these three goddesses, but then we also have the goddess Hylia, so maybe she represents that fourth piece. And in particular, the goddesses created this after leaving the world behind, but Hylia never left the world behind. So maybe the idea is that the fourth piece is sort of representing the fact that she never truly left.
Or that she's living, because it's the other goddesses have left.
Right, exactly. There's a lot of ideas we could go into. Like these are red, blue, and green. In Four Swords, the four colors are red, blue, green, and purple. So some people think maybe purple represents that fourth piece. In Majora's Mask, I know we're getting like really like.
No, sorry, I was just like purple guy.
Yeah, yeah, it's the FNAF piece. In Majora's Mask, there are four great fairies. They're the great fairies of. And I'm only mentioning this now because I'm sure I'll forget it when we get to Majora's Mask. But they are the great fairies of wisdom, courage, and power. Which are these three, and then the fourth one is kindness. So people think like, oh, maybe the fourth piece is kindness,
the
right?
The friends we made along the way.
Exactly. The Tetraforce is just the friends we made along the way. I'll get into it a bit more. Spirit Tracks, but there's a group of here called the Spirits of Good that also have a symbol that's like a single golden triangle. So maybe they're that fourth piece. I don't know. There's a lot of theories about the Tetraforce. If I'm being honest, I think most of them are bullshit. I think if Nintendo wanted there to be a fourth piece there, they would have done it by now already. They've never done anything that like explicitly proves that it can't, and like Nintendo really could any day they want to decide, no, fuck it, we're making a fourth piece. Like that's the story of this game. It's about the fourth piece. But I bring all this up. I rant about this so long at Echoes of Wisdom because I think this is the only place where I'm willing to make a solid argument for what that fourth piece is. This is my personal sort of headcanon that even if it's not, like, wasn't originally intended by Nintendo, or even if they don't still intend it, I think there's really, really, really good symbolism here with null being the gap. His name is literally null, nothingness. He's the gap. The Triforce was created to trap him. It surrounds him. I should very quickly clarify what I mean by the Triforce was created to entrap him. Because in this game it says, in this it says that the world was created, but in A Link Between Worlds we learn that the Triforce is what keeps the world together in place. So the idea, it sort of seems to imply that like the Triforce in creation when they built the world is sort of that last little lock and key on null. So the idea that the three pieces enshrine, and trap null in the center as this empty space, I think is some really great, thematic parallels. Do I think Nintendo, that was their intent? Probably not, but I think it makes more sense for it to be like a symbolic gap than an actual literal fourth piece. And I don't know. I sort of doubt it's intentional, but I do like the imagery. It's the one Tetraforce argument I'd be willing to stake any real energy behind. A couple other sort of thoughts and theories. What the Tri are the ones who seal all these rifts. They're sort of this golden yellow. I'm sure I wasn't the only one who, as I was playing the game, thought like Triforce maybe. What if anything is the relationship there? They're, like I said, A Link Between Worlds pretty critically implies that Triforce is this, critical to the fabric of one's reality. So, you compare this to the Tris whose job it is to fix tears in reality, and it seems pretty clear there's meant to be some sort of parallel there. The extent to which is unclear to me, but it's interesting. Again, if Tri, like, being connected to the Triforce is sort of what is supposed to be implied here, then the idea that Null was able to, like, eat away at Lorule without its Triforce makes a lot of sense. Because the idea is that, like, in this game, the Tri have, like, always been here. We just never noticed them because they're sealing those rifts immediately. But if they're, like, part of the Triforce, and the Triforce disappears in Lorule and Link Between Worlds, then all those rifts we see in that game could just be, Null eating away at reality. Another interesting kind of question that I think comes up is, so at the start of the world, the goddesses sealed Null. They didn't kill him. And why not? There's a couple different ideas on this. It could just be that they're not strong enough, which, they're sort of the chief deity of all this, so it feels weird to say, they're just not strong enough. I think the theory I've always preferred is that, Null is sort of this being of just inherent destruction. That's all he does. He destroys, he never creates. That's why he needs the Tri to create. If the goddesses are sort of like a mirror inverse of him, they're creatures of creation. So, like, they may, especially together, be more powerful than Null, but it's not in their nature to destroy. They're not, in much the same way he's not capable of destroying, they're not capable of, he's not capable of creating, they're not capable of destroying, so all they can really do is create a thing to seal him away. With that, I think we also get into that question I alluded to earlier of, like, how was Null able to trap the goddesses? There's a couple different theories there. It could just be that, like, the goddesses are so next level smart, so fifth dimensional chess smart, that this was all part of their master plan. They allowed themselves to be trapped, knowing that in the end it would all work out. There's another idea that they're like, maybe he only trapped like parts of their essence, like not the entirety of the goddesses, not all of their power, but maybe just like a really important part of it, maybe like their consciousness itself. There's also the idea that like maybe together they're stronger than Null, but on an individual level, like they're not really. So, maybe he's able to like by getting one at a time, he's able to trap them away. There's also like a very common trope in a lot of like fantasy writing, the idea that like the act of creation weakens a god, like it sort of expends a lot of its power to create. So it could be that like creating all this has sort of weakened the goddesses, and now they're weak enough to be on Null's level. Or, it could be sort of some combination of all those ideas. Another sort of interesting theory I would speculate here is the Tri, there's so many of them, they could be, what if they are the goddesses? What if they are like fragments of the goddesses? Because it makes sense when you seal these rifts, free the goddesses, you are also freeing a very large number of Tri every time. So it could be that those Tri are, fragments of the goddess.
Will they also go back to the goddesses after?
Right, which is sort of the wrench in the theory, I think. They say that, hey, we're going to go sleep with the goddesses, which kind of implies that they're maybe different than the goddesses. But, I don't know. It's an interesting idea. Maybe there's something there. There's also the question people have been asking about how does Null have Ganon's Echo? Because the Echo shows up in this game, but Ganon himself never shows up. Honestly, I don't know. I think because like getting an Echo, a creature just has to be defeated and then you can take their Echo. Or like, we see Zelda just gets enveloped and he does it. So like, presumably any of these times that, Ganon was running around, Null could have just showed up, grabbed him real quick, got an Echo and bombed out. I think the point that would make the most sense for it to happen would be like somewhere with Link Between Worlds. Again, if you consider those events like crucial to Null getting out in this game, kind of makes sense that that's probably the Ganon he got somewhere in the process of Yuga fusing with Ganon and later splitting. Null was able to grab Ganon for a bit. We don't really know. It doesn't matter too much about when it happens, but we do know it happens at some point. All right. Now that we're done with all that insane theorizing, we can finally move to the end of this timeline. So this brings us to the Golden Era, and an event known as the Tragedy of Zelda, Zelda the First. So the Hylian kings used the Triforce to preserve order for generations. For a long time, they're just using it as they need to, as they see fit, to keep Hyrule pretty cool. Eventually there's a king who's he's getting on in years, and he starts getting worried that the Triforce will be abused after his death. It won't be used properly. So he uses some magic to hide the Triforce of Courage. He puts a spell that ensures that a crest will appear on the hand of someone who proves themselves worthy, which means like properly raised, experienced, old enough. This magic obviously sounds very akin to like how the split Triforce normally works, but this is like slightly different. The king has two kids. One is like an unnamed prince, and the other is Princess Zelda. He distrusts the former, so he leaves the secret of the Triforce of Courage with Zelda. The Hyrule historian says he passes on the Triforce to her, like what's left of it, the Triforce of Power and the Triforce of Wisdom, which doesn't really track with... It says the prince gets the incomplete power of the Triforce, which implies he gets some. So my best guess is maybe Triforce of Power goes to the prince and the Triforce of Wisdom goes to Zelda. I don't have any evidence for that. I think it sounds the best. But yeah, the king's getting on in years. He dies. The prince inherits part of the Triforce, some amount of it, and starts searching for the rest because he wants more. There's a magician that's close to him who reveals that the former king told something to Zelda about the Triforce. They don't know what, but they interrogate her. And while they're interrogating her, the magician just goes off the rails, just escalates things. He's like, all right, if you don't fucking tell us, I'm going to make you go to eternal sleep if you don't fess up. And Zelda, being the noble person she is, she just remains silent. So in anger, the magician begins casting his spell. The prince tries to stop him, but he's unsuccessful, and Zelda falls asleep. At the same time, I guess that that was a lot of magic to ask of him, so the magician just drops dead. Too much work. So the prince is understandably heartbroken. He places Zelda on an altar in what's called North Castle, and he decrees that every girl born to the royal family will be named Zelda, which begins the tragedy of Zelda 1, otherwise known as The Legend of Zelda. This is the prequel, the backstory, to the Adventure of Link. It goes without saying, it's really deeply frustrating. It's very funny that this is Zelda the First. This is the tragedy of Zelda the First. From henceforth, all Zeldas, and by all Zeldas we really only mean one of them, will be named Zelda. All of these other Zeldas were just named that by coincidence. But from here on out, they will all be Zelda. And she's Zelda the First, even though there was all these other ones already. It's just one of those sort of goofy things that comes from the fact that these games came out first, and then all of this happened. Anyways, this leads us to the era of decline and the events of the original Legend of Zelda. So, despite sort of reforming, cleaning up his act, the prince and his descendants are not able to properly wield the Triforce. So Hyrule begins to decline. It begins to grow smaller and smaller. And one day, Ganon shows back up. We don't know how or why, but the Demon King Ganon returns, and he appears with an army and steals the Triforce of Power. Sort of fearing Ganon and what he's capable of, the current Princess Zelda takes the Triforce of Wisdom and splits it into 8 parts, and hides it across Hyrule. This is part of kind of why I don't think that Zelda 1 got the Triforce. She's still around. She's still in her eternal sleep right now. So, if she has the Triforce, one would presume that this Zelda shouldn't also be capable of having it. It's part of why I don't think she got it. But the current Zelda sends her nursemaid, Impa, it's always Impa, to search for someone with courage to defeat Ganon. And once Ganon learns about all this, he kidnaps Zelda and sends some underlings to find Impa. Impa is eventually caught and cornered by some monsters when suddenly a young boy appears and manages to drive off the monsters. A minor distinction in the Japanese version, it says that he confuses the monsters, which Link doesn't have a sword at the start of this game, so to me that's like more consistent with that idea. Just a very minor detail I thought was interesting. And yeah, this boy is Link, spoilers alerts. Spoilers alerts. Yeah, this boy is Link. He happens to come across Impa during his travels. Impa explains what's going on to Link, and he resolves to rescue Zelda and defeat Ganon. In order to stand a chance against Ganon, he's going to have to gather that Triforce of Wisdom, though, so that they're on equal footing. So you journey to dungeons where Zelda hid the Triforce pieces, then to Death Mountain to defeat Ganon and rescue Zelda. Like Link to the Past, you use silver arrows in this game to defeat Ganon. It's the only thing that's capable of defeating him, and rather conveniently, they're just found in his dungeon in this game. It wasn't a good move on his part, but yeah, in terms of timeline placement, after Link to the Past, again, it's Word of God. Logically, shouldn't be like between Link to the Past and Echoes of Wisdom, since that's sort of the same pretty prosperous Hyrule, and so placing it at the end is pretty sensible with it being the decline of Hyrule. Yeah, there's a lot of, as being the first game, there's a lot of iconic lines that were started here and will get referenced throughout the series. Things like, it's dangerous to go alone, take this, and it's a secret to everybody. Link can get the magical sword in this game. I've heard some people consider it the Master Sword, but there's like no real evidence for that in the game. And generally the consensus is no, this is a different thing. According to Hyrule Historia, the game takes place in what's called Lesser Hyrule, which partially explains why in this game there's like no towns, there's no castle, it's just all wilderness. So the idea of it taking place in like a sub-region of Hyrule, I think does help that argument. In Japan, this game had a subtitle. It was called The Hyrule Fantasy. So it was The Legend of Zelda, The Hyrule Fantasy. Or no, it might actually be the other way around. It might be The Hyrule Fantasy, The Legend of Zelda. Future Ian, tell me which one it was. This was supposedly removed with the sequel to like avoid having a double subtitle, because then it would be The Legend of Zelda, The Hyrule Fantasy, The Adventure of Link, I don't think they really wanted that. And also, like, the Hyrule Fantasy sounds a lot like Final Fantasy, so I think they got rid of it to avoid that comparison. We mentioned broadcast system games. This game also got a remake as BS: The Legend of Zelda, another broadcast system version. It's the same story, but Hyrule Historia suggests that the Link here is a descendant of the Link to the Past Link, which does kind of make sense. He's in this game like implied to be a foreigner in Hyrule, and sort of crucially at the end of Link to the Past, there's this idea that he left Hyrule to train. So like a descendant of him coming back later on. It makes sense. But in either event, this leads us to the adventure of Link. Some time passes. Despite not being from Hyrule, Link decides he's going to stay to aid with their restoration efforts. As Link approaches his 16th birthday, this is one of very few games where you get like an explicit age for how old Link is. He's 16 in this game. The crest of the kingdom suddenly appears on the back of his hand. Obviously, this is like the Triforce symbol, but it's not clear if it's like just the Triforce symbol or specifically like the Triforce of Courage is highlighted. Given future installments and what Link typically has on its hand, it's tempting to assume that that's what happens here. But Link goes and he tells Impa, and she's shocked. She takes Link to North Castle, where the symbol on his hand opens a sealed chamber, and inside there is Zelda the First. She's still sleeping. Impa recounts her backstory, and then takes 6 crystals and a scroll with the crest of the royal family on it, and gives those to Link. Impa says that they were set aside for when a great king will come. So I guess the implication here is that Link has the potential to become the king of Hyrule. It's not really a thing that ever comes up ever again. But this Link is special, I guess. Anyways, the scroll is written in an ancient script no one knows. Still, Link tries to read it, and just inexplicably he can. Maybe it's just due to him being worthy. I don't know. But the scroll is a message from the king, the same king that split apart the Triforce, detailing the existence of the Triforce of Courage and his reasons for hiding it. He says it's hidden in the Great Palace in the Valley of Death on the largest island in Hyrule. And to enter, Link has to journey to 6 other palaces in Hyrule, defeat the guardians that the king made, and place those crystals that Impa gave him into statues found in each palace. In Japan, the palaces are called temples, which means that the stage Great Temple in Smash Bros., not a lot of people realize this, is a direct reference to Adventure of Link. That's the specific temple they're talking about in that stage. So yeah, Impa begs Link to obtain the Triforce and use it to break the spell on Zelda the First. Meanwhile, some of Ganon's underlings from Legend of Zelda still exist, and they're hoping to use Link's blood. They want to sprinkle it on the ashes of Ganon to revive Ganon. Which, again, that's not an idea that ever shows up anywhere else, but they are right about that. If you lose this game, there's like a game over scene where you see like the silhouette of Ganon, and it says the return of Ganon, and he kind of famously has like a laugh noise that they use there. But yeah, Link goes on his quest to the 6 palaces. Along the way, you receive and give help to various villages. Often you get like new magic spells or sword techniques from them. And after placing all 6 crystals, you go to the Great Palace, you dispel the barrier, and there you defeat the guardian that the king left. This one is called the Thunderbird. And then you go further into the Great Palace, where there's just some tiny dude, like he's half the size of Link. Maybe he's a sage. I don't know what he is, but he just shows up. He has the Triforce of Courage, and then just as soon as he shows up, he disappears, and suddenly Link's shadow splits from him, and you begin to fight. This is the origin, in our world at least, the origin of Dark Link. This is the first time you fight Dark Link. But yeah, you win. The tiny dude returns and gives you the Triforce of Courage, and you return to North Castle. And now, because Link got the Triforce of Wisdom in this game and defeated Ganon, got the Triforce of Power from him, you have the full Triforce. So with it, you awaken Zelda the First. Presumably, you're wishing for that, and she thanks Link. The curtains kind of like close on them. There's this moment where like you see just their two lower bodies come in close. People think, oh, it's them kissing. Like I said, one of very few points in the series where any sort of romance is explicitly shown between the two. Yeah, in terms of timeline placement, this is very explicitly a direct sequel to Link, Legend of Zelda. I don't think anyone would debate that. This is a side-scrolling RPG. You're like running around, fighting monsters, getting XP to like upgrade your stats. It's generally considered like a black sheep in the series because of that. I played this game a while back. It's not as bad as people get at it for. It's definitely one of those games that like is a lot more enjoyable in the modern day where we have like save states and things like that. Like, playing on original hardware, I imagine, would be kind of tough, but a lot of the elements that make it weird are also what makes it fun. The towns in this game, you go through various towns, become later on, in our world, the names for the sages from OOT. So like Rauru is a name of a town in this game. So presumably in their world, the idea is that they named the towns after those sages. It's generally accepted that the bottom of this map has a region that is like a condensed form of the map from the original Legend of Zelda, which sort of gives some credibility to that idea from Hyrule Historia of this being lesser Hyrule, because you're going through a region that's much larger. It makes sense that would be a sub-region of Hyrule. This is another rare example of Link talking. There's a couple of things he says in this game. He says, "I found a mirror under the table. Looks like I can get in the fireplace." I believe in the Japanese, those lines are a little bit more like vague as to. I mean, there's nobody else in the scene, so like if somebody is saying them, it has to be Link. But like, I think there's something about the specific grammar they use that like makes it less vague if it's something that's just sort of being stated to the world versus like something that a person is actually saying. But at least in America, he talks here.
Or is it an inner monologue?
It could be that too. But even then, like, it's not very often we see Link monologue to himself either. There's lots of like gameplay and audio and visual differences between the Japanese and English version of this game. That's due in part to this game being a Famicom Disk System game. They had like a peripheral for their version of the NES where you could like play games on what are essentially like floppy drives. I'm not going to go into the specific differences. There's a lot there. You're welcome to look them up. A sort of interesting question that came up to me. It doesn't matter too much, but this game is all about Zelda the First, about rescuing her and helping her out. Where the fuck is this Zelda the whole time? She isn't brought up in the backstory. She's not brought up like in the game's events. I mean, she doesn't have to be. She's probably busy doing, government shit. But like, it's really weird that like she just isn't relevant at all. I don't know. There's another popular theory. I mentioned that magician back here. There's a popular theory that he might be something like akin to Agahnim in this game. Some sort of like creation of Ganon, some sort of like part of him. It's an interesting idea. There's really no evidence for it, but it is, an interesting idea. Okay, so that is the Downfall timeline. By far the sort of chunkiest timeline. This will go next to the child timeline. So, I mentioned back in Ocarina of Time, the game ends with Zelda sending Link back to the past, back to prevent all of the events with Ganon in that game, with him getting the Triforce, with all of that nasty business. So that's where the child timeline takes off from. This is what happens after Link returns to that past. So he meets with child Zelda and warns her about what's going to happen, or what would happen if they continue the sort of current actions. For whatever reason, the royal family listens this time. I don't know why or how, or like how immediately, but Child Link becomes like a legend held dearly by the royal family, who battled evil and saved Hyrule, which like he wouldn't be a legend like that because he doesn't. In this timeline, and we'll get to Majora's Mask. In this timeline, he doesn't really do anything. He just shows up out of the woods, tells Zelda, "Look, this is what happened. We got to not do it this time." So like the only reason they would say he battled evil and saved Hyrule is that they wholeheartedly believed that he did all this time travel stuff. So that's just an interesting implication. There is another idea I have here. Like I said, we'll get to it with Twilight Princess, but there's sort of an implied delay between like Link talking to them here and some direct action actually being taken. So it could be that like, you know, we're asking the question of why they believe. It could be that Zelda believes him and that no like direct action is taken until she's the one in charge. She has the power to actually do something about it. And until then, she's just sort of, you know, forestalling Ganon, I guess. Link here still has the Triforce of Courage, as seen in like the end cutscene of this game, like when he goes to talk to Child Zelda, you can still clearly see the symbol on his hand. According to Hyrule Historia, the past Triforce like basically has to like retroactively update to account for this, because you know when he was a kid in Ocarina of Time, he didn't have the Triforce. He only got it as an adult, but now that he's back as a child, he has it. So the Triforce has to like update to rectify that. So according to Hyrule Historia, it decides just to give the Triforce of Wisdom to Zelda and the Triforce of Power to Ganon. The implications of like how this might occur are unclear, but based on some future events here, we do know that some variation of this does have to be true. So this takes us to Majora's Mask. It's a direct sequel to Ocarina of Time. It features that same child Link from that game. After warning Zelda about what's going to happen, Link departs Hyrule to search for Navi, his fairy from Ocarina of Time who left him at the end of the game. In-game, it's never actually explicitly stated to be Navi, just some invaluable friend, but it's pretty much been wildly accepted that it is Navi, and that's the answer that Hyrule Historia gives. It's the answer I'm going to give. As he's leaving, Zelda gives Link the Ocarina of Time. In Hyrule Historia, it said that she does that to prevent Ganon from accessing the Sacred Realm, because it's one of the keys to get in there. But in game, we sort of like see a flashback where it seems more like Zelda just gave it to like remember her by. So Link is traveling through the Lost Woods with a much younger Epona, his horse from the first game. Two fairies appear. We'll later learn that they are named Tattle and Tail, like Tattletale. I only realized that as I was writing the script. And they spook Epona, knocks Link off, knocks him out, and then a figure known as the Skull Kid appears. The Skull Kids are like a species. We see them a lot in Ocarina of Time, but this is a specific one. We'll get more into what specific one he might be later. But he appears, he's wearing what we'll later learn is Majora's Mask, and he starts like digging through the unconscious Link's pockets. He finds the Ocarina of Time, and as he does, Link wakes up. Skull Kid he steals Epona. Link he chases after them and like falls down this like seemingly endless tree hollow. It just keeps going down and down and down. And after landing, Skull Kid kind of ominously says that he got rid of Epona, and he curses Link, turning him into a Deku Scrub. So Skull Kid leaves. Tattle, being a bit of a dick, stays behind to mock Link and gets her comeuppance rather. She gets separated in the process. So Tattle and Link decide they're going to temporarily team up, escape the hollow they're in, and find Skull Kid. During their way out, they see this like strange kind of warped like tree sapling with this very like pained expression on its face. It has a face, and it's a very pained expression. Well, just hold that thought. But Link and Tattle escape. They find themselves in this sort of like almost like a sewer kind of area. And there they meet a character known as the Happy Mask Salesman. He's also in Ocarina of Time. He like runs a mask shop in that game. It's one of the game's side quests, but he's much more important here. He tells them that Skull Kid stole Majora's Mask from him, and he tells Link that if he gets the Majora's Mask back to him, he'll help reverse Link's curse. But he says that he's a busy guy, so he's going to only be here for 3 days. That's all the time Link has to go get the mask. So you exit the area, you emerge from the clock tower in Clock Town in a land known as Termina. It's on the realm map. A little suspicious there. Everyone in town is preparing for the Carnival of Time in 3 days. It's a holiday celebrating 4 giant guardian deities of Termina. And at the same time, the moon up above, it's been getting suspiciously close to the land. There's some varying opinions on that. Some people are convinced that motherfucker is going to crash into the ground. We're all going to die. And some people are like, nah, never going to happen. Never going to happen. The moon has a face in this game. I think everyone who's played the game knows. It's like this sort of grisly expression. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention it. But yeah, you sort of search around. You manage to find Skull Kid. He's atop the clock tower. And you go there. You confront him near midnight of the third night, which at this point, the moon is like literal feet away from making contact with the tower. Tattle tries to convince Skull Kid to return Majora's Mask, but he just completely ignores her. Tail instead tells the pair, Link and Tattle, to find 4 beings from the swamp, mountain, ocean, and canyon. Before Skull Kid just like swats him away. Just like, shut up, don't talk about that. Link and Skull Kid fight. Link gets Skull Kid to drop the Ocarina of Time. Link grabs it. This is when we have that sort of flashback of Zelda giving it to him and teaching him the Song of Time, which Link plays, warping him back to the dawn of the first day from when he just met the Happy Mask Salesman. Interestingly, when Deku Link tries to use the ocarina, he's not able to use it as a Deku creature, so it instead becomes what is known as, it gets a couple different names. The Deku Tuba, the Deku Pipes, the Pipes of Awakening. It transforms magically. Apparently that's an ability it has. Zelda also mentions in the backstory a goddess of time. We don't really know who that could be. As a kid, I always assumed it was Hylia for some reason, but I really tried to look, and there's really no compelling reason to believe that, I guess. Because Zelda is related to a lot of time travel stuff, so it makes sense that the goddess that is also her is time travel related, and there is time travel in that game. So, okay, there's my argument for it. I just remembered it. You'll hear other people argue maybe it's Nehru, since the Oracle of Ages was Nehru. Later on, there was another game. If I remember it, I'll circle back to it. That implies maybe Furore could be the goddess of time, because there's a character that is very closely associated with Furore, who's also becomes associated with like time powers. They're specifically warped to the moment they open the doors out into Clocktown. So Link returns to the Happy Mask Salesman. With the Ocarina of Time, the Happy Mask Salesman is able to teach Link the Song of Healing, which transports him back and turns that curse of his into a Deku mask. Link can put it on at any time to transform back into that form. To teach Link the song, Happy Mask Salesman just like spawns a giant like organ out of nowhere. I don't know how he does that. There's some weird implications about Happy Mask Salesman here. We'll get back to it. He gets very mad at Link though, because Link brought him the Ocarina of Time. Happy Mask Salesman assumed that meant Link also got back Majora's Mask, so Link sort of, whether intentionally or not, kind of duped him here a little on the deal. This is where he explains that the mask, this is the first time it's specifically called Majora's Mask, is a cursed item used by an ancient tribe for hexing rituals. Wearing it grants wicked and evil powers, with the ancient tribe stealing the mask away for fear of the catastrophes it could bring. That's a pretty messed up item. So they really got to go get it, otherwise shit's going to be bad. So Tattle suggests as their next course of action, figuring out what Tail meant about those 4 regions. So they go to the swamp first. There you find the water has been poisoned. There's a monkey who went to investigate at Woodfall Temple, but he got captured by the Deku and accused of kidnapping their princess instead. So Link, with his sort of Deku form, he sneaks into the cage that they're keeping the monkey in, and he teaches a song to Link to open Woodfall Temple. Nobody notices this, but the moment you play it to in these 2 games, every time you're taught a song, you have to play it back to confirm that you know it. So Link, not very subtly, pulls out his giant tuba and plays the song, and the king hears it, and he takes that as further proof that the monkey kidnapped the princess, because it's it's supposed to be a secret royal family song. So okay, he could only know that if he has the princess somewhere, and he's planning on executing the monkey. So Link reaches Woodfall Temple. He fights a creature known as Odolwa. and frees the giant imprisoned within. It's one of the 4 giant deities of Termina. And he teaches Link a song called Oath to Order. After doing this, the water is cleaned. Tattle speculates naturally that the 4 beings that Tail was referring to were the giants. You also find Link, you find Link. There's 2 of them now. No, Link also here finds the princess. You carry her back in a bottle, which is really weird because she is like full size, but you're somehow able to squeeze her in a small bottle. Kind of like this bottle, sort of the same size as this bottle I'm about to take a drink from. So yeah, you carry her back in the bottle and you prove that the monkey was innocent. So, after that, Link goes to Snowfall Mountain. They're sort of locked in this perpetual freezing cold. There you meet the ghost of the Goron hero Darmani III, who died trying to reach Snowhead Temple, investigating like this perpetual winter that they're in. Link manages to heal his sorrows with the Song of Healing, and Darmani passes on, leaving Link the Goron mask. So with it, Link is able to... There's a lot of events you go through. You're able to learn a song called Goron Lullaby to access Snowhead Temple. You rescue the second giant, and you end this eternal winter. You then go to Great Bay. Before you can go there, though, Link has to go to Romani Ranch, where he finds Epona. Skullkid didn't kill it. It just wound up at this ranch, and you help Romani protect the ranch. There's 2 sisters. The younger one is Romani. You help her protect the ranch from... I'm trying to remember what they call them in-game. I think they're just called something to the effect of, like, those things in-game, but they're clearly aliens. Later, Link also helps the older sister, Cremia, deliver milk to town. You fight off some bandits known as the Gorman Brothers along the way. I think technically everything past like training to fight the aliens is optional, because at that point Romani teaches Link upon a song, so you can call upon her. It's technically optional, but like most players will do it. Anyway, with Epona, Link jumps the barrier to Great Bay, and there he finds a dying Zora. His name is Mikau. He's the guardian. He's the guitarist of a group of Zora known as the Indigogos. So he learns that the group singer has lost her voice after some Gerudo pirates stole her eggs, and after helping him move on, Link uses the resulting Zora mask to rescue the eggs, help Lulu, which is the same name of the singer, regain her voice, and awaken the giant turtle that takes him to Great Bay Temple, where the 3rd giant is rescued. Link goes to Ikana Canyon after this. This is a region where they say the dead are lingering. And after convincing the former king of the region to help, Link learns a song called the Elegy of Emptiness. It lets you make sort of statues of your different forms. This is the only point where I'm going to mention it, but a very famous creepypasta, Ben Drowned, has like sort of a creepy version of Link. And that's just the Elegy of Emptiness form of human Link. You use that song to climb Stone Tower Temple, and you rescue the final giant and finally put all the dead of this region to rest. So with all the giants free, Link again confronts Skullkid on top of Clock Tower near midnight. This time you play the Oath of Order, which summons those giants to show up and hold the moon back. Skullkid is also like incapacitated in this moment. I guess like something about hearing their call, like the call of the giants, stunned him. There could be a reason for that, actually. We might circle back to that in a sec. But at this point, Majora's Mask itself just speaks. It like starts like floating up, like Skullkid is like still attached to it, but he's sort of like dangling, not lifeless, but unconscious from the mask. It calls Skullkid, weak and a puppet, and it just floats up to the moon, which starts falling again. Link and Tattle follow via like a stream of energy it left behind. On the moon, we find this endless field with like a giant tree in the center. There, Link meets 5 kids. 4 are wearing... the bosses from the dungeons in this game also technically have masks. You can't wear them, but 4 of the kids here do wear those masks, and the final one is wearing Majora's Mask. These kids look suspiciously like Happy Mask Salesmen. One even asks if Link will be like a mask salesman in the future. On the 3DS remake, like if you take off their masks in like debug, you'll see that their face is literally Happy Mask Salesman's face. And this is a fact that the Happy Mask Salesman himself has officially acknowledged in an event known as Majora's Mask 3D Meeting with the Happy Mask Salesman, an event on Miitopia back when that was still a thing. Or sorry, Miiverse when that was still a thing. So he's canonically acknowledged it. God knows how he got a Miiverse account, but he has acknowledged it. You can do some mini dungeons while you're here with the first 4 kids, and through the process you give them all your masks. As the game goes on, you can collect a bunch of like masks through side quests, and if you give them all 20 masks in the game, the kid wearing Majora's mask will give you the Fierce Deity mask when you talk to him. When you speak to him, either way, he asks to play good guys and bad guys with you. He says, Link, you're going to play the bad guy. And after this, you start a fight with Majora's Mask. You defeat Majora's Mask, and the moon returns to his place in the sky. In the 3DS remake, the moon instead just fucking explodes. I'm not a fan of that change. I think remakes are cowardly. But yeah, a dawn of a new day emerges. So Link wakes up in Termina Field. He sees Skull Kid talking with the giants. He's surprised to learn that they haven't forgotten about him and still think of him as a friend. More on that in a sec. So they leave, which Skull Kid comes to terms with. He asked Link to be his friend, and he mentions that he has the same smell as a fairy kid who taught me that song in the woods. That's what he says. We'll also circle back to that. There's a lot of questions about who the Skull Kid is. So, Happy Mask Salesman now has the Majora's Mask. He's holding it. He states that all the evil has left it. So he leaves. He literally disappears. Link then leaves on Epona, and we see some cutscenes of various people in town celebrating the ceremony. Or not even just in town, just in Termina. In the post-credit, we see Link is back in the Light World again. He's the Lost Woods, which is in the Light World, but yeah, he's in the Lost Woods. And here we see, like on a tree trunk here, a drawing Skull Kid did of Link, the Skull Kid, and giants, all of them as friends. So, in terms of timeline placement, like I said, this is very explicitly an immediate sequel to Ocarina of Time. It features Child Link, so it has to be in the Child timeline. So I keep mentioning the Skull Kid character and sort of who he might be. So there's sort of a pair of stories here. One is from an old lady at the inn in game. She says that there's this she tells a story about this imp character who was a friend of the 4 giants before they created Termina. And when they left to protect its 4 corners, that imp felt sort of neglected and started tormenting Termina. And in turn, the people of Termina called on the giants. They threatened Skull Kid. Spoiler alerts. The imp is presumably Skull Kid. They threaten him, and he returns to the heavens, is what the story says, not wanting to get in their way. Skull Kid seemingly corroborates the story. He sort of acknowledges his relationship with the giants when he sees them at the end. Sort of acknowledges that they used to be friends. Meanwhile, we get sort of a different story with Ocarina of Time. So I mentioned that the Skull Kid mentioned a fairy kid, and that calls back to Ocarina of Time, where Link can befriend a Skull Kid by playing Saria's song for him, a song that your friend Saria teaches you in that game. You can also give it a mask in that game. Like I mentioned, the Happy Mask Salesman has a sort of mask-based side quest in that game. And you give him a skull mask in that side quest. So it seems worth assuming that he mentions fairy kid who taught him a song. You teach him a song in that game. You even give him a mask in that game. So he clearly has an affinity for masks. It's worth assuming that is sort of the same Skull Kid. And indeed, because, like I mentioned, you fall through that tree at the start of the game. You fall deep, deep, deep below and find yourself in Termina. And then the story that the old lady tells you says that Skull Kid returned to the heavens. He went up. So the idea could be that Hyrule is like the heaven from that story, and that, those two stories sort of mesh together. I think it certainly makes a lot of sense to me. In the Zelda Encyclopedia, they put forth the idea that Termina is a warped reflection of Skull Kid's memories. It's sort of this figment, this sort of creation of Skull Kid. Once he got the Majora's Mask, he had the power to sort of create this warped world. So the idea could be that, like, he had some sort of group of friends that he got betrayed by, and the giants are just meant to be like a warped reflection of that. They're not literally those same four friends. It's just sort of an analogy, I guess you would say. I don't like that. I'm not a fan of that idea. There's a lot of issues I take with it. According to, we get a cutscene from Tattle, sort of like memory that they have, where they met Skull Kid in Termina before he got the Majora's Mask. In the post-credits scene, we see like people celebrating, and like according to the encyclopedia, like once Skull Kid leaves Termina, once the Majora's Mask is gone, all of Termina just like is supposed to disappear. But that shouldn't make sense if we see people celebrating after he leaves. There's also a lot of like, Termina has a lot of like parallels to Hyrule in terms of like the people who live there. Part of that is just because these games came out so close to each other, they had to like reuse assets to make the game come out in time. But like if you view the idea that this is some sort of like parallel world, that these are literal parallels of each other, much like Link to the Past and a Link Between Worlds, then like the idea that there are parallels of characters that Skull Kid never met doesn't make a lot of sense with this being all just made up in his mind. Yeah, there's really no explicit evidence in the game that Termina should be this sort of figment of of Skull Kid's imagination. I'm not a fan of the theory. Most people don't like that theory that the encyclopedia puts forth. I think it makes more sense that Skull Kid was originally from Termina. He got in that fight with the giants. He went up to Hyrule, met Link, goes back down at some point and gets Majora's Mask and starts all this nonsense. I mentioned that sort of warped figure at the start of the game, that sort of warped tree. So all the other transformation masks in the game, I guess with the exception of the Fierce Deity mask, which is another rabbit hole we'll get into, but all the other transformation masks are based off of dead people. And so it goes worth assuming that the Deku mask should also be based off a dead person. And because we see that sort of warped figure at the start of the game, people generally assume that that's the sort of Deku that Link's Deku form is based off of. And indeed, there's a character we meet when you're in that Deku Palace, known as the Deku Butler, who you interact with. He keeps talking about how much Link, as a Deku, reminds him of his son. And indeed, in the post-credits of the game, we see the Deku Butler in front of that warped form, kind of like mourning it. So it's never explicitly said in the game, but it's very, very, very strongly implied that that's who your Deku form is. It also kind of goes without saying, this game is like low-key, pretty depressing. I mentioned the monkey before, who was they were planning on executing. Because this game is based off like a time cycle, you're constantly replaying these 3 days. If you don't do that temple in a certain cycle, he does get killed. They boil him alive. You can watch him get boiled alive. I mentioned Romani, who you help fight off the aliens. Again, if you don't do that on a given cycle, which you're not going to do all these events on one cycle. So these will, unless you're a speedrunner, like these things will happen in the game. Romani, it's implied, gets abducted by the aliens, and afterwards she's really unresponsive. People have said that they lobotomized her or something. I don't know if it's anything that extreme, but clearly she's traumatized for getting abducted by aliens. Yeah, I forgot to mention, but the aliens are there at the ranch to steal their cows, which is again, part of why people say that they're, even though they're never called aliens in game, that's why people say that they're aliens, because, you know, abducting cows is a big... Their design is also based... I'll throw up the design here if I remember to. Their design is also based off the Flatwood Monster, which is like a cryptid that's commonly considered to be an alien. If she doesn't die, if she doesn't get lobotomized, then instead what happens is on day 3, there's this location in town called the Milk Bar. And the way milk is talked about in this game, again, because this is a kid's game, because you can't have, you know, adult like themes too strongly, people talk about milk in this game the same way they talk about alcohol. Like, you get a mask from Crimea, her older sister, that lets you enter the bar. And, like, she says something about, like, it's like a proof that you're an adult. It's proof that you're worthy of going in the milk bar. So, on the 3rd day, when the moon is about to crash, Crimea will, like, take her sister Romani into their house and says, like, hey, like, you know, she's trying to be brave about it, but she's like, sleep with me in my bed tonight. You know, I'll even, like, you're getting really grown up, so I'll even, like, let you have some milk. And the implication is, like, you know, she's dulling her senses so she doesn't have to be aware of the moon that's about to kill them all. There's also a character called the Master Swordsman, who you can do, like, some sword mini games with, who, like, his whole thing is he's, like, you know, all strong and confident about, like, oh, the moon's not going to crash, and, like, I think he even says something to the effect of, like, if it does, I'll just, like, slice it apart. Like, he's really confident. And then again, like, minutes to the end of the game, like, you can find him in his back room just, like, crying, like, begging, like, no, I don't want to die. I do not want to die. Yeah, this game deals a lot with sort of existential dread, this sort of looming death over people's heads. It's, I think, well beloved in the series because of that, because it is such a unique tone in this series. I would also be remiss if I didn't mention the theory that people think Link is just straight up dead in this game. The 5 areas you go to in this game, people like to say are linked to the 5 stages of grief. You have the people in Clocktown who are all, not all of them, but most of them are in denial about the moon falling. You have the people, the Deku, who are pissed off about the monkey stealing their princess. They're angry. You have Darmani in the snow area, who is like asking, like, before Link sort of eases his sorrows, there's sort of a line here where he's like, he's bargaining with Link to like, can you bring me back some way? Can you use your magic to revive me so I can save my people? And if you can't do that, can you at least save them for me? Like, he's bargaining. The Great Bay, you have Lulu, who is depressed because she's lost her eggs and lost, it's never directly said, but the guy who you take his form as a mask is kind of implied to be like her lover. So she's depressed at the loss of him and the loss of her children. And then you have the last realm, which is just full of all these dead guys, and it's about like having them move on. It's about accepting that you can't stop this. There's also the idea of the elegy of emptiness. I don't think it's something that's said in game. I'll correct myself if I'm wrong in the future, but there's this idea that because like the elegy of emptiness lets you make like forms based off of your masks, forms based off of these sort of vessels of dead people. You can also make one based off of Link. So the idea is that like because Link is able to make a vessel of himself, he must also be dead. There's also the idea of like Link falling through a tree into Termina. One of two things. Both, it's such a fantastical thing that like it must be, you know, sort of an illusion or a hallucination, or, you know, sort of how he's coming to terms with the fact that he's dead, or just literally it's such a far fall that it should kill him. You know, there's also the idea of like I mentioned, there's a lot of characters who are sort of like have parallel versions of themselves in Termina, which would make sense if Termina, you know, I don't think it's Skull Kid's illusion, but it would make sense if Termina is sort of some sort of like illusory realm. There's also some elements with it, with Twilight Princess that we'll get into shortly. This theory generally isn't accepted these days, but like I said, it's such a big theory in the franchise, I'd be very remiss if I didn't mention it. This is also the first game that has Tingle. He is like floating on a balloon, and you pop him down, and that's how you get like the maps to the different regions in this game. I mentioned the Fierce Deity Mask. It's this form that Link can take on that is, once again, I'll throw it up on screen here. A very fun form to use, sort of very powerful and ominous and almost like intimidating. It's optional, but it's optional to get it and to use it in that final fight, but Hyrule Historia talks about it like that's what happens. So at least in that version of the story, it's canon. There's also this question of what is Majora's Mask? And I have another theory about it we'll talk about in a bit, but I want to take a brief moment to talk about another non-canon source. This is the Majora's Mask manga. At the end of it, there's a little bonus story. It tells about this fearsome creature who lives in a timeless world. There are legends that say his armor grant wishes, but he's eaten everyone who comes to investigate. One day, a traveler appears. He's asking to rest there for a while. The creature is like skeptical of his motivations. He notes that like this character is wearing a cloak, but he notes that like you're wearing armor under that cloak. Like you're a warrior. I'm not falling for this. But the traveler only seems to like pity the monster for the like just limbo he lives in. The creature kind of considers his pity, and eventually he wishes, yeah, you're right. It would be cool if time moved here. Like it would be cool if things happened. So the traveler pulls out a drum, and he starts playing. He creates this rhythm. He creates a sense of the passage of time. So the creature dances for 3 days straight and dies on the 4th. And then after that, all that remains is the creature's armor, this magical item from which the traveler carves Majora's Mask. He says that the creature's power has been sealed into the mask and will no longer be a menace, which is a little ironic given how this game always talks about how the mask is itself a menace, but yeah, whatever. And the creature is sort of like this shaggy, almost like Eastern-style dragon with like a carapace. So the idea would be that he is Majora. Majora's Mask it's his mask, so to speak. In turn, people like to interpret the traveler that meets him as the fierce deity himself. It sort of makes sense in the sense that like there's implied to be in game some sort of relationship between Majora's Mask and the fierce deity. But people will say that like he looks a lot like fierce deity, and I've never personally believed that, but yeah, it feels like there could be some sort of a connection there. All right, so next up is Twilight Princess. So before the game's events, I kind of mentioned there's some stuff with Ganondorf. He is exposed, for the asshole he is. He's captured, and they're preparing to execute him. He's going to be executed by 6 sages. One of them stabs him through the chest with this ritual sword, but like I mentioned, because of Link as a child now having the Triforce of Courage, Ganon has the Triforce of Power, and because of that, he manages to survive getting stabbed in the chest. He breaks the bonds he's in, and he kills one of the sages. And the sages are, they're desperate. They don't know what to do here, so they decide to activate the Mirror of Twilight, which I mentioned way back here, and seal him in the Twilight Realm. There, Ganon sort of begins spreading influence. He offers a character known as Zant power with the intent of Ganon really wants to fuse the Light World and Twilight Realm into what he calls a dark world. Now, it's not literally this dark world because that's a very different thing. That's a corrupted sacred realm. But it is, it's thematically, it's the same idea that Ganon wants a corrupted world to rule from. So Midna, who's the queen of the Twilight Realm, tries to stop Zant. He's not a fan of what's going on. But he curses Midna, and she is either sent or flees to the Light World. It's not really clear how she gets there. Sort of something I mentioned with the Twilight Realm earlier is that they're trapped in there. They're meant to be imprisoned in there. So it's a little weird that she's just able to get to the Light World now. But as we'll see, there's a lot of characters getting to the Light World now. So it just could be that the seal is sort of already starting to weaken, I guess. In part, maybe because of what Ganon and Zant are about to do. It's kind of implied in the cutscene where we see, like the flashback cutscene where we see Ganon get, they try to execute him. It's kind of implied that he only realizes or like activates the Triforce of Power in this moment. The sages here also appear to be like they're sort of like ethereal old men with masks, so they're probably not the same ones as Ocarina of Time. Which, to be fair, those sages wouldn't even be awoken in this timeline. They're also called ancient sages, and they're tasked with guarding the Mirror of Twilight. So, like, it's even possible that they came like from before Ocarina of Time, or either that, or they're just implying that a long period of time has passed since Ocarina of Time. Elsewhere in the series, it's implied that Goron or Gerudo have like a lifespan comparable to humans, so I guess it can't be that long after. Yeah, I don't really know who these guys are or where they're from. Probably just being a different set of sages from the same era is what makes the most sense. Anyways, Link here is a farmhand. He lives in Ornon Village, and he is tasked with taking a royal gift to Hyrule Castle. We'll later learn that that gift is a sword. He also just already has the Triforce symbol on his hand in this game. It's just there from the start. I don't know. Ordon is technically not part of Hyrule. This is one of the rare occasions where we're in somewhere outside of Hyrule. It's a small neighboring province, is what they say. So yeah, he's not from Hyrule in this game. But on the day he's supposed to leave, Ilya, who is his childhood friend, and several kids, and Epona are kidnapped by some Bolden. They're sort of these goblin-esque monsters. A lot of goblin-y monsters in here. Link follows them before getting pulled through like a strange black wall by an unknown creature. Past that wall is a region of Twilight. We don't know that yet, but it's kind of important to mention. The creature drops Link when that Triforce symbol on his hand starts glowing. And specifically, the Triforce of Courage glows. And Link is turned into a wolf and is dragged away by monsters. He then wakes up later in a jail cell. In the jail cell, he meets sort of this impish creature. Spoiler alert, it's Midna, who also watched him get dragged away. She helps Link escape, and as they exit, Link discovers that they are in Hyrule Castle, and the whole thing is blanketed in Twilight. So Midna takes Link to meet Princess Zelda. She reveals Hyrule has been transformed by Zant. Originally he invaded Hyrule Castle and kind of offered her a choice. You can either surrender here, or we can go to war. And she chose the former, not wanting a giant bloody war in her kingdom, wanted to protect her people, and this resulted in Twilight covering Hyrule and everyone within it becoming spirits. Interestingly here, Midna specifically calls Zelda Twilight Princess. Later we'll see Midna called the Twilight Princess, so I don't know which one is the Twilight Princess. I guess in my mind, Midna is a queen. Zelda is a princess. Even when she's the leader of Hyrule, she's always referred to as princess. So maybe it makes more sense for her to be the Twilight Princess. I don't know. But anyways, Midna teleports Link back to Ordon with Twilight magic. He's still a wolf at this point, and offers Link to help Link save his friends. He's going to need someone from the Twilight to go back into those regions, so that's why he would need her help. And she would do this on the condition that he basically acts like as her servant. So he agrees. While heading back to the Twilight, they meet Ordona, who's one of the 4 light spirits. I mentioned the light spirits also back here. This is all just backstory to Twilight Princess. They meet Ordona. He reveals that shadow beasts have been trying to steal his light and have already stolen the other 3 light spirits' light. So he tells Link if he can restore the light spirit in Faron Woods, which is where Link was originally transformed, he can be cured of this wolf form. The pair then enter the Twilight Faron Woods and recover Faron's light. With it, the woods are freed from Twilight. Link is restored, now wearing the tunic of the ancient hero, chosen by the gods, is what they say. Obviously, it's Link's typical Link attire. And Faron says, Link, you're now the chosen one of the gods. Faron also mentions here that Link turning into a wolf instead of a spirit like everybody else is proof that he has these powers of the chosen one, that they rest within him. So yeah, that's why he's a wolf in this game. So Farron tasks Link with recovering a dark power once locked away by the spirits of light. It's in a nearby temple. He says that they're going to need this power to match the power of Zant. So outside the temple, you make your way there. A golden wolf spirit pounces on Link. He sort of teleports Link to this like foggy void. The wolf there turns into a skeletal knight known as Hero Shade, who trains Link in sword fighting. You can meet him several times going forward. I'm not going to mention it each time, but do remember Hero Shade. He is important. Anyways, inside the temple, Link collects the Fuse Shadow, which is what Farron warned him about. I also mentioned the Fuse Shadow. Again, back here, it's those relics that the interlopers had. It was part of their magic. It's what the light spirits took away from them. It's what Minda wanted Link's help finding. Minda says that there's 3 Fuse Shadows, and that the other light spirits probably have the rest. As I mentioned earlier, here it's actually 4. I don't know why it is never explicitly said in this game, other than in that backstory cutscene. But Minda's headpiece that she's wearing throughout the whole game is the 4th piece. It's never said so explicitly, but like it links up with the rest of the pieces. It is clearly the 4th piece. So, directed by Farron, Link goes to Kakariko Village. It's also in Twilight, and he finds the kidnapped kids, and he restores Eldon's light while he's there. Eldon then directs the pair to nearby Death Mountain for the next Fuse Shadow. To reach it, Link has to prove his strength to some resident Gorons via sumo wrestling. Per Bo's advice, Bo is the mayor of Orden and Ilda's dad. Link basically cheats with some iron boots. He uses the boots so he won't slide around as much. You also learn that Chief Darbus of the Goron went with other elders to check on their Fuse Shadow. He accidentally touched it in the process and became this monster. So you go to the temple, you fight him, you retrieve the Fuse Shadow. Then Eldon tells you to go to Castletown, which is also still in Twilight. There you find Ilia at a bar. She's looking over this like Zora child. And that leads Link to go to Lake Hylia, restoring its frozen water source and restoring Lanayru's light in the process. So to reach the Fuse Shadow that's in Lakebed Tempo, Link helps Ilia, who, by the way, has amnesia. When people are stuck in Twilight, they're like these spirits that they can interact with other spirits, but they can't interact with Link because he's not a spirit. So it's only after he's like rescued a realm from Twilight that he can interact with the people a bit. And Ilia doesn't recognize him. She has amnesia. So he helps her and Telma, who's the owner of the bar, help heal Rowless, is the name of the Zora kid. And this is all done at the request of the spirit of his mom, Queen Rutella. She gives Link Zora armor, which you use to dive down to the temple. It's at the bottom of Lake Hylia, and get that Fuse Shadow. Outside, now that you have all the pieces, Zant jumps the 2 of you. He fills the area with Twilight. He steals the Fuse Shadow pieces. Again, just the 3, not Impa's headpiece for some reason. And he like inserts like a stone into Link's wolf head because he's in the Twilight. He's a wolf again, and it prevents Link from turning back even when he's back into light areas. While he's jumping the 2 of you, he also mortally wounds Minda with like he basically like restrains her and like forces her to take on like a full-on blast of Lanayru's light. I guess the implication is, Twilight people aren't a big fan of the light, so that mortally wounds her. So you're desperate as a wolf. You go to Hyrule Castle. You sneak through a secret door in Telma's bar. Initially, you're not led into the bar, but Telma has a cat who helps you sneak in. She's a real one for that. And you go to Hyrule Castle to get help from Zelda. She tells Link to head for the Sacred Grove in Farron Woods to find power to remove the curse, this thing in his head. It's not said yet, but it's the Master Sword. That's part of what the Master Sword is known for throughout the series is removing curses, dispelling darkness, so it should help here. She also transfers her life force to Midna, which heals Midna from her mortal wounds, but makes Zelda just disappear. So, as the 2 of you leave Castletown, there's sort of this moment where you look back and you see the castle suddenly surrounded in this giant like twilight crystal. You're cut off from it for now. So you go to the Sacred Grove. You meet a Skull Kid. We'll get back to it. who you like follow and fight to the Master Sword, which when you grab it, restores Link. After Midna asks Link to help her find the Mirror of Twilight, she doesn't say it until later, but she wants to use it to reach the Twilight Realm and confront Zant. So you follow some intel from a member of Telma's resistance. Link goes to a prison in the Gerudo Desert called Arbiter's Ground, where criminals were executed via, they say, a cursed mirror. And there they find that the Mirror of Twilight has been broken. This is when the spirits of those sages appear, recounting that story of Ganon's banishment. They also mention that only a true leader of the Twilight can fully destroy the Mirror of Twilight, because Zant is a false leader, a false king. He's only able to break it into pieces. So they task the pair with finding those pieces and stopping Zant and Ganondorf. So per their directions, you go to Snow Peak Mountain, where you find a piece in the home of a Yeti couple. It's made the wife, Yetta, sick and eventually turns her into like the boss of the dungeon. There's a very, very cute moment here at the end where like you turn, Yetta back by defeating her monster form, and she's like, the whole time it's so, almost like a Lord of the Rings kind of thing, where she's like sort of coveting and wanting, the mirror, even though it sort of makes her sickly and hurts her. She wants the mirror, and Yeto very cutely tells her that she doesn't need a mirror. She just needs to look into his eyes and see her beauty reflected there. And if you've played these games, every boss fight in these games, unless it's like the final boss, ends with a heart container. You pick that up, it gives you an extra piece of heart. And in this case, it's Yeto telling Yetta, her beauty is reflected in his eyes. That's what spawns the heart container here. It's a very cute use of that game mechanic. So anyways, after that, you return to Sacred Grove. You find the remains of Ocarina of Time's Temple of Time and enter through like a portal to a version of it from the past. There you enter like a secret section via a magic staircase to like a window in the Master Sword's chamber. And in that secret section, you collect a shard. It's not one-to-one with Ocarina of Time's Temple of Time, but it's pretty clearly meant to depict it. It's even directly called the Temple of Time in-game. Interestingly, people have pointed out, so you go up through that stained glass mirror, or stained glass window, to go to that extra section of the temple. In Ocarina of Time, at the very end, when Navi leaves, we see her disappear through one of the stained glasses, or at least go up to it. So some people have speculated that maybe she went back there for some reason. I don't know if it's the exact same pane of glass, but it does seem like maybe there's something going on there. The implication of the shard of the Mirror of Time being like in the past, being in this time displaced area here is odd. You would think that if Zant sort of broke the mirror and dispersed it throughout Hyrule, it shouldn't be in the past. I mean, it's a Zelda dungeon. Don't overthink it too much, but it's kind of weird. According to the sages, the next shard is in the sky. So you go, I'm not going to go over every bit of it, but there's a long and complicated side quest here involving restoring Ilia's memories, a learning of the Oaka. I've never been good at pronouncing their name. And then you launch into the city in the sky via an Oaka sky cannon, collecting the shard there. In the game, Oaka are called the closest race to the gods, who founded Hyrule before Hylians were created and then moved to the sky afterward. Even in game, that's technically a theory, which is why I don't put it on the timeline here, because it's kind of a weird thing. In the English version, it also suggests that the Oaka just like straight up created Hylians, but that's probably a mistranslation. It seems more like they created Hyrule, not the Hylians who live in it. You also do meet Oaka before this. You meet a pair named Oaku and Oaku Jr. They like help you warp in dungeons, and they're part of this quest to get to the city in the sky. So after all that, you return to the Mirror Chamber. Here, it's revealed that Midna is the true ruler of the Twilight. This is where the sages call her the Twilight Princess. Again, I don't know what's up with that. But you travel to the Twilight Realm, you confront Zant. He monologues, as all villains do. He basically complains about like how complacent the Twilight and the royal family have become, and he all but confirms here that he's a puppet for Ganondorf. You fight him, you eventually separate Zant from the Fused Shadows, and Midna regains them all here. Zant just casually reveals that Ganondorf has already been reborn, but Midna kills him here. She uses the Fused Shadow to like, she has like kind of a hair thing in the game, and she like uses the Fused Shadow to like shoot it at him, and he just explodes. Though, Zant says like, I don't give a shit. Ganon will just revive me. Like, I'm his homie. He'll just revive me. I don't care. So you return to the Light World. You're hoping to use Midna's new power to return Zelda. Midna speculates that the barrier around the castle is actually not Twilight magic, but it could in fact be Ganon's magic. There's sort of a distinction between the two. It's sort of stated throughout the game that like Zant's power is more so gotten through Ganon and his magic rather than like traditional Twilight magic. So yeah, you speculate that this barrier is his doing. Therefore, that's probably where he is. So using the full Fused Shadow, Midna destroys the barrier. It's kind of creepy. It becomes like this mask and tendrils, and it almost doesn't seem like she's like fully in control of what's going on. I mean, as the Light Spirits kind of alluded to, this is a dark power. Like, it's not, using it doesn't make you inherently evil, but certainly it could be a corrupting power, maybe. The pair make their way up to Hyrule Castle. You confront Ganondorf. He's now possessing Zelda's body for the fight, but eventually Midna is able to use the Fused Shadow to like exorcise him from Zelda. And then he returns as Dark Beast Ganon, another sort of like boar sort of form, and you beat that too. I don't know. So Zelda disappeared earlier when she gave her life force to Midna. The implication is sort of that her body like sort of disappeared and withered away. So it's weird that she just has a body here again, even though like she doesn't seem to be in it, or she's sort of unconscious in some way. Ganon is able to possess it. So it's weird that she has a body here. I don't really know what's going on there. People online seem confused about it too. And then in turn, it seems weird that like Ganon possessing Zelda's body makes it seem like he doesn't have a body. I mean, like when you see him in his Ganondorf form, he has like a glowing hole in his chest from where he was stabbed by the sages. So maybe the idea is that like sometime between them sealing him and all of this, like that wound still was enough to ultimately kill him. This sort of tracks some stuff elsewhere in the game where like he appears to Zant as like this sort of like spirit form. So like it could be the idea that like his body did at some point die. He also mentions like needing to feed off of Twilight's hate to regain strength. So maybe the idea is that like he never died, he just needed time to like recoup from an otherwise like fatal wound, and that's sort of why he doesn't have like a real physical form here. Especially if this is like some sort of a sacred or magic sword. If the sages are using it, that seems to be the case. That would be a hell of a wound to recover from. So other than that, maybe it could just be that him being able to like swap forms and possess people. Could also just be some typical Ganondorf, dark magic, Triforce of power kind of thing. Like I said, maybe don't think about it too deeply like I have. But suddenly there's some light in Midna that goes like from her to Zelda, and it's revealed that she essentially like stored her soul in Midna's body, like full-on Kingdom Hearts style. At this point, Ganon returns as pure energy. Like I had mentioned, he sort of has this like sort of like fiery energy form. That's how he originally appeared to Zant. Midna teleports Link and Zelda away. She goes to fight, and like she decides she's going to fight Ganon by herself with the full Fused Shadow. She wants them out of there so they don't get hurt. Link and Zelda appear on Hyrule Field, and almost immediately see a giant explosion at Hyrule Castle, and then Ganon appears on horseback. He holds up like Midna's headpiece that she wears the whole game and just destroys it. And he starts charging the pair of you. So Zelda, she calls on the Spirits of Light for aid. They transform into light arrows, and you do some cool horseback combat with Ganondorf. Zelda's on the back of the horse firing light arrows before eventually the two of you hop off and you fight Ganon sword to sword. Very cool in this fight. Ganondorf fights with the exact same sword that they tried to execute with him, which is such a badass move. I mean, but Link stabs Ganondorf through that giant chest wound of his again. And kind of interestingly here, we see, like I mentioned, he has the Triforce of Power symbol the whole game. After you stab him through this chest wound, it fades. There's also a moment here, like immediately after that, where we see like Zant for a split second, and he like kind of cracks his neck before you just see Ganon's head, jerk back. He goes full white eyes. He's presumably, dead. It's unclear to me what's going on here with Zant. I guess it could be the idea that like if he and Ganon have some sort of like symbiotic relationship, there's this implication early on that like part of how Ganon regained his form, regained all this power, is by relying on Zant. So it could be the idea that with Ganon dying, like so too does any chance that Zant had to revive. You mentioned earlier that Ganon would just revive him. Alternatively, there's another theory I heard recently, which is like there's this idea that Ganon can't be killed as long as he has the Triforce of Power, which is something we do sort of see throughout the series. I mean, like, even in Ocarina of Time, you beat the shit out of him, but like he still ends up getting sealed in the adult timeline. He doesn't get killed there. So you can't kill him as long as he has the Triforce of Power, which also makes sense with his execution in this game. But he can have the Triforce of Power taken, like, if he's sufficiently incapacitated. And, a Master Sword through your chest, actively purging, like, any dark energy you have is, I would consider that pretty sufficient. So it could be that Ganon is, like, reaching out to Zant's spirit for, like, any, last bit of strength, since he, once resided within Zant. And this Zant cracking his neck is saying, fuck off. Like, no, I'm not helping you again. I like that theory because it sounds cool. But yeah, Link sees Midna on a hill in the distance after this fight. She's surrounded by the spirits of light, and he runs up to her. When he reaches her, she's transformed into her true self. This sort of imp form she had all game was just a curse from Zant. She has this much more humanoid form. Some have theorized that Ganon like really did kill her, or at least like gravely wound Midna, which makes sense. He crushes her part of the Fused Shadow. Like, it would seem that he wouldn't be able to get that from her unless she's really, 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 really hurt. And so this is like this scene here of her with the spirits. It's the spirits like reviving her, and or maybe like lifting her curse. Midna also, like in the far shot of this scene, still has her helmet on. I'm going to assume that's like a visual oversight because I don't know what on earth that could mean otherwise. But yeah, you defeat Ganon in the post-credit scenes. Midna leaves for the Twilight Realm. She with a single tear, she destroys the Twilight Mirror as she's leaving so that no nonsense like this can ever happen again. Even though she's really close with Link and Zelda at this point, she'd rather just cut their realms off, forever so that something like this can never happen again. And after that, Link returns the Master Sword, as he tends to do, and he leaves off on some new adventure. So, in terms of timeline placement, there's some clear allusions to Ocarina of Time, which have to make it kind of post that. I mentioned the Temple of Time before, and a lot of sort of details like that. I think the only place where like there's a sensible reason for Ganondorf to get executed, without making up like a new Ganondorf, which itself would have issues, is sort of in this Trail timeline. It makes a lot of sense that like Link tells Zelda, hey, this guy's coming, we gotta deal with him. And sometime later that results in Ganondorf getting, or at least they attempt to execute him. Some other kind of notes. Despite what you might assume, the Twilight Realm is actually like surprisingly chill before Zant and all his shit. They're described as like gentle and pure-hearted. You would think for like a race that tried to start a whole war, that wouldn't be the case, but they've had a lot of time to chill off. The hero Shade, I mentioned this sort of skeleton character that will teach Link. He is pretty much universally accepted as being the same Link from Ocarina of Time. Of the four possible that it could be, we know it seems the most logical for him to be that one, especially because he like knows and teaches this Link some songs that only he should know. I think probably most crucially to me, he can teach you the Song of Healing from Majora's Mask. He's the only Link that should know that song. And I mentioned before that there is a theory in this game that Link dies in it. So some people will point to, okay, Link dies here, and that's why he's sort of this shade kind of character in this game. There's some issues with that. The idea that like his form in this is he's a full-size adult, and there's like tunics and relics of the hero that you get in this game that are, adult size, would kind of point to the idea that no, you don't actually die in Majora's Mask. It's sometime later. There's also a very common theory that the Twilight Princess Link is the Ocarina of Time Link's descendant. He's a farmhand, he has Epona, and he knows Epona's song, which all match with the idea that there's a character in Ocarina of Time named Malon. She's the girl who lives at the ranch you get Epona from. And so people say that, like, oh, he must have married Malon, and some point later on, through the generations, that results in our Link, who has Epona's song. Hero Shade also literally calls this Link son at some point, though I think that's maybe more so just like a sort of symbolic kind of thing. Hyrule Historia also goes with this, at least the first part about this Link being that Link's descendant. It doesn't support the Malon stuff necessarily. Hyrule Historia also says that Hero Shade exists due to Link's regret over like not being remembered, which I'm not a fan of that idea. I don't like the implication that Link cares about the glory in any way. That's not an idea that's consistent with anywhere else in the series. I think the more common idea, which is supported by something he says in this game, is that it's more so like he was this great warrior, he saved all these people, but he never really got a chance to like pass on what he learned, the lessons he learned, as a hero. And that is more so his regret. He regretted never being there to teach the next hero, and that's why he's here now to teach our Link. Interestingly, the Mirror of Twilight, when it's activated, it kind of resembles a little bit like the Gates of Time in Skyward Sword. There's probably nothing to that, but it is sort of an interesting detail I noticed when I was going over footage of the two games. Midna. Midna is a very, I think, fan favorite character. Part of that is that she goes through a really nice arc in this game. She goes from like a brat who's like using and shit talking Link to someone who's willing to like sacrifice a lot to save both of their worlds. Because of that, like it's very common for people to suggest that like Link and Midna, maybe there's something going on there. Maybe there's sort of there's some feelings there. I believe in the manga that's even more strongly hinted at. I think, if I recall correctly, she kisses him at the end of that story. So yeah, a very popular ship.
Oh my goodness!
I mentioned Skull Kid. There's a Skull Kid in this game. Some people like to suggest that it's in fact the same Skull Kid from Majora's Mask. The main argument is that this Skull Kid also knows Saria's song, which you teach him in Ocarina of Time. It would be kind of interesting if that's true, because this Skull Kid, as I mentioned, sort of like protects the way to the Master Sword. So like I do sort of like the narrative people have built of like, you become his friend in this game, and as a result, like he sort of remains as this sort of eternal protector of the Master Sword, this relic that's very important to his friend. Speaking of Majora's Mask, another very common connection people will make is that the fused shadow kind of looks a lot like Majora's Mask. There's definitely some visual similarities there. And so people speculate, it's said that there was a tribe that used and made this mask in Majora's Mask. Some people speculate that maybe that is the same tribe that later became the Twilight. I don't know, it's kind of interesting. Depending on how you look at it, though, the events in this game kind of imply that like the fused shadow, at least in the form that we see it in, was kind of created by like the light spirits more so, as like this way of sealing the Twilight's magic. So it's a little bit doubtful if that connection is really legitimate, but I think especially because those games are right next to each other, it's a very common point people like to bring up. I like it. I see it. that naturally brings us to Link's crossbow training. So, the story of Link's crossbow training. The same Link from Twilight Princess gets a crossbow, and he trains with it. That's it. There's no real story to this game. It is very clearly a Twilight Princess game because it takes place in that version of Hyrule. Link is an adventurer. He has the sort of hero outfit, and one would assume then that it would have to be post Twilight Princess rather than like before. Since there's no like Twilight or any sort of Twilight elements in this game, that does generally work. I think the main issue that people point to as to why like this shouldn't be on the timeline, other than the fact that Nintendo never mentions it, is that there's a creature you fight in this called a Stalord. It's based off of a boss that Zant like sort of revives. It's a skeletal creature that Zant revives in this game, and you kill it. So people argue that like, well, Stalord shouldn't be back around in this then if it was Zant who revived it. But I mean, like, it could just be a different Stalord, or like, one guy already revived it, so like surely another guy could also revive it. It's a pretty simple game. It was bundled with the Wii Zapper, which was like this peripheral to sort of turn your Wii remote and nunchuck into kind of like a light gun. It's a light gun game essentially. It originally did have a story. It was sort of meant to act as like a sort of side story to Twilight Princess, but Miyamoto, he pulled a Miyamoto. He said, "No, I hate story. Fuck story. Get it out of my game." At the same time, though, Miyamoto also originally wanted it to have like, according to one interview, it's like a Terminator-style story as like an excuse to give Link just an actual gun, with which the rest of the crew, and rightfully so, shot that shit down. But that will bring us to Four Swords Adventures, rather. So, time passes. One day, a new Ganondorf is born. It's interesting to note. Well, I'll get to that at the end. He trespasses on an ancient pyramid in Gerudo Village, stealing what's just called the Trident, and then steals what's called the Dark Mirror from the forest's Temple of Darkness, which allows him to spawn a bunch of monsters. He then desires to resurrect Vaati, way back from Four Swords and all these games, to take over Hyrule and like enshroud it in darkness, as Ganon usually does. So one day, dark clouds, they just begin covering Hyrule. People feel a lot of dread about it. So Princess Zelda calls her friend Link to Hyrule Castle. He asks him to accompany her and 6 maidens who guard portals to the Four Sword Sanctuary. Her and the 6 maidens guard a portal to the Four Sword Sanctuary. So Zelda and the maidens, they open this portal. While there, suddenly a shadow Link appears from the portal that they create. It sort of encapsulates the 7 in shadows, which then get like sucked into the portal. Link enters the portal. He is following Shadow Link, and at the Four Sword Sanctuary, Link draws the Four Sword to fight Shadow Link, splitting in 4 in the process. Darkness starts spewing from the Four Sword pedestal. The 4 Links are blown away by a whirlwind, and Vaati once again emerges from the pedestal. A voice tells Link he's accepted the destiny of the hero, that Zelda and the 6 maidens have been captured, and that Vaati's magic has robbed the Four Sword of its ability to fight darkness. So he's going to need to collect Force Gems to fix it, which I mentioned a lot of different things in the series that are Force getting called different things. And this is kind of another case. I mean, they are literal gems of Force, but let it be known that they are just Force, essentially. So the Links are awoken in a field near Lake Hylia by Kaepora Gaebora, that owl creature in Ocarina of Time. He's the one who gave this previous speech to Link. I don't think it's meant to literally be the same Kaepora Gaebora from Ocarina of Time. I mean, I guess it could be. I guess Rauru could still be, bumming around, and now he's back to give some advice. But there's no like strong evidence one way or another, other than like I guess if it's not him, then who the hell else is this owl? I don't know. But yeah, you chase the Shadow Link through the countryside. You reach Hyrule Castle, and the Kaepora Gaebora, he reappears. He says that Vaati is draining the maiden's energy, so you got to stop that shit. At Hyrule Castle, Link rescues the Blue Maiden, She tells them to travel by sea to the Eastern Temple, which is a location I mentioned a couple times with Link to the Past and a link between worlds. Remember that. You're supposed to go there to free the next maiden. She then transforms into a blue fairy to join you. Apparently that's just a thing maidens can do in this game. They all end up like transforming into fairies. But you travel up the coast. You help a village recover some vanished kids from the Dark World via moon gates and moon pearls. The moon gates let you get to the Dark World, and the moon pearls are like keys to those gates. It's kind of interesting. So I guess I should go into a bit how this game works, because it's kind of convoluted. It's a multiplayer game, just like Four Swords. It's a game for the GameCube, but how you're meant to play this game, you can play it just on the GameCube by yourself, but ideally the way they want you to play this is that you would link up to like the controller ports on your GameCube. There's an adapter that lets you link up 4 Game Boy Advances, and those are the controllers you're supposed to use in the game. And the game will like do mechanics where like the main map is shown on your TV, but there will be like small side areas that are showed on your individual Game Boy Advances. It is a really cool idea. The problem is, of course, I can't imagine a lot of people were able to get a GameCube and Four Swords Adventures and 4 different people with Game Boy Advances and 4 different link cables. Like, I would have to imagine that's a pretty tall order. But if you can get it to work, it is cool. So there's a cool detail here. The reason I bring it up is that in the Dark World takes place on your Game Boy Advance. The Light World is on the TV, and you can like see sort of shadows of people and objects in the Dark World, like on your Light World TV. But you can only like fully see the realm on your Game Boy Advance. It's a cool little touch. The Dark World here doesn't seem like evil or anything. It's a very literal mirror of the overworld. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. Like I said, there's a lot of different like Dark World, Dark Realm stuff going on in this game. Actually, I think this one might even check me, future me. But I think this one is actually I'm pretty sure this one is called the Dark World. But if I'm wrong, still check me. You reach the Eastern Temple. You rescue the Yellow Maiden there. She mentions that Vaati is likely in the Palace of Winds again, in the what she calls the Realm of the Heavens, and tells Link to go to Death Mountain, the Tower of Flames, where the next maiden will likely be. She joins as a fairy again. Interestingly, she says that Vaati built the Palace of Winds last time, i.e. in Four Swords. I'm willing to chalk that up to just like an in-universe loss of information. People just don't remember that, no, he didn't make the Palace of Winds. It was the Wind Tribe in Minish Cap. It's weird. I mean, I believe this game, it's the same year, but I'm pretty sure Four Sword Adventures came out before Minish Cap. So like some of that too is just, devs changing their mind a little bit here and there. You make your way up Death Mountain to Tower of Flames. On the terrace, like near the top of the tower, Vaati returns. He says Hyrule Castle has been overtaken by darkness again, and in turn he suggests, well, if there's still darkness there, if it's come back, maybe there is a second maiden imprisoned there. You should probably go check it out. First, you, of course, go to the top of the Tower of Flames and free the Green Maiden. She tells Link about Knights of Hyrule. There are 4 knights entrusted with 4 sacred jewels that open a path to the realm of the heavens. And she mentions that the jewels have been entrusted with them for ages. So it's unclear to me if that's like, these are 4 guys who have just lived a really, really long time, or if more so like the Knights of Hyrule are more of a title or lineage. I don't think it's meant to be the same Hyrule Knights from like Link to the Past that Link is a part of. Although there's some room to argue. We will get into it. So you head back to Hyrule Castle. You fight a giant skeletal soldier in the Dark World along the way, and there it's revealed that he's the spirit of the Blue Knight. He's been corrupted and transformed by some dark magic, and after sort of defeating him and freeing his spirit, he entrusts Link with the Blue Royal Jewel. You also, along the way, pass through a graveyard and speak with Dompe. He tells Link about the Dark Mirror I mentioned earlier, which was used to seal a dark tribe long ago. It's supposed to be hidden in the Forest of Light, which has been recently covered in darkness. Anyways, you reach the Hyrule Castle. You rescue the White Maiden. She asks Link to go to that Forest of Light and find the Dark Mirror. In the forest, you meet a bunch of Deku Scrubs who like seemingly worship Ganon. And you also, while you're there, free the Green Knight. You get the Green Royal Jewel. It's also alluded to here that Vaati is not like the one who corrupted him, but speculates that one who did corrupt him is like using Vaati in some way. At the Temple of Darkness, you discover that the Dark Mirror is missing. The White Maiden mentions that the mirror reveals the wickedness within a person and brings it to life. So she suggests that the thief is using it to summon the Shadow Links. The idea that they're like somehow this wickedness within Link that this thief is using to generate these Shadow Links to fight. So Link frees the Red Maiden. She talks with the White Maiden about the Ganon, the Deku's worship, suspecting that it may be tied to the Gerudo of Ganondorf. Of course, all of us on the outside looking in know shit that they're tied, but, in universe, I guess no one's heard about a Ganon or a Ganondorf in a long time. But yeah, she suggests Link maybe should go to Gerudo Village and the nearby pyramid in the desert to investigate that connection. So you enter the desert, you find the Gerudo Village. There, the Gerudo recount the backstory of Ganondorf breaking in their laws and entering the pyramid and taking the trident and all that. So you pass through the desert temple, you meet the Zuna tribe, who are descendants of the people who built the pyramids. This is the one and only place in all of this the Zuna tribe are mentioned. I don't know. But you, along the way, you free the Red Knight. And then in the pyramid, the Red Maiden translates some ancient text, beckoning those who thirst for destruction to take the magic tridents. So there's a spot for the trident there, but it's empty. So Link, while they're there, rescues the Purple Maiden. And now with all 6 maidens, they join force to call to Zelda, and there that they learn that she's at the Tower of Wind. Since Vaati hid it, he hid the Tower of Wind, they're going to need the last jewel to bring it back. And the maiden suggests going to a place called Frozen Hyrule to look for it. So you reach Frozen Hyrule, you defeat the Purple Knight, you get that last gem, you pass through the Ice Temple and reach the Four Sword Sanctuary again. And after placing all 4 jewels on pillars, with the maiden's help, you're able to reveal that Tower of Winds. The implication is that it's just like right next to the sanctuary, which is convenient, I guess. But yeah, you climb the tower, you free Zelda, and then you go to the Realm of the Heavens to fight the darkness there. Towards the end, you find the Dark Mirror, as predicted, summoning numerous Shadow Links. And after fighting them for a bit, Zelda teleports in. She seals it long enough for Link to defeat all the Shadow Links present, and then they reclaim the Dark Mirror. At this point, there's no more Shadow Links in the game. So Zelda then creates a rainbow bridge so Link can reach the Palace of Winds. There you go, and you, as usual, confront and destroy Vaati. And then you exit the palace, you find Zelda. She's been kind of waiting for you this whole time. And the palace starts collapsing. Annoyingly here, Zelda says it's because it was built on Vaati's magic. I think maybe a better explanation is just after all of these years, the only thing that's like holding the palace together anymore is Vaati's magic. So that, now that he's gone, it is starting to fall apart. But the two of you fight your way down the Tower of Winds. Near the end, the floor collapses, and you wake up underground with this shadowy figure. Zelda tries to seal it, but she's not strong enough instead, and the entity takes Zelda captive and emerges. It's Pig Ganon. I mean, duh. His sprite here is... This whole game is like sprite-based, which is kind of weird for a GameCube game. Because of that, there are some like nice detailed sprites in this game, and Ganon's sprite here is fucking baller. It's so cool. It's so detailed. A lot of fun. Fight, not so much fun, but at least he's cool to look at. After defeating him, with Zelda and later the 6 maidens' help, with Zelda and the 6 maidens' help, you fight Ganon, and eventually you seal him in the Four Sword. With that, the group, returns to the Four Sword Sanctuary. The links merge back into one, then they place the sword into the pedestal. The maidens in Zelda pray, like placing a pyramid of light around the Four Sword, I guess so it doesn't get messed with again. And the maidens, they turn into fairies again, as they keep doing, and leave. Zelda and Link, they walk out. So, in terms of timeline placement, I mentioned a couple places in all of this that are bothersome. This is probably, I think personally, the one that annoys me the most. So, I guess here's kind of the short answer on this. Nintendo, I think, really wants the Ocarina of Time Ganon to be like the first and main Ganon. You'll note, I mean, we haven't gotten into it here yet, but you'll note this is the only time where I've mentioned, like, this is a new Ganon. This is a reincarnation of him, or just another guy named him, whatever. Other than that, that was all the same Ganon. That was the same Ganon. This will be the same Ganon. This is the only canon game, other than, like, getting into here, where it's not a different... It's a different Ganon. I think I mentioned before that, like, there are things about this series that I don't think you can appreciate without understanding all of this. I think that's one big one, where, like, it's easy to see all these different appearances of Ganon and just assume they're different guys every time, but no, in fact, this is the only time it's a different guy. And I think, like I said, Nintendo really wants that to be the main Ganon. And since every other Ganon, because of that, like, you can't have Four Swords go, like, anywhere earlier in here, or, like, anywhere in here, because then it would be conflicting with the fact that this is a different Ganon. These are all the same guy. And it is explicit in this game that, like, this is, a guy who was, like, born shortly before this game. So it has to be a new guy. So because of that, you kind of have to stick it at the end somewhere, like, after Ganon is gone somewhere else. And like I said, I think Legend of Zelda Adventure of Link is a very clean ending there. Spoilers, we'll get into it. There's not really a Hyrule left at the end of here. So, like, it sort of narrows it down. The only place you can really put it now is the child timeline at the end of it. At the same time, though, that kind of creates a lot of issues. The game's prologue acts like no big events have happened since Four Swords way back here. People, I think, oversell a little bit how explicit that is, but, like, it is still kind of implied that, like, there's been some pretty relative peace between these two games, which no, there hasn't. And the other issue is that visually, like, it's drawing really, really heavily from Link to the Past. Like, a lot of the sprites in this game are just pulled directly from Link to the Past. A lot of the areas, a lot of the enemies, a lot of it is pulled directly from Link to the Past. To the point that some people have even gone as far to theorize that this game was originally intended as a game that retold the events of the Imprisoning War. I think the evidence for that is pretty weak, actually. Like, a lot of it comes down to data mining a couple of, like, lines in the script that talk about, like, the Master Sword, basically, and saying, like, oh, well, that would probably be there to some extent. So I personally think that connection is weak. But at the same time, it does kind of feel like this should maybe be more so around, like, that. And so that leads me to, I mentioned sort of an alternate theory for how the Downfall timeline works. So a big complaint about the Downfall timeline is that, like I said, there's no in-game evidence for this. Like, at no point do we see, like, you can justify why these two exist. This is based off of saying, like, yeah, but what if Link lost instead? And there's no version of events in the game where we can see that. Like, even, it would be one thing if, like, if you lost in that final battle, there was, like, an extended cutscene showing, like, what would happen. Like, a bad ending kind of cutscene. That never happens in this game. I'll tell you somewhere it does happen, though. It happens in Minish Cap. I mentioned this way back when, but if you don't get to the top of the castle quickly enough, Vaati will just take all of the light force, all the force out of Zelda. Some people have put forth a theory that, I'm not going to draw it out because that would ruin everything, but because he kind of, like, explodes in the regular ending of this, some people have speculated, Okay, in the regular ending, Vaati is just dead. None of this ever happens. We just jump straight to the Hyrule Civil War. But in the bad ending, because he has this extra power, maybe he still gets defeated by Link when he does finally get to the top of the castle, but he's able to survive long enough to return again, and then after a period of brief peace, return again, and then here, he doesn't get sealed back in the Four Swords, so I would hope to God he gets defeated here, otherwise he will just come back again. But, brief period of time, he gets here, and then from there, the downfall timeline would happen. I personally like that. I still think, again, I think the reason they don't do it is because they really want Ocarina of Time to be important. They really want things to kind of come off from there. And there is evidence, especially in pre-release of Ocarina of Time, that they were thinking about the Link to the Past and the downfall timeline. But I think that is a acceptable alternate theory. I think there are some clear benefits to splitting off the downfall timeline in that way. What else do I have to say about Four Swords Adventure? There's also an idea kind of going into that the game suggests that the Four Swords Link and Zelda are the same as the Four Swords Adventure Link and Zelda. I think that's a bit more of a stretch. To me, it's more strongly implied that these are two separate characters. I mean, some of it comes down to literally just the characters in this have the same design as the characters in this. I mentioned before, this is a weird GameCube game with the GBA Link. Nowadays, it's basically impossible to play properly because, good luck getting all that stuff together. Especially 4 people in the same room. I mean, that's never happening. I mentioned the artwork is taken heavily from Link to the Past, but also there are bosses in this game that are just from Wind Waker. We'll get into the characters in Wind Waker, but they're characters like Phantom Ganon, Helmrock King, who are used the analogy I use is Donkey Kong Country style, where these are 3D models that they sort of took 2D sort of scanned images of them and used them as sprite enemies in this. I really don't like how it looks. It looks really ugly to me. In general, it's sort of mishmash of old art and new art here. It feels very the best analogy I can think of, especially because of when this came out, it feels very much like a Newgrounds fan game to me. Another thing worth noting, I mentioned the Dark Mirror and the Dark Tribe. I think obviously there are some clear similarities there with the Twilight Mirror and the Twilight, this mirror that was used to seal away this tribe. Maybe you could read into that if you want. I think we sort of get a different origin and functionality of that mirror in this game a bit. I personally wouldn't read into it too much. I think what's really going on is that these two games have the same writer, and Four Swords Adventure kind of came out first. I think it was even one of their first writing works for the series. So I think they kind of came up with some ideas in Four Swords Adventure that they probably just, as they were working on Twilight Princess, decided, I like those ideas, I want to flesh them out more. I mean, if nothing else, the Twilight Mirror is destroyed in this game. It can't be the Dark Mirror in this game. And also just magic, realm-hopping mirrors are a really common trope in the series. We mentioned it as well in Link to the Past. Like I said, according to Hyrule Historia, Vaati is just super dead now. I would hope so, because we don't seal him in the Four Sword this time. This is the only canon game, other than Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, that features a different Ganondorf. Okay, so Mike died on us. We're using the replacement mic. If things sound different from here on, that's why. But we are in the final stretch here. Next up is Cadence of Hyrule. So one day, there's this musician. His name is Octavo. He just shows up in Hyrule. Based on the opening cutscene, he could maybe be the court musician. It's a little unclear. But he puts the king to sleep. He breaks the Triforce in 3, takes the Triforce of Power for himself, and he also takes what's called the Thread of Courage. He stole it from there are these sort of fate characters in this game. He steals it from one of them, and with that and the Triforce of Power, transforms the lute he plays into what's called the Golden Lute. It sort of gains this magical power. At some point, he also puts Link and Zelda to sleep. Based on the intro, it's probably after creating the Golden Lute. So Seeking Health, the Triforce itself, summons a character named Cadence from the video game Crypt of the Necrodancer. This is sort of like a spin-off made by the developers of Crypt of the Necrodancer. Plays very similarly to that game. So yeah, it summons Cadence into Hyrule. There, Cadence meets Trill, which is a fairy friend of Link and Zelda, and stepping through another portal, she wakes either Link or Zelda. You get to pick at this point. In single player, this is a multiplayer game, or at least has the option to be multiplayer. In single player, Cadence leaves to try to find her way home at this point, whereas in multiplayer, she becomes your player 2 at this point. So Trill tells either Link or Zelda that Octavo has locked up the king and sealed Hyrule Castle. To break it, you're going to have to defeat Octavo's 4 champs. So you do so. You fight some music-based puns of classic Zelda foes. There's a Wizrobo, or Wizroobo, I guess, which is a play on Wizrobes. There's Gomarakas, which is a play on Goma. There's Gliockenspiel, which is a play on Gliok. And there's the bass Guitarmos Knights, which is a play on the Armos Knights. With each champion defeated, you obtain their relevant musical instrument. At some point, you also have to wake up the other hero, whichever one you didn't pick at the beginning, in Kakariko Village using a hibiscus potion. So before the 4th champ fight, Octavo also mentions that his goal was only to build an army to face Ganon, which is a character we haven't really heard of at this point in the story of this specific game, at least. And that these sort of champions he created were part of that plan to build this army. Regardless, though, with the power of Link and Zelda, it's maybe implied this is sort of a Triforce power. We'll see shortly, but they do currently have their respective Triforce pieces. So with that power and the instruments that you get from the champions, you dispel that barrier around Hyrule Castle and fight Octavo. At the end of the fight, there's a portal that shows up and sucks in the loot. So this is where things get a little weird. According to the developers of this game, they said this on a live stream. At this point, the golden loot goes from that portal to the world of Crypt of the Necrodancer, where it gives which is the origin for that game's golden loot, which is sort of central bad MacGuffin of that game. It's where all the bad things in that game come from. But then at the end of that game, the golden loot gets destroyed. It gets split in half, then placed on an altar where it disappears. Originally in the game, it's sort of implied it gets destroyed, but now they're saying that's when it actually goes back into Hyrule. So this game is a weird sort of both prequel and sequel to Crypt of the Necrodancer, because the version of Cadence we see in this game is post everything that happens in Crypt of the Necrodancer. But yeah, anyways, Octavo flees further into Hyrule Castle. You chase him. You meet up with Cadence again if this is single player. Assuming you haven't already seen her enough times in Hyrule, just to recruit her outright, which is a thing you can do. She mentions that the other side of the portal that he fled into looks like her home world. So she joins you in hopes that, if she goes after Octavo, it'll help her get home. So you find another portal, you jump through that, and you find yourself in future Hyrule, where Ganon seemingly has taken over of everything. So you go through the remains of Hyrule Castle, you find Octavo, he's tried and failed to defeat Ganon alone now, so it's up to you. Cadence, Link, and Zelda, they all go, they fight Ganon. He's taken the golden loot to acquire the Triforce of Power for himself, and you defeat him, as you always do. The Triforce of Power exits the loot and goes to Cadence, and then together with the other Triforce pieces, they wish to return Cadence to her own world. And yeah, that's basically the plot. It's pretty simple, but it's a very fun game. If you're a fan of rhythm games at all, for sure check this one out. In terms of timeline placement, so again, this is a game where that's not the main focus of the game, but the devs have implied on that same live stream that they had an intended timeline spot for this game, which made me really excited to include it in this video. But unfortunately, I really don't buy it. I don't buy that they actually knew where this would go. Sort of based on the theming of the game, sort of the art elements, and just what they're sort of paying homage to. It feels like it's either wanting to be kind of around Link to the Past and the Downfall timeline. The map is very heavily inspired by Link to the Past, in particular Hyrule Castle. But there's also some allusions to Minish Cap that we'll get to later. So yeah, it kind of feels like it wants to be in either one of those two spots. But the main issue here is, again, kind of similar to Four Swords Adventure. We have a new Ganon in this game. It's very explicitly a new Ganon because you can meet his like young self in the past. You like see him as a kid, he's playing the organ, and it's implied, at some point he rises to power. So, you sort of run into the same issue you usually have. You can't really put this in a downfall timeline without invalidating, the idea that this is all the same Ganon. We'll get to it in a moment. It can't really go in the adult timeline due to, at a certain point here, Hyrule just stops existing. And it can't really go before Ocarina of Time because, as we talked about, like it really feels like Nintendo wants Ocarina of Time to be, this is our first Ganon. So like really the only place you can put it at that point, you sort of do the same thing you do with every other game that has a new Ganon. You kind of have to just stick it at the end of the child timeline. And I mean, at least it helps that like Four Swords Adventures is also very Link to the Past centric. So like at least they're kind of friends in that way. That helps. In terms of other notes, it's kind of interesting at the end of the game here, Cadence like expresses some minor doubts about that portal you create for her, like actually getting her home. And we haven't seen a lot of it yet, but there's a Crypt of the Necrodancer sequel coming out here, a Rift of the Necrodancer, which looks really fun, but it's, I think at least in part about like Cadence being stuck in another world. So it makes you wonder if maybe like, this is, whether or not they'll acknowledge it, this is the reason for that. I certainly would like to think so. A sort of weird question that came up for me with this one is like, how did Octavo know about Ganon? We see him as a kid, and we see that in the future he's taken over, but there's really nothing like in the present that like really makes a super strong argument for like, oh, we gotta stop this guy. So it could be that, like I mentioned, there are these fate characters that he's interacting with. We even see him like, he has sort of a non-canon, like what if he won campaign as DLC, and you do see him like getting his fortune at the start of that. So, presumably he saw things in his fortune. Maybe he is from the future and like came back to stop all of this. Who knows? Sort of another fun point. If you make the argument for this game being canon, then I didn't include it on here because it would get, kind of complicated. But, there's the argument that like if Cadence of Hyrule is canon, then I guess Crypt of the Necrodancer is also canon. And it's worth noting Crypt of the Necrodancer has some like guest characters from other series. You can debate about the canonicity of those characters in that game as well, but depending on how you want to look at it, there is an argument to be made that Cadence of Hyrule proves the canonicity of virtual pop star sensation Hatsune Miku to the world of Hyrule. Do with that if you will. There are some DLC bosses that are also music puns. You have Synth Rova, which is Twin Rova, obviously, and King Dodongo, who is King Dodongo, obviously. Octavo also has some design similarities with Vaati. I mentioned there was some sort of allusions to Minish Cap. This is, I think, like the big one. He's sort of has that same color design, like a dark purple, purple skin, purple hair. He has a charm which you can get, and it kind of resembles like Vaati's Wrath form. It also gives wind immunity, which Vaati is associated with wind. The devs in that same live stream implied that all of this is intentional, though I'm really not sure what the like actual implications of that are. Yeah. So this brings us to the last game in the child timeline today, Hyrule Warriors. So before this game happens, a long time ago, as it usually is, Ganondorf gets murked. He gets killed as usual. This time, to prevent him from doing shit again, they decide we're going to take his soul, we're going to split it into 4 pieces. 3 are sealed in like specific moments in time, and 1 gets sealed in the Master Sword itself. So some time before the game, we have a character named Sia, who's like this sorceress who's sworn to watch over the Triforce. She also possesses the ability to watch over like events of history. In doing so, she becomes enamored by the soul of the hero of legend, and one of Ganondorf's fragments takes advantage of that preoccupation. It worms its way into her heart and begins like pushing her light out. This sort of warps that curiosity of her into a desire to like possess the legendary hero, sort of have him as her own. There's maybe some romantic implications there, but It also compels Sia to open what's called a Gate of Souls, which allows her to bring monsters from across time to like fight for her. So she aims to, gather the Triforce, conquer Hyrule, possess the legendary hero. It's kind of worth noting, we're going to get into it here. This game would later get DLC, a different like story DLC. One of them just takes place after like the main game. We'll get to that. But the other two are like sort of like side stories, like stories from different characters' perspectives. I've done my best to like sort of place those into the timeline events, like where the game sort of implies that they should go. I'm not going to go like deep into why in every spot. That's certainly a conversation we could have at a different time. But for now, just take me at my word that these are some that I've thought out where these things should go. So that brings us to the start of Sia has her own like one of these DLCs. So before the base game, Sia like seeks a general for her army. She goes to Elden Caves to find a character known as the Dragon King of the Elden Caves. His name is Volga. That while she's there, she also finds an ancient ring which summons Wizro. Normally it's an enemy type, but in this game it is like that is the character. The character's name is Wizro. So yeah, it summons it with this ancient ring, and he swears fealty to her. But then like tries to backstab her during this sort of combat encounter. So she defeats both of them. Volga is also resistant to Sia to serving her, and she beats them both. She brainwashes them. Volga also says something that's kind of weird here. It's sort of implied throughout the game, and I've seen it in some other like wiki sources, that Volga is like a dragon. Like he has a humanoid form, but like he is like in other fantasy series, he's a dragon that can put himself in a human form. Here he says like something to the effect of like, I have no interest in human affairs. So I guess that was the only in-game point I could see like narratively that suggested he's a dragon. I'm sure it probably is true. I just didn't see where that came up. But yeah, after this, Sia begins her invasion of Hyrule. She first, at the sort of recommendation of her generals, hunts down all the fairies of the land. They get most, but Lana, a character we'll discuss later, and some Gorons work to protect the rest. During one such encounter, the Gorons go flee to alert Hyrule Castle, and we'll circle back to that in a second. So, at the start of the base game, Zelda is having a nightmare of dark clouds and sort of this goop rolling over Hyrule. She wakes up, Impa is there, and she tells Impa thinks this is some sort of an omen, so she suggests that they go find the reborn spirit of the hero. So the two of them go watch the Hyrule soldiers train. Impa is pretty much unimpressed with all of them, but Zelda's curiosity is piqued by watching, as expected, Link train. Just then, some soldiers arrive, reporting monsters are approaching. Presumably, they were informed by the Goron from before. And then those monsters arrive. They're led by Volga and Wizro. And the army goes to prepare to fight. The trainees all wait in the castle, but Link, who's one of these trainees, decides, because he's so courageous, he decides to rush in. He saves a fairy named Proxy, who becomes Link's literal, proxy in this game. Anytime they want Link to be part of a conversation, it's Proxy who's talking, not Link. It's also implied in the DLC that Proxy is, running from those monsters from before when Sia was trying to capture all the fairies. That's sort of an implication we get thanks to the DLC. So while in this fight, Link confronts Volga. Link is sort of initially bested by Volga, but then kind of out of nowhere, Impa swoops in to protect him. Volga shoots a fireball at both of them. And then in that moment, the Triforce of Courage, manifests on Link's hand, and it creates this protective shield for the two of them. So together, Link, Impa, and later Zelda all manage to defeat this sort of enemy force, sort of rout them away from the castle. Or not actually, because unfortunately, all that was just a diversion for Wizro to go and capture the castle. And Zelda, who Impa told to retreat at this point, is unaccounted for. So after the fight, Impa asks Link to go look for Zelda and gives him the hero's attire, the typical Link outfit we see in all of these games. So this brings us to our second side story. Around when this is going on, we have a character named Linkle who's sleeping in her farmhouse. At this time, other villagers come by. They say Hyrule Castle is beset by monsters, obviously referencing that sort of mission 1 we just went over. It's a little unclear how soon after said events she gets that message, but I'm just putting it here to set the stage. So Linkle, whose grandma told her she was secretly the legendary hero, decides, she should go to Hyrule Castle, she should help them out, and she proceeds to immediately go the wrong direction. We'll get back to her in a second. So, weeks pass. Eventually, Impa gets word of a resistance group in Faron Woods, led by a young woman, and they hope it's Zelda, so they go to investigate. They pass through Elden Caves, and there they clash with more of Sia's forces before being rescued by Sheik, who says Zelda's alive. So in the Faron Woods, Link, Impa, and Sheik meet Lana, the character I mentioned before, who is the leader of this resistance. She reveals that all the monsters are the work of Sia, and that she's a sorceress from that same clan as Sia. And then again, you clash with some enemy forces. This is a Dynasty Warrior style game. It's all about like big army clashes, so that's what every mission in the game is. After the fight, Lana also tells Sia's backstory that I mentioned earlier, but kind of omits some other details that will be important in a moment. So with this knowledge, the group goes to what's called the Valley of Seers to close the Gate of Souls. The group fight their way to Sia, who catches Sheik, Impa, and Link in a magic trap before taking the Triforce of Courage from Link and the Triforce of Wisdom from Sheik. I think you can probably see where this is going. But they all flee. Sia, who is again influenced by Ganondorf, uses the full Triforce that she now has to call the fragments of Ganondorf's spirit, which opens these giant portals across Hyrule to the eras of Skyward Sword, Ocarina of Time, and Twilight Princess. And in the process, 3 out of 4 of Ganondorf's soul fragments from their chests, which then immediately fly into Sia. So meanwhile, while this is going on, Lena sort of explains all these giant portals that have suddenly appeared, and tells the group that they're going to need to seal some Gate of Souls in each era. So the group splits up, and there are 3 sort of missions here, kind of take place in a somewhat arbitrary order. There's a bit of an order implied by the 2 side stories and how they sort of fit in, but it is somewhat arbitrary, and some of this is going on clearly at nearly the same time, if not the exact same time. So after opening those portals, Sia senses some power at the Palace of Twilight. So she goes to investigate. There she finds Midna and Zant fighting, and Sia defeats both of their forces, and she spares Zant in exchange for his faithful service to her. Interestingly, Midna is an imp form here, which is a little weird based on events coming up. She sort of, when we meet her later, she blames Sia for her being an imp. I just chalk this up to, this comes out before the Linkle DLC, which gives a playset for Midna's non-imp form. So I think it was just one of those scenarios where they didn't want to have to make an entire new playset just for this one scene. So that's sort of why she's in that form here. Speaking of Linkle, around this time, Linkle winds up in Faron Woods, where Skull Kid, he's wearing the Majora's Mask again, and he has Tattle and Tail with him, steals this compass that her grandma gave her as proof of her hero status. So you're aided by just this giant army of Cuccos in this mission, and together you fight Skull Kid and regain your compass. So, in terms of our main story, Impa and Sheik go to the Ocarina of Time era. They save Princess Ruto from the Gorons. Apparently they got hostile when they just say someone named Zelda appears, which is weird. They should know. I mean, even if it's not the same Zelda that they know, they should be familiar with the name at least. You beat the sense into these Gorons. They join you. Same with Princess Ruto, and then all of you go to seal the Gate of Souls at the Water Temple with the help of Ruto and Darunia. There, this fake Zelda, who's leading all the monsters, is sort of naturally revealed to be Wizro. He impersonates a lot of characters in this game. And unsurprisingly, in this moment, Sheik also reveals that she is, in fact, Zelda. I mean, if you know anything about this franchise, that really shouldn't be any sort of surprise. even if you don't know anything about this franchise, even if you just played Smash Bros, that shouldn't be a surprise. Shortly after this, Linkle arrives at Lake Hylia. Darunia and Ruto are sort of guarding the area after sealing the Gate of Souls. And Volga's army attack, and Linkle being this legendary hero, she goes to help. She helps fight off the army. From there, she keeps doing this thing where like she's, okay, this time I'm getting to Hyrule Castle, and she keeps always taking the wrong path. So this time she finds her way to the sealed grounds from Skyward Sword. And there, Girahim is trying to awaken the imprisoned again. Fee has also flown down from Skyloft to confront him. And so together the two of you defeat Girahim and a bunch of like tiny imprisoned that he has like a ritual here that, he's trying to bring the imprisoned back. And it fails and summons a bunch of tiny imprisoned. I mean, that's weird. Again, it's one of those things where it's like, it's just a gameplay thing, This game especially, don't read into it too much. Around the same time, Sia senses another powerful entity, now in Skyloft instead. So she goes there, which finds it beset by Girahim and monsters with, Fee and soldiers from Skyloft defending. Interestingly here, Sia actually joins the defenders. Her plan here is to weaken the monsters and force Girahim to join her. And as you're fighting Girahim, he sort of senses Ganondorf's presence inside her. Interestingly, it's implied that he mistakes it for Demise, which, it sort of does add a bit to that theory that, Demise and Ganondorf are sort of, one and the same. He's sort of a reincarnation of Demise. But anyways, sensing that, Girahim decides, you don't need to convince me. I'm just going to join willingly. And so then she immediately turns. Together, the two of you defeat Skyloft and Fee goes on standby, waiting for Link to come. So speaking of which, for Link's Gate of Souls, he goes to Skyloft, and with the help of Levias, that sort of sky whale I mentioned way back in Skyward Sword, he and Fee fight off some forces led by Volga and Girahim, and then from there, the pair go to the sealed grounds. They defeat Girahim again. This time he's trying to free the imprisoned again, and this time he does succeed. He uses the Gate of Souls to free the imprisoned. You defeat him, you seal the Gate of Souls, which is in the sealed temple this time around. And then the third leg of this journey is that Lana heads to a Hyrule that's covered in twilight, obviously the Hyrule from Twilight Princess. And with the help of Agatha, who is a character I didn't mention in Twilight Princess, but she's the Princess of Bugs. There's a side quest involving showing her different bugs, I think. Kind of a popular character from Twilight Princess. And then, later, you also get help from Midna. The group of you go to the Palace of Twilight. You defeat Zant and seal the Gate of Souls there. At the end here, Sia appears, and Midna, like I mentioned, kind of angry that she got turned into an imp by Sia, destroys... the whole time Sia is wearing this sort of masquerade mask, and Midna just destroys it, revealing that Sia actually looks identical to Lana. And after Sia flees, sure enough, Lana reveals that they were once the exact same person. Interestingly, during this sort of leg of the journey, you have to fight an Argarok at one point, which is a boss from Twilight Princess. And the way you defeat it is by, you get a Great Fairy to hit it with the moon from Majora's Mask, which is a weird pull, but is very cool, admittedly. At this point, with the Gate of Souls all closed, Azella sort of teleports the team back together. At this point, Lana further explains that, when I mentioned that Ganondorf sort of appeared and pushed the light out of Sia, Lana was that light. That's where she came from. Meanwhile, while this is going on, Ganondorf removes the 3 portions of himself that are already in Sia, which is enough to reform his body. So he tries to take the Triforce of Power from Sia, and Sia kind of does a weird thing here, but in retaliation, she sort of returns the Triforce of Wisdom and Triforce of Courage to Link and Zelda. I guess the idea being, they're probably safer with them than they are with me if Ganon is after them. But she then also uses the Triforce of Power to lock Ganondorf in a portal. So I don't really know why she needed to split them off. It seems like she had the situation under control. So at this point, Zelda directs the group to the Temple of the Sacred Sword to retrieve the Master Sword. They sort of feel like, this just isn't going to work out if we don't have the Master Sword. And with help of those allies that you've been sort of accumulating from across time, sure enough, Link acquires the Master Sword. They also learn from Wizrow, he's there, you fight him, that Sia is at the Temple of Souls, which is a location, we'll get into it in a bit, but the one thing I kind of want to note about it is it's like, because Sia has this obsession with Link, it is like full of painting and statues of different Links, mostly the current Link, but also like the child Link from Ocarina of Time, the wolf Link from Twilight Princess. It's a little creepy, it's a little stalkery. But, you know, she's a villain. Well, what do you expect? So yeah, while the main army is preparing to fight Sia, Zelda senses some dark magic coming from the Palace of Twilight. So she goes there, Midna follows, and along her way, Midna finds Linkle, and she touches this like black crystal that Linkle found, which returns her to her true form, her regular non-imp form. So together, the two of them fight off the monsters created by this Twilight magic. You don't see Zelda at any point. Like, she's on the battlefield, but you don't kind of cross ways with her, at least not canonically, which is kind of important to some events coming up. And yeah, this being Midna's realm, she decides that she's going to stay behind to deal with this Twilight magic. Fighting off all the monsters was not enough to get rid of it, so she smashes that black crystal and like uses the energy within to contain this Twilight magic, and unfortunately this returns her to her imp form. So yeah, you go to the Temple of Souls. Link starts getting cocky with the Master Sword. He's like fighting recklessly. You know, he feels invincible. And Sia sort of takes advantage of this. It says that she plays on the darkness in his heart to create a bunch of dark links. And then, but with the help of his friends, Link unlocks the true strength of the Master Sword. In like the post-fight cutscene, it literally is like implying some like, you know, the power of friendship is the true power of the Master Sword kind of nonsense, which, like I said, don't take this game too seriously. But yeah, you use that to destroy the Dark Links, and then Sia like flees to the Valley of Seers at this point. Ganondorf is also there for some reason. He got out of his portal and he's, you know, trying to mess things up. So he approaches the Valley of Seers to get the Triforce of Power. At this point, Sia starts like tapping into her own life force to strengthen her magic and summon more monsters, which is not a good thing to do. That's a bad idea, apparently, in this world. And yeah, because of that, Wizrow and Volga sort of start to like, they temporarily abandon her. They're sort of losing faith in her. Lana at this point also shows up. The two sort of temporarily join forces to defeat a slowly, you know, strengthening Ganondorf. So at this point, the Hyrulean army proper reaches the Valley of Seers. Link confronts Sia, you beat her, and she starts dying. Lana goes to like comfort her, and takes the Triforce of Power from, you know, this dying Sia. And, you know, with the Triforce restored, you send all your time-displaced allies home, and you combine the parts of the Triforce to seal the portals. And then the portals to all the different timelines. And then once all that's done, you know, Lana seals the Gate of Souls itself. And we get kind of this fake-out, you know, credit roll, happy ending. But, of course, Ganondorf is still out there. And as the credits sort of end, we see like black smoke pour out of the Master Sword pedestal and free that remaining Ganondorf fragment. He's now whole again. So he reforms, he summons Zant and Girahim again, and begins like rebuilding his army in Gerudo Desert. He takes the Triforce of Power from Lana at the Valley of Seers, and then takes the other two pieces from Link and Zelda at Hyrule Castle. You play as Ganondorf for all of this, interestingly enough. It's pretty fun. Yeah, after licking, you know, their wounds, their Hyrule army has been pretty well bested by Ganondorf at this point. They decide to march to Gerudo Desert, and with the help from your allies across time, at this point Lana resummons them, you know, knowing that they're going to need their help. And yeah, with them you defeat Girahim and Zant while Ganon he's gone, he's off elsewhere, and we learn at the end of this fight that he left to take over Hyrule Castle, actually. So not the best move. Going out all this way, leaving your castle undefended. But you go there. Hyrule Castle is now like transformed by Ganondorf. It's sort of, I think, is meant to like pay homage to Ganon's Tower from Ocarina of Time. And you manage to defeat Ganondorf before he uses the Triforce to transform into like a typical, Ganon form. But then, with some help of some light arrows created by Zelda and imbued with the energy of all your allies, Link, beats Ganon as usual. And so, Lana, Link, and Zelda regain their Triforce pieces, and they use it to vanquish Ganon. All your allies from across time disappear, and Zelda and Link, leave to return the Master Sword to its pedestal. They seal that black smoke it's been emanating this whole time, and that's the end of the base game. But we still have a couple more events that happen. But before Zelda and Link can return from, returning the Master Sword to its pedestal, the leftovers of Ganondorf's army attack Hyrule Castle, and Impa, leads what's left of the soldiers, these battle-worn soldiers, in what is essentially kind of described like a suicide mission. But luckily at this point, Linkle finally arrives. She actually does help protect Hyrule Castle, and Impa thanks Linkle for her help. She says that her grandma would be proud of her, and shortly after, Linkle, meets the actual Zelda and Link for the first time. This is why I mentioned that you don't meet Zelda in that previous mission, because it's, sort of the idea is supposed to be this is your first meeting with them. We don't know what happens. We just know they're about to meet. So that takes us to our third and final sort of side story DLC. So at this point, Lana is in the Valley of Seers. She's looking for clues to find a vanished Sia, is what they say, which is weird to me. I feel like the story pretty strongly implied that she died at the end, but no, she vanished apparently. But yeah, she just gets attacked by some evil mist, and it takes the Triforce of Power from her. Elsewhere, that same mist summons portals to the Great Sea, the sort of land we will talk about shortly in all of these games. And Impa asks Link, hey, we don't know what's going on with these portals. Please go investigate. He meets Tetra, who's an important character in, like I said, these games. She's playable in this. It's very cool. She has a flintlock pistol that you can shoot and use. It's very cool, very badass. But yeah, the two of you, Link and Tetra, fight some monsters from Forsaken Fortress, which, due to Rift shenanigans, is connected to Windfall Island right now. These are two islands on the Great Sea that are normally very far from each other. And during this, the Helmarock King, which is this giant bird, again, it will be important shortly, captures Tetra. So, meanwhile, Lana senses another Gate of Souls in the Gerudo Desert and decides to go there. Upon arriving, she actually finds multiple Gate of Souls, and very shortly after, kind of around the same time, Tetra also arrives there. The Helmarock King apparently has a roost nearby, so he roosted, and she took this chance to sneak away from him. And Link also shows up. He's been following the Helmarock to try and save Tetra. And yeah, together the three of you beat up the Helmarock and close all the Gate of Souls. So the king from Wind Waker, he just shows up. He says that the cause for all of this is from the Great Sea. It's sort of this threat from the Great Sea, and he directs the group to the Temple of Seers. As you approach, Lana senses Sia. She thinks that Sia is there, and you fight a character just called Dark Sia here, who is sort of another Sia imposter, another imposter character. We'll get to who it really is in a second here. And you rescue the regular Sia, who reveals that Dark Sia stole her power, which was used in turn to find Lana and steal the Triforce of Power from her, and that in fact Phantom Ganon from Wind Waker is behind all this, which hopefully I'll sort of allude back to this in Wind Waker, but that really makes no sense. Phantom Ganon is this character that's sort of implied to be, like a puppet, sort of mindless drone of Ganon in that game. It being capable of being behind any scheme feels laughable to me, but what are you going to do? They wanted to have him in the game, so that's how they did it. Sia uses what little power she has left now. Bear in mind, at this point, she's at risk of disappearing without her magic to locate Phantom Ganon. So you go to this, it's like an amalgamation of two dungeons from Wind Waker to confront Phantom Ganon. You defeat him and return Sia's magic and the Triforce of Power to her. And then later, Lana, Sia, and Link meet with Impa and Zelda, and once again, you use the full Triforce to close all those rifts. Sia and Lana leave. They've seemingly reconciled at this point. Sia has sort of turned a new leaf, and they're going to go to, resume their roles as guardians in the Valley of Seers. They don't, refuse or anything, but, they're friends now. They're going to work together. So, in terms of timeline placement, this is another one that's a bit of a headache. Not because, what timeline it should be in doesn't make sense. In terms of, references to other games, all of the references from the base game are all things that are, possible to be on this timeline. You have, Skyward Sword, Ocarina of Time, and Twilight Princess, and, there's sort of those minor references to Majora's Mask. So that's also kind of what makes the most sense here. There's also the Arbiter Grounds show up in Gerudo Desert, so it seems pretty clear it should be in the child timeline. Again, we sort of have a new kind of Ganondorf here. At least it seems to me that it's implied to be a new Ganondorf. It could technically be the same guy, but Twilight Princess implies that he's died, and as sort of the way. Yeah, I don't know. We don't learn a lot about this Ganon, but to me it's implied that he's a new Ganon. So all this to me sort of points at child timeline making the most sense for it. And I'll put at the end, I think just because that makes the most sense with some other theories about this game we're going to be discussing very briefly. The main issue here, the main reason it is a headache, is just because this game basically has to be non-canon. Besides Aonuma explicitly saying so, he says that this game exists in a separate dimension. A lot of the depictions of the other eras just feature scenarios that are difficult to fit into the game's timeline. There's stuff like Midna being an imp, which can really only happen during the events of Twilight Princess, and you'd have to pluck her straight out of those events. You also have Tetra fighting along King Daphnis, which the two are not supposed to know each other yet. Those are maybe hand waveable. I think the main one that is very clearly to me an issue, with Skyward Sword you have Fi is currently the goddess sword in Skyloft, so Link's adventure hasn't began, but you do have the Grusinator and a freed imprisoned in the sealed grounds. Maybe if they're accessed by separate rifts, you could argue for those being two different points in time, but to me that feels like a stretch. There's just too many things here that don't make sense in terms of where those characters would be plucked out of their own stories for this game to really make sense as its own canon story. Some other notes, the internet loves to describe Linkle as female Link, and that is very clearly what they're sort of going with design wise, and she herself kind of thinks she's a Link, but to be explicit, to be very clear, she is technically not a Link because we already have a Link here. I guess maybe you could have two at the same time, but to me that doesn't seem to be how it works. If you have the soul of the hero, there's only one of those. So Link is very clearly who she's designed by based off of in a sort of meta sense, but in universe she's not a Link. I'll save some long form discussion of this for if we do a next one of these, but there's a very popular theory that Hyrule Warriors is sort of a merging point for these three timelines, because it does reference events from this. You have all this great flood stuff in the DLC, and there's a couple minor references to the Downfall timeline I'm not going to get into. Personally, I think that's kind of a bad theory, if for no other reason than a big point of this game is that all of those connections to other timelines get sealed at the end of every storyline. So it doesn't make sense that okay, all these connections have been sealed, but also this is a merging of the timelines. It just doesn't. I don't think that makes a lot of sense. And I think most people on the internet now agree that that's not really that great of a theory. Sorry, Matt Pat. There are some additional playable characters in this that are, sort of non-canon references to other games. They include Young Link, Tingle, Toon Link, Medley, Marin from Link's Awakening, Toon Zelda, Ravio and Yuga from Link Between Worlds. You can play as a Cucco. You can play as Ganon. Basically, any like character that I named in the story are also playable. And another thing worth noting, I think, there's a 3DS version of this game. You don't see it talked about a lot these days, but they did release this game for the 3DS, which is a terrifying concept to me. Like, Dynasty Warrior style games are already pretty well known for being like kind of poor performing games, like bad frame rate, because it's all about having like thousands of enemies on screen at once, or maybe not thousands. You get what I'm saying. And so the idea of like trying to stuff that on a 3DS is terrifying to me. But Nintendo, I guess they made it work. So that takes us to home stretch here, our final timeline. This is the adult timeline. So this is after Link defeats Ganon and is sent back to his own time. This is what happens in, the time that he left. So as a result of him leaving, I sort of mentioned a similar thing with the child timeline, but like the timeline has to account for the fact that, its possessor is no longer here. So the Triforce of Courage just splits into 8 shards. That's just what it decides to do this time. Like I mentioned in Ocarina of Time, Ganon is sealed within the Sacred Realm by the sages. This is something we see at the end of the fight in that game. And the Hero of Time, he goes down in legend. He's recorded in a document called the Scroll of the Hero of Time. And so time passes, as it always does. Ganondorf breaks his seal, as Ganondorf always does. And this time there is no hero who appears to thwart him. It always felt to me, it's always felt like this to me, that somehow is in some way linked to Link leaving. The idea that like with the hero sort of gone from the timeline, like he's sort of like gone in some more of a long form sense, if that makes maybe like his soul has left, if you will. More Links do eventually come, so I don't think that's like fully what's going on here. Like he's permanently gone because he left the timeline, but like I still feel like, at least thematically, there's supposed to be an idea there that because the hero left, there's no one here to oppose Ganon whenever, however long after he comes back. So because of that, the King Daphnis no Hansen Hyrule, beseeches the goddesses. He asks them to please deal with this Ganon guy. And in response, they decide that they're going to flood the world. They're going to seal Ganondorf and Hyrule beneath the ocean, forevermore. And so, directed by the gods, there are some people who escape. They climb the tallest mountains to do so. And this includes Princess Zelda and her retainers. At the same time, Zelda takes with her half of the Triforce of Wisdom and an item called the Charm of the Royal Family. In Hyrule Historia, it's said that this charm is made from a gossip stone, which are like these items you can find in Ocarina of Time and a couple other games that will, as the name implies, like give you gossip about the world, give you like hints at times too. In game, the king says that this is like an enhanced version of a gossip stone. It essentially works as like a magic walkie-talkie for members of the royal family. So I don't know I don't fully see the gossip stone connection, but that's what they state. So that's how it is. So before we get to Wind Waker proper, I want to mention a little something special here. This isn't canon in any way, but this is one of those things that, like, as a guy who spent his whole life, not my whole life, a lot of my life, theorizing about this series and reading up about the lore, this is something that's been stuck in my head for decades now. So take yourself back to 2008. Picture yourself, it's 2008, all that great early aughts music, NSYNC, Backstreet Boys. They're probably a little out of tune at this point, but we're still bopping them. So it's 2008, an interview between Eiji Aonuma, sort of lead of the Zelda series, and someone just named Kyle, leaks to the IGN forums. At this time, we knew a Zelda game was coming to the Wii, but we didn't know anything about it. That's all we knew. We just knew one was coming. So, according to Aonuma in this interview, Zelda Wii is going to be a prequel to Wind Waker. It's going to detail events leading to the creation of the Great Sea, sort of this Great Flood period. And it's going to take place in this technologically advanced world. Like, the way they describe it is basically like steampunk. You have Deku muskets, there's trains, etc. Ganondorf has returned, and the goddess's plans to flood Hyrule. They've already decided that's what they're going to do, and you play as a well-intentioned but delusional boy who would take on the mantle of the hero of time in this attempt to defeat Ganondorf and prevent the goddesses from having to flood the world. Aonuma describes him as like because he's not actually Link. He kind of looks a bit different. He's got black hair. He's muscular. He would talk again since he's not Link. And he's also insane, is how they describe it. He like truly believes he's Link, and as like time goes in, he starts like buying in more and more to that. He like gets himself a tunic. They say he starts like taking on more, Link-like traits, whatever that means. Ganondorf is also insane. Yeah, it was supposed to be this massive scale open world game with like numerous side quests, and obviously this is very, very, very fake. The Zelda Wii game we ended up getting with Skyward Sword. I think even at the time when I heard this rumor, I think like most people, my response was sort of like, that would be cool as shit if that's where they were going with this. I think I'd play a Zelda game with a Deku musket any day of the week. But I don't think I really believed this at the time. But I've never stopped thinking about it. Anyway, that leads us to Wind Waker. So, after the Great Flood, hundreds of years pass, and guess what? Ganondorf breaks free, as he always does. His monsters kill the Wind and Earth Temple sages. In this game, it says that they pray to the goddesses, and that gives the Master Sword its ability to destroy evil. And with them gone, the Master Sword starts losing its power. And Ganondorf begins searching for the princess's descendant, presuming that she has the Triforce of Wisdom. We won't learn all this until later, but I just want to set the groundwork here and now. So meanwhile, on Outset Island, Link has his coming of age birthday. I mentioned it earlier, but it's supposed to be the same age as the young Link from Ocarina of Time. And so his little sister, Auril, wakes Link up. He tells him that his grandma is looking for him. And it's customary that on this birthday, he wears the hero's tunic, the sort of outfit of Link. It's a tradition on that birthday. It's not very comfortable because this is like a tropical world and it's very heavy and stiff, but he tolerates it. It's only supposed to be one day. Auril also has a gift for him. She lets him borrow her telescope for a day, and with it you see Helmara King, that giant bird I mentioned earlier, over the island carrying like a girl in its talons, and the bird is pursued by a pirate ship which is like firing at it, and they manage to hit it, which causes the bird to drop the girl into the woods. So Link, being the good guy he is, goes to rescue her. You find Tetra in this. Yeah, spoiler alert, it's Tetra. You find her in a tree, and you save her. As the two of you exit, Auril comes up to greet you guys, but in that moment, she now gets kidnapped by the Helmara King. So the pirates are a bit reluctant to help you, but obviously they feel a little guilty for what's happened here. It's sort of implied that the Helmara King has been stealing a lot of girls, and it's kind of implied that the one that's actually looking for is Tetra, because Auril sort of resembled Tetra. It took her, being a beast, it doesn't know better. So they take Link to the Forsaken Fortress, which is where the bird roosts. They fire him onto the island with a catapult, and Tetra also slips an item called the Pirate's Charm into Link's pocket so she can see and communicate with him. It sort of becomes like your Navi equivalent. You can pull up the Pirate Charm when you need hints on stuff. So Link sneaks through the island. He eventually finds all the kidnapped girls, but unfortunately, the big boy, finds him and brings him to its master. And with a nod of its head, the bird throws Link into the sea. And at this point, Link is found by a talking boat, this small red ship called the King of Red Lions. It tells him that that master of the Helmerach King, surprise, surprise, it's Ganondorf. And that if Link wants to save his sister, he's going to need, the Master Sword to fight Ganondorf. It doesn't immediately call it the Master Sword, but like, at this point, if you play even some of these games, like you can tell that that's what they're talking about. And that to prove yourself worthy, you're going to need to collect like 3 sort of pearls. Again, the King of Red Lion doesn't say that immediately, but it's where your quest very clearly takes you after this point. So for the first pearl, for Din's Pearl, you sail to Dragon Roost Island, where the spirit of the skies of Velu lives with the Rito. They're like these sort of bird-like people. Velu is currently angry, which is preventing the Rito from receiving sort of like a coming of age thing. They receive a scale from Velu that grants them wings to fly. And so with the aid of Medley, who is Velu's attendant, Link climbs Dragon Roost and defeats a lava Goma who's been messing with Velu's tail. And in the process, you inspire the chief's son, Komali, who gives Link Din's Pearl. It was a gift from his grandma, who was also Medley's teacher, and he feels inspired, he feels courageous, he doesn't need it anymore, so he gives it to you. Around this point, the King of Red Lion also gives you the Wind Waker, which is this baton that was used by the King of Hyrule to conduct sages when they were calling upon the gods. So for Farore's Pearl, you sail to the Forest Haven, you meet the Spirit of the Earth, which is the Great Deku Tree, and the Koroks. You rescue the Korok Makar from the Forbidden Woods so that he can play music for the ceremony where like all the Koroks leave to spread the Deku seed to, create this forest across the ocean. And as a reward, the Deku Tree gives Link Farore's Pearl. Nehru's Pearl is a bit different. You sail to Great Fish Island to find the Spirit of Water, Jaboon. It's never directly stated, but like Jaboon seems... you can even see it in the name. He feels like he might be connected to Jabu Jabu in some way. He's a very similar design. But I don't think any direct connection is ever shown. Anyway, when you get there, you find that the island is just completely destroyed. You're told by Quill, who is this Rito mailman you talk to here and there. Rito are very common, like mailmen and delivery people, because they can fly between islands. And he tells you that Jaboon is now on Outset Island. The pirates are trying to break into Jaboon's hideout. So you find the pirates and you steal some bombs from them. There's sort of a moment here where like Tetra, she sees Link like trying to like eavesdrop on them and like kind of winks at him. She sort of purposely stalls and ignores Link so he can reach Jaboon first. Sort of implication is that like the crew are going there because they want treasure, but Tetra really just wants to get Jaboon to leave, like for the sake of the villagers, because the idea is that like wherever Jaboon goes, this sort of catastrophe is going to follow him. In all 3 of the cases where there's this not great stuff going on with the pearls, it's pretty implied or suggested, or even at one point just outright stated to be due to Ganon in all 3 cases. So Ganon, presumably, if he stays here, it's going to come to Outset Island and, mess with the villagers there. So anyways, while you're back on Outset Island, you can also meet up with Grandma again, who is ill. There's a little side quest to heal her with a fairy, and your reward is soup. You can come back whenever you want to get some of your grandma's delicious soup. But, you managed to bomb into Jaboon's lair, and he sort of talks to you and the King of Red Lions and gives you Nehru's Pearl. So with all 3 pearls collected, Link goes to Triangle Islands. He places the pearls in some stands to raise what's called the Tower of the Gods. It's a dungeon. Link goes through, he proves himself a hero, and grants him access to the sunken Hyrule Kingdom, which is like frozen in time. It's sort of all grayscale. You collect the Master Sword, which unfreezes it. Everything returns to color. There's like all these enemies that are like frozen in place, and as you leave the chamber that the Master Sword is in, you have to fight them off. It's a cool scene. But anyways, with the Master Sword now in hand, you return to Forsaken Fortress. The pirates stop by to help you, and you manage to save all the girls this time. Link goes to, after that, confront Ganon, and in the process, he tries swinging at him with the Master Sword, but it it does nothing essentially. You learn here that the Master Sword has lost its power, but luckily Tetra comes to save Link. Unfortunately, in the process, Ganon learns that Tetra's necklace, that she's been wearing this whole time, is in fact a fragment of the Triforce of Wisdom. So he's about to, do some not great stuff to the two of you, but luckily you're saved by Quill and Komali, and you're taken back to the Tower of Gods. There, the King of Red Lions tells the two of you to go to Hyrule, and once you go there, it's revealed that the King of Red Lions is in fact King Daphnis, the King of Hyrule, who begged the gods to flood his world. It's pretty strongly implied that he's some sort of a ghost here. He kind of teleports around in a couple scenes, but it's never explicitly stated what sort of form he exists in now. But he has the other half of the Triforce of Wisdom, so he recombines the Triforce of Wisdom here, and it transforms Tetra into Zelda, which is kind of a weird moment. Tetra has a really good design in this game, and there's really no way to say it. They sort of whitewash her when she becomes Zelda. It sets up some weird implication that to be a princess you got to be, Snow White, which I'm not a fan of, especially because I really like Tetra's design. It's a lot cooler to me than Zelda's design in this game. At this point, we also learn, by the way, that the pirate charm that you've been using to talk to Tetra and also the King of Red Lions, he can communicate to you through it, is in fact that royal charm I mentioned earlier. So while Zelda remains in Hyrule for safety from Ganon, Link and the King of Red Lions decide they're going to go check on the sages and find the Triforce of Courage. They think they're going to need both to defeat Ganon. In both cases with the sages, you go and meet the spirit of the sage, and you're told to find their descendant and play the sage's song with them. Each has an instrument of the former sage, which is how you know they're the descendant, and you awaken them as the next sage. So for the Earth Sage, you awaken Medli back on Dragon Roost. She's a descendant of the Zora Laruto, and together you go through the Earth Temple and strengthen the Master Sword. For the Wind Sage, you awaken Makar on the Forest Haven. He's a descendant of the Kokiri Fado, and together you go through the Wind Temple. There's a very cute moment here where Fado's instrument is like a violin. He plays it like a violin, but because Makar is tiny relative to what the Kokiri used to be, he plays it more like a cello, which is very cute to me. And yeah, with both the sages reawakened, the Master Sword regains its power. Link journeys across the sea. You find Triforce charts at various tucked away locations, and with the help of Tingle, you're able to decipher the charts and pull the shards of the Triforce of Courage out of the sea. This is sort of a very infamous part of the original version of this. They sort of changed it in the remake to sort of streamline this process, but you can imagine going to 8 different locations to find Triforce charts, then bringing them back to Tingle, then going to a new position to pull up that shard. It can be a bit tedious. It didn't really bother me when I played it, but I'm not surprised that people find that tedious. Anyways, with the full Master Sword and the Triforce of Courage, you return to Hyrule Castle. Unfortunately, you find Tetra was kidnapped by Ganondorf. And with the Master Sword, there's a barrier between Hyrule Castle and Hyrule proper. You break it with the Master Sword and go to Ganon's tower and confront him there. Ganondorf has kind of an interesting monologue here where he talks about how cruel growing up in Gerudo Desert was, and how he coveted the sort of life-giving winds that swept across Hyrule. And he took Zelda. He already has the Triforce of Wisdom and the Triforce of Power, so he manages to pretty easily beat up Link and take the Triforce of Courage. At this point, with all the pieces collected, the Triforce reforms. Ganondorf goes to wish to bring Hyrule back to the surface so he can rule it, but before he can, King Daphnis appears. He instead gets his hand on it before Ganondorf can and wishes for the destruction of Hyrule, so that the people above can have their own future. A big sort of theme of this game is letting go of the past for the sake of the future. So at this point, Hyrule begins flooding, and Ganondorf is kind of understandably pretty pissed at this point. All of his plans have been foiled. He has nothing left, and At this point, Tetra takes this opportunity to, wake up from the slumber she's been in and gives Link the Master Sword. Ganondorf sort of, swiped it away earlier. And, with nothing left to lose, Ganon decides, fuck it, I'll fight these two kids. Link uses the Master Sword, Zelda uses some light arrows, and together the two, you beat his ass. I mentioned that a lot of these games have you finishing your fight with Ganon with a headshot, and this is, I think the best headshot in the series. You sort of plunge it into his head, and it turns like Ganondorf into stone with the Triforce sort of stuck in him. Like I said, it's a very cool moment. At this point, King Daphnis appears. He talks about how much time he spent regretting the past, and again, ask them to live for the future. Zelda, she wants the king to join them, but he rejects. He's an element of the past, and they gotta let him go. As the ocean starts to fully pour in, the two of you are teleported back to the surface, and the king remains behind. It's a bit of a tearful moment. But on the surface, Link and Zelda, who's now interestingly dressed as Tetra again, are found by Kamali, by the pirates, by Errol, and by the two sages. They're all on the pirates' ship. And you win. Post-credits scene here, the pirates and Link, who's now riding like a non-sentient version of the King of Red Lions, decide that they're going to set sail and they're going to find, a new Hyrule, a new land to call their own. So, in terms of timeline placement, I'm not going to go over this very much. The opening very blatantly references Ocarina of Time and the idea that there's been no hero since, so you can't really have a game between them. There's also references to the sages from Ocarina of Time, from Ganon, from the Hero of Time. They all appear as stained glass in the Master Sword's chamber here. These are very, very opaque references to the adult timeline and to Link as an adult. What else to say about this game? There's sort of a cute thing here where Tetra is constantly mocking Link for not thinking ahead, which is a clear play on she has the Triforce of Wisdom, so she's very logical and methodical, whereas Link has the Triforce of Courage, so he's a bit more about taking charge, taking action. It's also implied, at least visually, that Tetra's pirates are all also descendants of Zelda's retainers. They sort of look the same. They have same body builds. This is another game where Link talks. When you're adventuring with Medley and Makar, there's some basic voice commands to get them to follow you or stay behind.
Come on!
There's also a side quest where he meows to pretend to be a cat and distract someone. I don't know. It's kind of cool that one of the few things Link says is a meow, but whatever. It's sort of interesting. I mentioned that with the sages we get some implications of races in this game being descendants of races from the other games. You have the Korok from the Kokiri and the Ruto from the Zora, which is sort of a thing that's always been, I think, weird to people that now you have a world that's dominated by water, so it seems weird that the Zora species should die out and become a bird instead, which is I think arguably not as well suited for a water-based world. So there's a couple ideas as to why that might be. There's some implications that because the flooded sea is kind of unnatural, it might be sort of deadly and uninhabitable in some way. There are multiple mentions in the game made to the idea that this is a fishless sea. There are you can't fish on this sea, which could be if living in the sea, the food that the Zora mostly get is fish. It could just be one of those things where the ecosystem just isn't there anymore, so they have to evolve and adapt in a new way. There's also an idea that maybe the gods did it themselves. They sort of forced this new form on them to prevent the discovery of Hyrule. The idea being if the Zora were to swim deep enough, they would find Hyrule and know that I don't know what they would do with that information, but it might not be good to know about Hyrule and where it is. To me, that kind of tracks with the idea of that they don't have their wings naturally. Valu's scales is what gives it to them. It does sort of imply that there's some divine meddling involved in their form. Otherwise, the idea could just be that there are Zora still. They didn't all become the Rito, but they're just, elsewhere in the world, or else like, maybe because they are aquatic beings, they just never, with all this water, they never really bothered to surface. You just don't see them in the game because they're just constantly underwater. Could be. Also worth noting that the Rito are obviously named after Ruto, the Zora sage from Ocarina of Time. A neat little connection there. She's pretty consistently an important, member of the Zora species. I mentioned that all of these games are the same Ganon, and I think it's really interesting in this case, because like there's some interesting contrast between how he acts in Ocarina of Time, really in any of these games, to how he acts in Wind Waker. He's like oddly more mellow. The first couple of times he like confronts, or like Link confronts him, he just sort of tosses Link aside. Like he's not really like into killing Link. Even after he gets the Triforce of Wisdom from Zelda at the end, like, he lets her sleep. Like he's not immediately going to kill her. He even like says at the end that he's not, like, he won't kill you. He just wants the Triforce, which, he's a villain. That could very easily be a lie. There's also the thing about like, him coveting the winds. The idea that like perhaps there was some nobler, reasoning behind all the things he's done. I think that is certainly interesting. It's an interesting depiction of Ganon. I think it's really interesting when you like relate it to or connect it with like whatever influence Demise has on who he is. Like there's some people online who like to sort of like read this as like, because he's in some way connected to Demise, it's sort of in his nature, whether he likes it or not, to be evil. But this is like a Ganon that's sort of like, trying to fight that urge, but ultimately, he can't fight his own nature. I certainly think that's an interesting reading. I don't know if the game does a ton to support it. But yeah, this is an interesting Ganon. To be clear, he is still a massive dickhead. He's just like an older, mellowed, maybe like self-deluding kind of dickhead. He's likes to tell himself that he's doing these things for nobler purposes now. There's a couple times in the game when you're talking to like those sort of like regional spirits where they'll speak in ancient Hylian. You can't understand it. It's just like depicted as like sort of gibberish text. But this game actually has like a new game plus mode where you're able to read it. I'm not going to go over what it says. It's sort of stuff that you would kind of expect it to say after playing through the game, but I think it's an interesting idea they toyed with. So this takes us to Navi Trackers. This is actually we'll get into it, but the story here is very simple. Following Wind Waker, Link has to prove himself worthy of being a pirate to Tetra. So he has to pass 12 tests involving, basically completing mini games and like collecting stamps from different members of Tetra's crew. During these challenges, Link competes with 3 other pirates who are disguised as him, basically. This is another multiplayer game. It is a multiplayer mode in Four Swords Adventures, but specifically only the Japanese version. The game has a lot of like voiceover. Matches are all narrated. Players' names get like announced during the game. They're limited to like 2 kanji, but I think the idea is basically that like because there was so much voice work involved in this game, they just didn't want to bring it to the English or any other version. It would just been too much work. It was originally planned for English. It was called Tetra's Trackers at first, but it just ended up not happening. It also, to be clear, it is Navi like navigators, not the fairy Navi. I don't really know why they did that. You can also get Triforce pieces in this game as like one of the collectibles in a match. This is a silly side game. I'm just putting it in here because it does have like a very obvious place in the timeline. It's an explicit sequel to Wind Waker. It's about Link joining the pirate crew, which, as we'll see, he already has done in Phantom Hourglass. So like it's a very obvious spot, but I wouldn't read into things like being able to get the Triforce piece. There are other announcers besides Tetra is sort of the main announcer that talks, but there's other announcers, including the King of Red Lions, interestingly, and Salvatore, who you memers out there may know as the Kaboom guy, not like the Costco guys. Yeah, King of Red Lions being a announcer here would sort of point against the game's canonicity. You know, by this point he should be mute. He should be not a voice character. But what are you gonna do? Maybe just that one announcer isn't canon. I don't know. Originally, the game began as a remake to Satellaview. I mentioned the Satellaview back here. A game called Marvelous Mo Hitosu no Takarajima. I almost certainly mispronounced that. But in English, it's usually translated as Marvelous Another Treasure Island. All right, so rounding things off here, we have Phantom Hourglass. So the story here, Zelda going as Tetra again. Link and all the pirates are on their voyage to find the new world. They find themselves in what's called the Waters of the Ocean King. Kind of suspicious. Where there are rumors of this ghost ship and like vessels disappearing. So, you know, Tetra, being this noble character that she is, decides that they're going to go find the ghost ship. They do find it. Tetra boards it and disappears. Link tries to hop on after her, but he is tossed into the ocean. And later he wakes on Murkay Island. He's awoken by a amnesiac fairy, Ciela. She takes him to meet her grandpa, Oshus, and he's hesitant about them going after the ghost ship, but suggests they find a character named Linebeck, a sailor, to help them. You eventually find Linebeck. He's at the Temple of the Ocean King. He's there searching for clues to the ghost ship, and he's gotten himself trapped. So Link rescues him, and then like at Linebeck's request, you go in deeper to find an old sea chart, to help you track down this ghost ship. It's sort of said that like the temple sucks the souls of those who enter. There's sort of like whenever you enter the temple, like you have a limited amount of time to go through it and do what you need to do. So that's sort of the big central mechanic there. Linebeck, a beloved character, at least to me. His whole shtick here is that he's like a coward who pretends to be this brave and fearsome pirate, but lets Link do all the work. So, speaking of which, he takes the map and runs off without Link. Link catches up and helps decipher the map, which points to a location called the Isle of Ember. Oshus is also present. He suggests that they speak to a character named Astrid, who's a fortune teller. Ask her, where the ghost ship is. She's on the Isle of Embers. So, you go there, you rescue Astrid from some monsters, and she suggests they go to the Temple of Fire on the island. There you free a fairy named Leaf, who is the spirit of power that serves the Ocean King. So it joins you in hopes of finding the Ocean King. It doesn't know where the Ocean King is right now. You meet back up with Astrid, who says that you're going to need all three spirits, power, wisdom, and courage, unsurprisingly, to find the ghost ship. She doesn't know where the rest are, but does foresee another clue back at the Temple of the Ocean King. So returning there, Oshus directs Link to take the Phantom Hourglass. It's filled with the Sands of Hours, which is comprised of the Ocean King's force. Again, in game, they're called it's the Ocean King's Force Gems, but Force Gems is just another different term for force. So that enables Link to traverse the Temple of the Ocean King like freely until it's empty. Once it runs out, you start like I said, sort of losing your life force, losing your hearts. But while it's still active, you're able to traverse without that. So with it, Link finds the next sea chart deeper in. You also gain more Sands of Hours from each boss you fight. It sort of starts this pattern of you fight a boss, you gain some more Sands of Hours, so you can go deeper into the temple and find your next clue, and so on and so forth. So from the map, you head to the Northern Sea. There's sort of a passage here filled with fog, but you manage to find a map detailing your way through on a nearby island. And at the end, you find an island with the Temple of Wind and rescue Neri, the Spirit of Wisdom. Like I said, you go back to the Temple of the Ocean King. Here you get directions to salvage a key from the ocean, which leads to a new area of a previous island. And there you find the Temple of Courage and rescue the Spirit of Courage, who interestingly looks like Ciela, but like doesn't really. It joins you, but doesn't really react or talk to you in any way. Back at your ship, you're met by Oshus, who, again, kind of unsurprisingly, reveals that Ciela is in fact the spirit of courage. The fairy that you found is basically just like her power kind of separated from her. So she refuses, and then the three fairies work together to locate Tetra. With their help, you track down the ghost ship and you find Tetra. There she is, turned to stone. She's petrified. Oshus tells you that she's been drained of her life force. Again, just another word for force. And at this point, also reveals that he is in fact the Ocean King. Long ago, the Ocean King was attacked by this evil entity named Bellum, who sort of leached his life force and dragged him to the bottom of the Temple of the Ocean King. And with that force that he stole from the Ocean King, Bellum created monsters and trapped the other spirits, Leaf and Neri. Ciela escaped, but only because she split her soul so that what was left of her could escape. Oshus, following that lead, later does the same and then creates the Phantom Hourglass. So the ghost ship and its legends of treasure are merely they sort of describe it as this plot by Bellum to obtain more force, which is kind of weird. Bellum is sort of I feel like when you sort of see it in game, it comes across more like a mindless monster or beast, but apparently does have some capacity to connive. So Oshus needs Link to destroy Bellum so he can regain his life force. And with that, he promises that he'd be able to cure Tetra. To do so, he tells Link he's going to need to find a blacksmith named Zeus. At this point, Linebeck is sort of a pissy baby about stuff. He quits since there's no treasure, and Oshus, to get him to join back up and to take Link on, he says he'll grant Linebeck one wish if he helps. Interestingly, Oshus also alludes to the idea that he's somehow responsible for Link and Tetra winding up here. I don't know for sure how he would have done that, since it was Tetra's decision to go after the ghost ship, but I don't know. Maybe he somehow orchestrated events to bring them close to that region. I don't know. Anyways, you meet up with Zeus. He tells Link he's going to need the Phantom Sword, which is an ancient relic of his people who sort of served and fought for the Ocean King. To make one, you have to bring 3 pure metals to him: Crimsonine, Azurine, and Aquanine, which the Ocean King at one point had bestowed to 3 tribes in the sea. So, once again, you return to the Temple of the Ocean King. You're directed to Goron Island, where Link becomes a member of the tribe through passing some trials. I think it's a trivia quiz about all the different Gorons on the island. Anyways, after that, you go through the Goron Temple. You find the Crimsonine. Next, you go to the Isle of Frost, where there's this their design is, I like their design, but it's kind of weird. It's part Eskimo, part penguin, part deer. I'll throw one up here on the screen if I remember. They're called the Anukis. Link helps them deal with an imposter from the Yuk tribe, which are just some Yeti-looking guys. And then you collect the Azurine in the Temple of Ice. Then, go back to the Temple of the Ocean King again, and then from there to the Isle of the Dead. Link interacts with some ghosts from the Cobble Kingdom here. We'll touch on them very briefly later, but you eventually get to the resting place of their king, King Muto, on a different island, the Isle of Ruin, and he gives Link the Aquanine after restoring peace to his resting place. His resting place is, a dungeon, unsurprisingly. So you return to Zeus. He makes the blade, and he tells Link to take it to Oshus, who he makes literally just the blade. So he tells you to go to Oshus to make a handle, who does so by combining the sword with the Phantom Hourglass. The Phantom Hourglass sort of becomes the handle. Oshus also tells Ciela at this point that she has the power to control the Phantom Hourglass, but lost the memories to do so due to that attack by Bellum. So at this point, you make your final trek to the Temple of the Ocean King. You journey to the bottom where Bellum is this time. It's much easier now because there's these enemies called Phantoms, who are sort of these armored knight characters. And before this point in the game, they're completely invulnerable, but the Phantom Sword is the one thing that can hurt them. So at this point, it becomes much easier to go through this temple. You reach the bottom, you fight Bellum. He's like this sort of squid creature. I think in design documents, he's sort of like inspired by Octoroks, which are another common enemy type in the series. Although he's not literally an Octorok, he's just inspired by them. But yeah, you whoop its ass. It spits out this like ball of energy, which is the power and memories it stole from Ciela. And Ciela absorbs it, and in turn remembers that they are the spirit of both courage and time. At this point, Ciela gains the ability to stop time. I sort of mentioned this earlier, but like because Ciela is associated with both courage and time, this is why some people will argue that Furore is the goddess of time. Another, I think, reasonable possibility. But yeah, you continue the fight. Now you're using this time stop ability, and eventually Bellum like collapses into a pool of water. The temple begins collapsing, but Oshus, his power is returning. As he puts it, the seal on him is weakening, so he's able to teleport the two of you back to Linebeck's ship. And with that power returning, he fixes Tetra, but unfortunately, Bellum returns at this point. It wasn't dead. It kidnaps Tetra and like possesses the ghost ship. So you kind of sort of engage in some ship combat with it. You manage to sink the ghost ship and like board the remains. You and Linebeck both board. And Bellum appears. He destroys Linebeck's ship, and that catches you off guard. So he takes the opportunity to grab Link, toss the Phantom Sword aside, and there's a sweet moment here where Linebeck, he's terrified, but perhaps Link has inspired him. He takes up that Phantom Sword, even though he's scared. He fights Bellum off, long enough to free Link. He does then unfortunately get immediately grabbed and possessed by Bellum, but not before managing to give Link, the Phantom Sword back. So you kill Bellum, you free Linebeck, and with his force, fully restored, Oshus takes on his true form, a white whale. Interesting thing with sort of whale forms reappearing in the series. I mean, we have Levias in this game. He's a flying whale. And we have the Windfish in Link's Awakening, which is another flying whale, this time associated with the sea. And, here we have another sort of like sea deity that's a whale. I don't necessarily think these two characters are the same character. Sort of maybe the way I sort of see it is it's like kind of maybe this timeline's sort of like equivalent idea. I don't think they're one and one the same character, but like especially because these are both like handheld games for their system. They're sort of like the way of introducing Link to a new portable era. It definitely feels to me like there was some intentional sort of calling back with Oshus here. But yeah, anyways, Linebeck gets his chance to make his wish, and again, sort of having undergone some personal growth, rather than this treasure he's coveted the whole game, he simply wishes for his ship repaired. At this point, Oshus reveals that the waters of the Ocean King are in fact a separate world, and returns Link and Tetra. The pirates find them almost immediately. I think they're like on the ghost ship, which is weirdly just not destroyed now. I might be remembering that wrong. But according to the pirates, only 10 minutes have passed, about 10 minutes, which again, further leads to the idea that in fact the waters of the Ocean King, however it may work, is some sort of kind of parallel pocket dimension. But in the distance, Link also sees Linebeck and his ship, implying that they are also, not from the world of the Ocean King. And it's good to see him again. We all love Linebeck. Link also has an empty Phantom Hourglass in this scene. I don't know why they do that. I guess it's just another sort of hint to show you that yes, all of this was real. It really did happen. It's not a dream or whatever. But it seems a little weird. He's not going to do anything with it from here on out. So I don't know. But yeah, in terms of timeline placement, this is an explicit sequel. It's concerning the voyage from the end of Wind Waker. I don't think anybody would argue it. There are some implications here that Bellum, keeps going after Tetra. There's some implications here that it was specifically drawn to like Tetra having an abundant amount of force, which I think, intentional or not, is a really interesting parallel to Minish Cap. The whole thing there is that she has the light force, this, large collection of force. Whether it's the same sort of force in these two games that, Bellum is after, I don't know, but I think it is an interesting connection for sure. There's some microphone stuff in this game. It's a DS game, so they use the microphone. My favorite is there's one part in the game where you have to get like a salvage arm to pull up salvage from beneath the sea, and if you scream into your mic, you can get the guy to lower the price on it. I mentioned the Cobble. They're sort of expert craftsmen. They made different architectural feats. They made like these sort of golem creatures. Golem, not Gollum like Lord of the Ring. You fight one as a boss at the end of King Muto's tomb. Astrid and Zeus are both implied to be descendants of them, which makes sense with Zeus saying that, his people made the Phantom Sword in the past as sort of followers of the Ocean King. This takes us to the founding of New Hyrule. So eventually the pirates complete their goal. They find a new continent. They dub it New Hyrule. At the center, there is this structure called the Tower of Spirits, from which spiral out what are called spirit tracks. Long ago, Malladus, also called in the game the Demon King, was sealed under the tower by the region's deities, the spirits of good. I mentioned them earlier when we were talking about Tetraforce. Their logo is that downward triangle. They fought him in a war that like drained a lot of their strength, but they did manage to seal him. The spirit tracks connect the tower with 4 temples, which it draws power from those temples to help maintain the seal. The analogy they use in games is that the tower is like a lock and the track are like shackles. Interestingly, I'm just now thinking about this, but this is another kind of interesting parallel to Echoes of Wisdom. We got a character who's sort of locked beneath the surface of the land. I certainly don't think Malladus and Null are the same character, but an interesting parallel. The temple and the temples in the tower are both watched over by sages of what are called the Lokomo tribe. They're dispatched from the heavens by the spirits of good to look over the land. And because these spirit tracks they're railroad tracks, New Hyrule decides they're going to utilize them as such, and develop their own railway system. So this leads us pretty directly into our final game of the night, Spirit Tracks. So 100 years pass, apparently exactly 100. Link is, in this game, he's an engineer in training, a trained engineer. And he's going to Hyrule Castle to attend his graduation ceremony, which is going to be officiated by Zelda herself. He's joined by his teacher, Alfonso, and at this ceremony, Zelda gives Link his certificate, but while doing so, she slips Link a letter and tells him to beware her Chancellor Cole. And almost immediately, as they leave, Cole makes a comment about trains soon being useless, which is maybe one of the funnier, ominous, evil things for a villain to say. But clearly he's up to no good. Also, there's a cute detail here where there is stained glass. Because she's the founder of this new kingdom, there's stained glass of Tetra in her sort of pirate attire over the throne room. But in that letter, Zelda says that she has a favor to ask Link, and she gives directions for a secret path to her quarters. There, she tells you that, as Cole was sort of alluding to, the spirit tracks are vanishing, and she wants you to take her to the Tower of Spirits to investigate. She's hoping to speak with the Lokomo sage who lives there. Cole has forbid her to leave for safety concerns, which is part of why she has to ask Link instead of a guard. She needs, some external source that she can trust, and Link's a trustworthy guy. He always is. So you help her sneak out, and together with Alfonso, who Zelda recognizes as a former guardsman, he's specifically one of the greatest swordsmen in the land, but he's decided to retire and become a trained guy. Good for him, honestly. You all head for the tower. Along the way, the tracks you're on suddenly disappear from underneath you, which causes the train to, derail, I guess. Although if the rail disappears, is that really a derail? Maybe you call it a detrain. I don't know. But yeah, the train almost crashes. Link manages to skid it to a stop, and you look on as dark clouds form over the tower, break it apart, and what I would call a demon train, because that is literally what's called in the game, appears from the sky. Cole appears. He's revealed as a demon here. Another really cute detail here. Honestly, I really like Spirit Tracks. I didn't get a chance to play it for this video, but there's a lot of design things and characterization that I really like in this game. And this is another good example. Cole is sort of in his human attire, he's wearing 2 top hats, which initially just feels like a super goofy and over-designed detail. But here it's revealed that he's a demon, and how they reveal that is that the top hats come off, and you see that they're hiding demon horns. I like it a lot. He's also the one, unsurprisingly, behind the Spirit Tracks disappearing. So Cole has a henchman here. Brine, I'll say is how you pronounce that. He beats up Alfonso and Link, and then Cole uses some magic to split Zelda from her body, and he takes her body. So Link wakes up in Hyrule Castle after this. He sees Zelda's ghost. It seems like he's the only one who can, and he follows that ghost to her room, where again Zelda asks her to take her, to the tower. She gives Link an instrument called the Spirit Flute, which originally belonged to Tetra. Without the tracks, there's no easy way to get to the Spirit Tower, so they instead had to take a secret tunnel behind Hyrule Castle to get there. Inside, they meet the sage Anjin, who says, as the backstory sort of alludes to, without these tracks, the tower is not getting energy from the temples, and so Malladus' seal is starting to weaken. According to Anjin, Cole actually took Zelda's body to use the sacred power it contains, her being Hyrule royalty and this consistent idea of them having sacred power. Cole wants to use it as a vessel for Malladus. Anjin also alludes to meeting and being good friends with Tetra here. Anjin is who Tetra got the Spirit Flute from. It's a spirit of good, artifact. But yeah, Anjin tells them that Zelda's body is at the top of the tower, and they have to reconnect the temples to refortify the seal and reach her. Different sections of the tower are floating, and you need to fix it so that they'll reconnect and you can physically reach the top of the tower. To do so, you're going to have to ascend further up the tower to get rail maps. There's 4 in total, each helping reconnect some rails. This is sort of this is also a DS game, and ascending the tower is this game's sort of equivalent of descending at the Temple of the Ocean King. So yeah, Zelda, not so kindly, she's kind of understandably very freaked out about losing her body here, so she sort of not so kindly enlists Link to, go on this quest, go do this for me. And Anjin sort of guilt trips Zelda into accompanying him, hey, royal family, they're supposed to be the protectors of Hyrule. This is kind of your responsibility too. You should probably help Link. So yeah, the two of you climb the tower. In the process, Zelda learns that she can possess phantoms, which are these tower guardians. They're the same design as the phantoms from Phantom Hourglass. In this case, they've been possessed and corrupted by Cole in some sense. But she's able to possess them in turn. So you get the forest rail map. It's the first rail map, and it heals some spirit tracks towards the forest temple, but doesn't reach all the way. So to connect, you have to get some energy. To fully connect, you're going to have to get some energy from Locomo sages who generate it with sacred instruments they play. So Anjin gives you the Spirit Train, another artifact from the Spirits of Good, and the two of you head out. You go to the Forest Sanctuary, you meet the sage whose name is Gage, and you play a duet with him, which links the spirit tracks to the Forest Temple. You go there, you defeat the boss, you free this giant Force Gem, which gives power to the Tower of Spirits and connects one of those floating chunks. So again, this sort of starts this process of you going back to the tower, getting more rail maps. This time you get the Snow Realm map and head for the Snow Sanctuary. You get directions from an Anuki village along the way. The Anuki are back. Along your way, you fight a giant enemy crab in a tunnel and play a duet with the sage Steam. A lot of the sages have train puns. Then you get help from... there's sort of a moment here where there's like a Lost Wood style puzzle to get to the Snow Temple. Like, because the weather conditions are so bad, you can like get lost in a sort of region of rails. And it's sort of very funny to me. There's a moment here where you get help from a train obsessed character, an archetype we see a lot in the real world, named Ferris. He helps you reach the Snow Temple. You reconnect the rails. You repair another tower section. The next rail map is the Ocean Rail map. You help Linebeck the Third. Linebeck apparently at some point also came to New Hyrule and has managed to leave behind a legacy. Whether it's a good legacy or not, we can debate. Linebeck 3 is a bit of a... he's like Linebeck used to be. He's a sort of greedy guy. You help him collect some treasure for bridge repairs, and then you go to the Ocean Sanctuary. This time Sage Carbon is not there. You find him in Papuchia Village. He's hanging out with some birds. He's just flying in the air with some birds. And you sort of interrupt that, take him back to the sanctuary for your duet. At this point, it opens up some like underwater rails to the Ocean Temple. You fix the next tower section. You go up. You get the Fire Rail map. This time, though, you are confronted by Brine again. Angine shows up to stop him. It's revealed in this moment that Brine is a Locomo. It's kind of weird that this is sort of like one of few twists in these games that I wouldn't necessarily see coming, if only because like all the Locomos, again, because they're sort of train based, they all have like weird little cart bodies, and Brine is the one exception. He has regular legs. He's a stocky boy. Angine reveals that Brine was her former apprentice and sort of rebelled due to wanting more power, which the spirits of good, never offered Brine. So he decides, I'll join the other team. They'll give me some power. So Angine actually goes to fight Brine and teleports the two of you away with instructions to head for the next temple. So you enter the Fire Realm. You use some Mega Ice to cool some lava at the Goron village to speak to their elder, who then grants you access to the Fire Sanctuary. You do another duet, this time with the Sage Ambrose. Fight some monsters with your train. You access the Fire Temple, and finally you've fully repaired the tower. I should mention very briefly, because we do discuss realms here. All the regions of the world in this game are called realms. The Fire Realm, the Ocean Realm, the Snow Realm. They're not realms in this sense. They're just regions. I don't know why they decided to call them realms, but whatever. With the tower fully repaired, you head for this altar at the top of it. Near the top, unfortunately, you're confronted by Brine, who says, Malladus' resurrection is almost complete. He sort of fights you to stall for time. You do beat him, but he manages to escape. Again, there's a funny moment here where, Link and Zelda are all hyped that they beat Brine. They, go for, team high five, and Brine takes that moment while you're celebrating to escape. You reach the top. You watch Malladus possess Zelda's body. Brine, who's also there, asks for power, but, Malladus, as far as he's concerned, Brine is just, one of those servants of the gods. All Locomo are the same to Malladus. He's a racist demon. And so, Malladus attacks him instead. Malladus, despite being in Zelda's body, still needs some time to adjust to the form. So he and Cole escape via the demon train. At this point, Angine returns, and the group return to the spirit train. They take the unconscious Brine. At this point, Angine says the only, way to still win, to still save the world, is to remove Malladus from Zelda's body with the Bow of Light. It's another Spirit of Good relic. And it's at the Sand Temple, which was built to protect said relic. Interestingly, Angine also mentions here that the Spirits of Good would, if they were to go up against Malladus in Zelda's body, they wouldn't be able to defeat him due to all that sacred power that Zelda possesses. Which I don't know if Anjin is referring to like the spirits of good at their peak or sort of their now, kind of weaker form. But it's an interesting like sort of illusion of power scaling. It's kind of unclear how the spirits of good stack up compared to other deities in this series, but this at least sort of implies that they're a bit more minor on the scale, if you will. So Anjin's gratitude for everything you've done so far manifests as a force gem, which opens some rails to the desert. There's a lot of side quests in this game involving making people happy so that they'll manifest force gems that in turn repair more sections of the rail. So yeah, there you do the same typical, go to the sanctuary, you do a duet. This character is named Sage Rail, and then you go to the Sand Temple, you get the bow. Once you go back to the Spirit Train, having collected the bow, Anjin unfortunately doesn't know how to find the Demon Train, but at this moment, Brine finally wakes up. They speak from the back of the train. They say that there's a item called the Compass of Light that is hidden below the Tower of Spirits. Brian had originally collected for Cole to find the train in the first place. Because it's a Spirit of the Goods relic, Cole, being a demon, apparently can't use or take it. So it should just be where they left it. Anjin also gives Link the Locomo sword at this point. It's your final sword upgrade of this game. It's another Spirit of Good relic. They got a lot lying around. So you head to the secret area within the tower. You find the Compass of Light, and with it there are some new rails in the Forest Realm that are activated. They lead to a portal to the Dark Realm, where Cole and Malladus are. I mentioned sort of the Dark Realm, Dark World distinction before. I think this is one of the places where I think it is most clear that this is has to be like a different area, because based on the adult timeline, Ganon has been defeated. He was sealed. The Sacred Realm should return back to normal. There's no reason for it to be a sort of dark world at this point. So clearly the Dark Realm has to be a different thing. And, Cole and Malladus both being demons, I think this is like the most clear-cut example we get of like Dark Realm is where demons come from. So yeah, you travel to the Dark Realm. You engage in some train versus train combat with the demon train. And once it's like brought to a halt, you and Zelda go to hop on it. Anjin and Brine like try to join you, but you sort of reject them due to all the wounds the two of them have accumulated in their various fights throughout the game. There's also a moment here where Zelda asks Link like what he'll do after all this is done. That's going to be important in a second. But yeah, you get on. The Demon Train takes off again. Link and Zelda fight Cole and Malladus, and at one point, Zelda has a phantom body here. Anjin gave it to you. She grabs Malladus, which restrains him for long enough for Link to, take that bow of light, shoot him, and separate them. At this point, the Demon Train is destroyed and it crashes. You wake up back in the light world. I don't know how that works. I don't know how a train crashing in the Dark Realm brings you back to the light world. I don't know. Take it in stride. You wake up just as Malladus begins to exit Zelda's body, and Zelda goes to re-enter her body, but she struggles. She's not able to immediately do it. Brine, at this point, continuing his sort of heroic redemption, he buys her time with like a magic barrier to figure out how to get back into her body. Unfortunately, in the process, he is killed by Malladus, but it buys just enough time for Zelda to figure it out. So out of options, Malladus decides that he's going to possess Cole, turns him into this, bestial, almost kind of Ganon-esque monster. Kind of like the Oracle games, the form, because it's, an incorrect host, the form is sort of limited and imperfect, but he, with the time he has, he still intends to destroy the world. So together, Link and Zelda fight him. Zelda uses her magic and the Bow of Light, and once he's weakened, Link yet again gives him the old headshot. This time Zelda, completing her own arc, sort of rushes in to help you, push that blade into his head. She's now fully, a hero in her own right. I shouldn't even say at this point. She's been a hero in her own right for a while now, but this is sort of, you know, her huge, her giant moment, her peak moment, I guess. Yeah, Anjean shows up and resurrects Brine after this fight. Anjean mentions that it will take like years and he'll likely have no memories of it all, but you know, his soul lives on in some form. He's not fully dead apparently. And you know, with Malladus defeated and humanity like no longer needing their guidance, all the Locomo appear and their work done, they return to the heavens. In this moment, they like all sort of cast aside their like train body part, and just now they all have legs. So I guess maybe the implication is Brine kind of already did that when he rejected the spirits of good. I don't know. It's not, the idea at least is that the train part is not a literal part of their body, probably. So yeah, after the credits here, there's a moment where, based off of what you told Zelda you were going to do after all this is done, Link either becomes an engineer or a soldier. It seems clear, though, that, you know, whatever happens, Link and Zelda at this point will remain, you know, friends. They've gotten very close over this journey. So, yeah, in terms of timeline placement, again, all of these games are very explicit sequels of one another. In fact, there are even characters from Wind Waker and Phantom Hourglass who, you know, are referenced or appear outright. In particular, I'll mention Nico, who was a member of Tetra's crew. He's sort of one you interact with a lot in Wind Waker. Not the brightest guy in the crew. And in Phantom Hourglass, he like sort of tells the backstory, kind of tells about the events of Wind Waker as like a series of picture books. And so at this point in the game, he's still alive. He's over 100 years old, and he's Link's roommate, whatever that means. I don't know. It's a little weird that Link is living with a 100-year-old who's not his relative, but whatever. They're friends. And he's the one who tells like the story of New Hyrule, that backstory at the beginning of the game as like a picture book. Again, very similar to Phantom Hourglass. Zelda is Tetra's granddaughter. Hyrule Historia, for whatever reason, says great-granddaughter, even though the game implies the former, which to me makes more sense with it being 100 years. For enough generations for it to be a great-granddaughter to happen in that much time would be weird unless the royal family has a really low life expectancy. Alfonso, Link's teacher, who I mentioned, is Gonzo's descendant. He was one of the pirates. Yeah, I mentioned there's a lot of side quests in this game. You can like take passengers with your train from, you know, location to location. There's a stamp rally across the world you can do for Nico. You can do more treasure hunts for Linebeck, more favors for Force Gems. Yeah, there's a lot you can do in this game. It's a cool game. You should play it. Malladus, as I kind of mentioned earlier, he's referred to as the Demon King, which is kind of interesting because that's the same moniker often given to Ganon. You know, despite that, there's no connection as far as I can tell. You know, maybe he's another demise curse. I don't really know. But other than that, there's no real connection. The game features space-time gates, are what they're called, for fast travel. Despite their name, they don't seem to mess with time at all. They're just, I guess, space gates, but they're called space-time for whatever reason. And, you know, demonstrating how important the Link from Wind Waker was to, you know, all these events. All the guards at Hyrule Castle wear armor that's based on that Link. So yeah, that is our Zelda timeline. In terms of closing thoughts, I don't have a ton. Like I said, I hope I've made it clear that all of this, you know, there are moments where it's a bit sketchier. There are moments where there's a bit of hand waving you have to do. And there's moments where we're really going just based off of what we've been told explicitly over the years. But I do think, for the most part, a lot of this is very legible It's things that you can figure out on your own. It's things that make sense. And by understanding all of it, there are connections that you can draw, between games that I think make the games more interesting. Like, do you really need to know what Ganon was doing in Ocarina of Time to appreciate Wind Waker? No, not really. You can play the game just on its own. But I think understanding, like how his character changes between the two games adds some interesting texture to the game. Or, everything Echoes of Wisdom does with Null and with, the creation of Hyrule and the weird sort of ways it links with A Link Between Worlds. I think all of these games are appreciable on their own. I think they're even, you can appreciate them just based on their gameplay, not their stories. But I think there's more to get by enjoying the series, as a collective, and hopefully I've made a compelling enough case for that today. Yeah. With all that said, have a good evening. Go play some Legend of Zelda games. See what's up with this crazy Zelda guy, all the stuff he does. And have a good night.